All right, then we're live. We're live?
Yeah,
Okay, then we're live right now.
presumably.
Okay, so, ladies and jerks, thank you for joining us. We're live. Here at Words Mean Things number, what is it?
36?
36. Here in 2022. And a happy and healthy new year to each and every one of you as well.
All right. Everything looks like it's in order.
All right, Echo Loop confirmed.
Yeah, and we already have a bot. Cool.
All right. Well, before we go on to address the bots, we're going to have to go thank people for doing their services for following. Thank you for being you. Who do we have on board?
I got it.
All right. So,
Here to here. Because we've been out for a little while.
is it Gremlock? Aha. Gremlock, thank you for doing your part. Yo, what's good, John Woo? Everyone, ladies and jerks, the 718 TV Hood correspondent is here in chat. So, John Woo, yo, what's good, man? So listen, we're going to be having Mr. Michael Boyer, who I would like to inform you and everyone watching right now, and I'm going to continue to inform them, a lawyer at Cutlass Legal and a producer for Pettis Podcast. Mr. Michael Boyer, Esquire. He's going to be joining us hopefully 7 p.m. or hopefully soon afterwards. So, John Woo, what's good, G? So, hopefully Russian Bot had found its way home. And I'd like to thank each and every one of you. You know, the way you start the year,
worse. That's
I would like to believe, sets precedent for how the rest of the year unfolds. So I'm going to tell everyone a quick little story as to how and why this matters to me. All right, ladies and jerks? But first, we have to thank people for doing their service. So,
Do we?
Wise Dingbat, who also contributed to Cars and Women magazine number 2. Thank you for doing your part. You could find him on Twitter at, homie, I'm very sorry, but my phone is just that way right now. And I'm in the middle of something. So don't type at, just fucking put the thing and we'll figure it out. Because we don't want the chat bot to get upset because you're posting links. All right?
Wait a minute. Is that good? That looks fine. That looks
Encore Nice? Excuse me. I'm probably mispronouncing that incorrectly. Encore Nice? Encore Nice. How do you pronounce that?
encore nice, right? That's what it looks like.
Encore Nice or Encore Nice? Tedverse? Tedverse. Buenas noches. Gracias por mirando. Aquí on twitch.tv/Monoxus. Here at 718 TV Studios. I'm Stained Haynes. He's Monoxus. And I'd like to thank you for joining
don't
here.
You start, camera.
2022 is going to be the year of the goon. To hell with the experts, all right?
That thing?
This is just pipe dreams and wishful thinking more than anything else. So, I'd like to thank you for joining us. And you know what? So, how you begin the year, all right, that sets the tone for everything else. And I'm going to tell a quick little story, all right? So, once upon a time, in 2006, 2006, I go to a New Year's Eve party, all right? So, we make our way from Queens to Manhattan, and we're on the N train, and then there's 4 of us, and then there's these, 4 women who they're on their way to go see Clap Your Hands and Say Yeah, and it's a New Year's show, and we're talking, and everyone's hitting it off, and then it's a very, I suppose what the kids say in terms of vibes, they were good. And then just randomly, out of nowhere, the young woman I was talking to, her friend goes, and pointing at me goes, "Is he like this all the time?" And it was weird because it was unwarranted, and I'm just trying to make nice with her because, I'm wearing a Iced Earth shirt, and she was like, "Oh yeah, the Spawn album thing, I don't know." She knew of it but didn't know it, and I was like, "Oh yeah, blah 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 blah." That sucked. So then we got to the party, all right? So then, one of my homies bought his GameCube, and then this big palooka at the party with his gigantic fucking boulder-sized hand picked up the GameCube in one hand, and with his thumb messed up one of the ports. So now only 3 people could play, Mario Party, Smash.
How does someone even do that? Like broke a port with their finger?
If he stood absolutely perfectly tall, he was able to hit the elbow on the ceiling. He was a ginormous, like a fucking flesh golem.
Okay.
All right. So in one hand,
And you just pushed a socket in.
and now only 3 people could play Mario Kart, tennis, Smash.
Did you do it intentionally?
No, that's the worst part because he felt really bad about it. But it was just like low key, and it was just like, oh, come on, dude, really. So
That's unfortunate.
so then, the gentleman who's holding this party, my boy Mark, we step outside for a cigarette. Now, there's a man walking his dog, and there's people in a car he's yelling with, and they're arguing, and they're going back and forth, and then eventually, like, out the car come 2 guys and a woman, and then the woman's screaming and talking shit, and the 2 guys are wailing on a guy walking his dog, and then the dog is screaming bloody murder, and it's really awful, and Mark just starts running towards the fight, and I'm like, all right, well, like, I trust in Mark because he's my friend, and he's my homie.
Did you tweet that we're on YouTube?
No, I did not. I was on
We
Twitch.
should probably start tweeting that.
We should. Okay, because now we have a. That's right. All right.
What a nice bathrobe. Thank you. It's fucking cold.
So. By the time Mark and I get there, because realistically speaking, it's just why would you? I don't know. It just seemed awful. What could he have possibly said? Why were they yelling at? But I don't know. But Mark is running, and now I'm running, and by the time we're about like 2 seconds of like striding, a gentleman who's like a little bit shorter than me, but it's very clear that like, okay, like you live in a squat rack. Like it was kind of wild. Ladies and jerks, I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but sometimes you encounter gentlemen out there in the wild and you can't tell if they're like a wise guy or an undercover cop, or if they're law enforcement, or if they're like a government goon, or like they're a wise guy, or like, you know, there's a certain breed of character that has no problem making eye contact out there with all of the nonsense and the low-key blood and thunder that's always present, all right? So one of these characters shows up, and he's dressed in all black, like a black wool coat, black. Mind you, like, I'm some jerk-off in a fucking ECW shirt over a hoodie outside wearing an Ushanka with my friend who's just wearing, like, a Detroit Red Wings hoodie over... No, a Detroit Red Wings jersey over a hoodie. Wearing like a beanie, and we're just like 2 jerks, like born and raised here.
Whoopsies.
Trash, I'd like to say. Born and raised. All right? That's right. Queen's trash. We're calling to you here. Can you type in Queen's trash in chat? Is that possible?
There's a link thing. I'm not doing that.
All right.
They can do it if they want.
You can and you
Hey!
will.
Who's joining us?
Kool-Aider.
Kool-Aider.
Finally, Kool-Aider. Now that you're here, we can kick off celebrations and then get the piñata in order and then start making bets on like little hamsters that are going to run downhill. And then we're all going to be crowding around it. And there's going to be like dudes in suits, some guy with an eye patch who's making crazy bets, and like he made good money on 2 bets in a row. And now he's just lost his mind and he's throwing his money everywhere thinking he could beat the spread.
Touching things I shouldn't be touching.
Monoxys in his bathrobe wisdom is now thinking he could suddenly, like, Steven Spielberg this into an action movie, like, in motion, even though we're missing, raptors, technomancers, 9th dimensional hobos, freelance paramedics, shotgun paladins, we are, listen.
That this douchebag disappears and leaves me to have to man this nonsense.
Where? Cameraman? Well, I mean, listen, this guy, cameraman, just suddenly thinks he could leave notes and be like, hey, I took your dictionary, be back in 3 weeks. I don't know why he does that, but he does that. I don't know how you deal with it.
I've learned a thing or two from him, I'm not going to lie.
Oh, so John Woo, okay, so you don't have wise guys around there, but do you have hood rats? Like expand on what you do have around there.
I mean,
I'm just curious.
They're like the modern, you know what I mean? Like,
I don't want to give him away and where he is in the gas station and where he's watching this at, by the way.
I'm saying like hood
I'm
rats.
not trying to blow his spot.
Hood rats are kind of like the newer, less evolved wise guys, right? They're the end result of wise guys falling off, and it's like, all right, what filled the void? Gangsters.
This is
and
true.
Gangsters became hood rats. And cops, but that's a whole different story. Yeah. The mobs upgraded to police and government jobs, and then the gangsters became hood rats.
So John Woo was all, I'm off the clock, big dog. We at home, secure in a onesie, comfy and cozy. Ah, so thankfully you are no longer speaking the good word and occasionally pointing at your shirt, and then like
That man,
suddenly 4 minutes later, while you're minding your own business at work, Sir Mix-a-Lot's Baby Got Back starts playing, and then you have like a brief small victory in the universe because like that's happened. So the hierarchy goes hooligan over hood rat over lughead over gangster over wise guy.
that man,
Headverse.
that man do be wearing onesies though. I seen it.
Hmm.
I got one myself. I just don't wear it.
Last living prophet of God, is that you on Twitter? You let me know.
But it's also because I'm an adult, so I don't wear onesies anymore.
Well,
What?
I remember that like dinosaur looking one.
I still have it.
Ah, all right. So you
It's
see,
in there.
let the record. Aha. Okay.
And listen, ain't nothing wrong with being a child at heart. I just don't have it anymore.
Hmm.
You know, it's not there. I don't have childlike wonder built into the systems anymore. It's all doom and gloom up in there.
And now it's all right. And now it's all. Come on.
What?
It's attitudes and altitudes. You shouldn't immediately
I'm
subscribe to
super fucking positive about my life. It's just that everything outside is fucking shitty. Prove me wrong. Name one good thing.
Headverse, DM me, and if you don't, that means you want to let the terrorists win.
Name
All
one
right.
good thing out there. No, it's just what happens when my hair gets cut the way I like it. It's,
Oh,
there's
Kool-Aider.
this.
I believe Kool-Aider is insinuating that you went for the Iboppy haircut. Is that what you're saying?
I've got the same haircut for years now, and it's only inspired by, and this is only if you watch the show, the 10th Doctor from Doctor Who.
Right.
He just has like the midsection up, and I always thought that was like a decent look for a dude.
I'm just checking in to see if Mr. Boyer.
I've also
And I got to retweet the.
I had a
YouTube thing.
girlfriend years ago. Hey, low thing, first time. Thank you. I had a girlfriend who used to say I look like a cockatiel.
Low thing, what's good,
And I
homie?
was like, I can take that. I like that. Cockatiel? I'm with it. Just that nice, like, mid part, but not like a mohawk. It's just like. And honestly, I don't even.
And by the way, the Detroit gag is just for shits and giggles. It's not deliberately. I mean, like, on one hand, fuck Turkey because we got to retake Constantinople. But on the other hand, like, we're going to deny all the Juche-loving people our merchandise just out of principle. But evidently, we are not banned in China, but the zine is. So, I mean, you could still get your shirts. So, come on down, low thing.
Yeah. I also don't style it.
Hmm.
This just happens.
Cockatiel.
Yeah, this is just how my hair gets when it's this length. No, nothing done to it. No, whatever. Just that's what it does.
Ladies and jerks, if you know of a single lady in the area, you should have them hit up Monoxus.
Plural.
And then
Ladies.
Ladies and jerks. And watch. I'm not here to tell ladies whose favorite position is behind their boyfriend's back to go hit up Digital Hobo, aka Stylish Hobo Cat, has called Queen's Sex Man. But Monoxus holds a black belt in running out of like fire escapes. So
Whoa, hands. Those days are behind me. It's all consensual now. It's called cucking.
now it's called powerlifting and cucking.
Yeah. We don't do the running out the fire escape shit. Now I shake the man's hand before I fuck his wife. Because I'm tired of having to get run out. I don't want to get shot. I live in a city. You know what I'm saying?
Imagine
There are a lot of Italians and darker skinned folks here who have no issue with guns. It's not all like prissy white people who are like scared of confrontation.
How do cuckold relationships factor in states that have like castle law? Like, what if a guy just decides like I don't want to just watch?
Oh
this
no,
and then...
you don't. That's one of those places where you don't fuck around and find out. You'll just get shot or stabbed or whatever it is. I mean, granted, like I said, I'm past
That's
that
just
phase.
why would anyone? And here we are in 2022, and the wheels have not even broken off the cart before tumbling off the side of the mountain.
Hey, that's why I said before anything happens, there's a verbal discussion. I shake the man's hand. We cool with me fucking your wife? He says yes, and then I fuck his wife, or girlfriend, partner, friend, sister, whatever the mom, whatever the handshake is for. We get verbal confirmation, and we get basically like it's not written law, but it's like you shook my hand on it. That's a deal.
Right. Now we've entered No Country for Old Men.
Sometimes I'll have someone record that shit, dude. Like just so it's like we have video evidence that I was like, I'm gonna fuck this person that you have some sort of protective, or you have some
Thank you,
agency over.
Denvers.
You know what I mean? And then like, so it's cool. No one got to get chased out. I don't know. I mean, we can talk to Mr. Lawyer later about whether or not that would be, hold up in court. But
No, but to what degree? Okay, how about this, ladies and jerks? If you have a question you'd like to ask a lawyer, we're going to be having Mr. Michael Boyer, Esquire, who is a lawyer at Cutlass Legal and a producer for Pattis Podcast.
just so we're
So
clear,
if you have a question for a lawyer, we're going to ask him. What was that again?
what?
So we wanted to ask him.
Well, we got a lot of things to ask him, but I mean, specifically, I'm talking about whether it's okay to shake a man's hand and will that hold up in court to fuck
Right.
their partner and like they can't sue
Well,
me.
first of all,
Or
you
get
have to
upset.
figure out if that holds up in court. But then if it holds up in
Does the
court,
handshake
fuck-
hold up in court? I guess is the question.
All
If
right,
if it's on
that's-
camera, you know what I
thank
mean?
you.
Like,
does a handshake
like,
hold up in court?
we record us agreeing on something and shaking on it. I doubt it. I think you need paperwork for actual legal law, but listen, John Woo,
We're gonna ask anyways.
I'm open to anything that is biologically female and at least a 6. 5 and below need not apply. No offense. I think I rank at least a 6 myself.
If you don't jog,
only
he's
up
not
from there.
interested, ladies. I'm very sorry to say that.
Yeah, no fatties. No offense. Do your thing. I just don't want to touch you. Probably smell. Again, no offense. It's just this is the way things work.
This is how these things happen. According to Monoxus, Esquire, who represents me in internet court.
Have fun. Do your thing. Not with me.
So, question, ladies and jerks. So,
No, thoughts are cool.
no,
Thoughts
no,
are fine, dude.
real
I said
quickly.
Thoughts are fine. It's just that like they gotta be a 6 and above.
Well, it
And don't be
depends
offended.
because
Don't-
one
if I'm
can
like-
only rely on like filters and posing and the contrapose and all these other things to such a degree until finally when it becomes meet and greet, and then you are in the physical.
We also
And
ain't
not
gonna,
everyone translates as well online to offline and vice versa.
in,
It is a very, very overlapping like
regards-
mess of circles.
in regards to the thoughts as well. Like we've kind of we've touched on this every once in a while, the whole like safe sex conversation, because it's like a fucking can of worms nowadays.
Right.
But like I'm pretty open to a lot of different things. But if you like a thought, like come on, like we know you a thought, like, and I'm like, bitch, I ain't put my mouth on you. Like, don't be surprised. You know what I mean? And you can equally be like, bro, then I'm not gonna like blow you. That's cool. You probably got something in your mouth too. You know what I'm saying?
I can neither confirm nor deny
What? I'm
Monoxus is saying.
I'm just like transparency. I'd rather have an honest conversation and be like, listen, if you got
And you know
some
what?
shit,
And you know what? For
like,
what it's
cool.
worth,
We can work around the shit you got going on, but
For what-
like we got to work around it, not with it. I don't want to be. You know what I'm saying?
for what it's worth, ladies and jerks,
It's about having communication.
I believe there is an aversion to things of being of an upfront nature that people are being
Using Twitch
forced
for getting
to
hoes, dude.
deal
I
with
haven't-
in these day and
I
age.
haven't met any
right?
females via the internet. That includes on dating sites. It's just because it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. Nah, person to person works much better, dude. Honestly, like even at the new job, I got like 3 girls who are like, "What's up?" And I'm like, "Listen, I am busy.
You could take a number and wait in line like at the
Nah,
deli
like
counter.
come hang out. You got to hang out though. That's also like unspoken rule. I ain't just smashing some rando. Like I gotta like you, like outside of just smashing you. Because if I gotta like hang out with you in before and after the smashing, like what am I gonna do? Just fucking not say anything?
Right. We're both gonna be on our phones for 2 hours and then just like and
Yeah.
then
No, I'm not doing
No.
that. We're not.
Alright.
We're not doing that. We have to have things in common. Like it can be casual as fuck, but like I gotta at least like you. Like if I can't be like, yo, let's go grab like a cup of coffee and like bullshit on the way there, this ain't gonna work. Ain't gonna work.
touche.
I don't do the one night stand thing. That shit's boring.
Ah, Mr. All right, you're not wrong. However, this gentleman ends up becoming
Sit quietly in the room after and contemplate. Bro, I don't gotta think about that shit.
this gentleman
I know
is
what I
trying to mind his own business, and every once in a while, like dudes will be like turning their head, wondering what their girlfriend is looking at, and then she's looking at him.
Don't worry, dude. I'm also just as confused as you are. I'm like, all right, me? Cool. I'll take it.
Every once in a while, that does lead to a like, I'm gonna put my arm around you, and then I'm gonna assert dominance.
Oh,
It's not,
no, that-
especially if it's on
yeah.
the train.
That's just sad.
And when it's okay, it's
How-
one
how
thing if it happens
insecure.
in like a museum or like
Get out of here, bots.
like a live show.
You know
Oh,
I'll
come
take
on,
it. I'll
shoot,
take it.
bots.
Whatever. Bots can stay. They're giving us a viewer count, right? That matters. somewhere. I don't know. I don't know how YouTube works. YouTube's on fire. YouTube.
All right. Well,
the people who run YouTube don't know how YouTube works.
Well, ladies and jerks, we had hit 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, which means when we live stream, hopefully, if no one with a ginormous follower account is streaming at the same time, I suppose.
They probably will be. YouTube's massive.
Chances are, and if they aren't there, which is like a 1 in a 117 chance, we're gonna be on the front page.
More like one in like I feel like you don't understand how big YouTube is. Like the odds of us being the only person, it's like 1 in billions.
So we would. Are you saying we should start playing scratch off, and we should we're gonna hit the scratch off before we end up on the front page of streaming?
Probably, yeah.
All right. So
probably
scratch offs.
Or we have to start streaming at wild hours where nobody's doing shit. And because the planet works on a 24-hour cycle, it's almost impossible. I don't know where the 30-minute window is where nobody is streaming. It doesn't exist, but the minimal streams. Even fucking big Twitch people were I started streaming and my in the US anyway, they're my biggest thing was streaming from 3 a.m. to 9 a.m. Because it's they're night owls who don't sleep, and then people who wake up in the morning and stream and watch streams. That's where I built my fan base.
Really?
And then they went to their own hours. I'm not interested in that. That's too much work. That's a lot.
So
I don't got the free time.
Loathing goes better by a 3D printer before it's too late. Well, I mean, 3D printing is a landscape that is building as we learn more about it. Actually, it is a rather relative new thing. 3D printing. I mean, what are the repercussions of? How about that? What are the repercussions of 3D printing in terms of the law?
I mean, write it down. Have fun with that. I mean, I can wager a guess. I feel like you still can't manufacture something that is copyrighted piece by piece.
And let the record state, I've got my own questions from Mr. Boyer when he does arrive. I mean, I've got...
Although if Amazon...
Don't worry, sir. I came prepared, but now we're just going to have chat chime in and have an expert, all right?
If Amazon had taught me anything,
but
you could straight up rip something off to 99% accuracy, and if it's 1% different, you can get away with saying it's your own thing. Amazon has a repeated process where they'll be okay.
Mr. Boyer is one of the few experts you could trust, all right, ladies and jerks.
They'll let somebody, will reach out, I want to sell my product on, Amazon. And product goes up and whatever, let's say it's ashtray, and this ashtray runs for $10, right? But this ashtray comes with a fucking thing on the inside that catches the thin shit to filter through, and the butts and stuff stay on top so you can get all the physical whatever. It just they make a weird thing, $10. Amazon's bet you can sell that shit on our website, and then they make a damn near exact thing, modify it very slightly, and then sell it for $8. And then Amazon will be when you go looking for the ashtray with the weird filter thing, the Amazon one is pushed to the top.
That's awful.
And they do that with mad products.
Really?
Because even if you're I patented and I own the rights to this fucking product that I made, they're right, and we copied it 99%, but 1% is enough to be it's different.
And then you patent it.
And then Amazon's that's our version. It's the Amazon version of the product you made, but we now have a copy.
Do you have a very specific example of
I could just go on Amazon and bring up stupid products, and you'll see the original. You'll see a couple of different versions of it, and then the Amazon's version of it, and they do it with mad shit, and then they undersell it because to produce it costs nothing, and they can automatically put all their shit at the top of the list, or whoever their partners are, they go higher up. If you want the original product, probably have to go a couple of pages into Amazon to find the actual original product.
By some local artist who had his idea or her idea jacked by Amazon. Ruthlessly, might I say.
Yeah, we got a couple of things in the YouTube. We know. We don't care.
So,
they can spam it.
Evidently, Uzbekistan has either a beef with us, they are grinding an axe with our name on it, or perhaps Mr. Michael Boyer Esquire has an unspoken beef with the Uzbeks. We don't know.
They're bots. You know what? That bot gave us a viewer count, so we'll take it. I think. Again, I don't understand how YouTube works. But I don't think people at YouTube know how YouTube works. I'm almost positive it's run on an algorithm now, and they're just kind of letting it do its thing. It explains why it's just randomly changing its own rules and policies and reacting. How does a website react so quickly?
Well,
how do bots find things?
Well, to quote Zero H.P. Lovecraft, the internet is an ocean that we create as we navigate it. So it is constantly like multifaceted folding and unfolding on itself ordeal that even on from streaming platforms, social media, dating apps,
Yeah.
even down to the vernacular and text messages between loved ones,
Yeah.
and everything else in between.
Just saying, YouTube's. I don't.
Well,
YouTubers don't know how YouTube works.
right, because as long as it exists within this like gray area, it could be like in the indefinite developmental hell of giving a yes no answer to a yes no question, I suppose.
Sure. And it'll constantly update and change based on whatever makes it money.
Hmm.
But it's like, I mean, think about the origins of YouTube, where it was just a platform to put content onto before there was like investors and shit. And think about like, what was it, the first like adpocalypse nonsense, where it was like, okay, all of the money made on YouTube is from ads. If you can't run ads on your videos, you can't make money. Fine, so run ads on my videos. Well, the investors who choose to put their ads on don't want their content on these things. And it's like, okay, so all of these things can't exist on YouTube. Great. So you bent over to the ads to make money, so your content creators suffered. And they did it again. And again. And they keep doing that, where it's like, and now you see more creators that are either bending the knee to like the advertisers, or advertisers making content
Right.
to advertise on. So like imagine like you look at like,
Is there any good advertiser content though?
I don't know, you like late night talk shows and shit. It's
And
garbage.
I'm right. Well, talk shows. Ugh.
Those people like imagine someone like a late show kind of thing. You don't need more fucking money.
Well,
You don't
realistically,
need more fucking views.
realistically speaking, other than Conan O'Brien, Craig Ferguson had an excellent late night show.
Yeah, he did.
Part of the reason he capitalized is because he sort of knew no one is watching, so he just went ham.
Yeah.
And that caught an audience, and that. But Conan O'Brien, I would argue, is like the last of the late night talk. But part of it is because he'd go elsewhere outside the studio.
I mean,
And
it's
that's where
also
the
just
real magic
look at who the fuck they replaced late night people with. You have like Jimmy Fallon, Colbert, and
Countless monkeys in suits.
fucking what was his name? Kimmel.
Yeah.
Which I don't know about you. I remember watching other late night talk show
They're
hosts.
kind of terminally unfunny.
It's not even just unfunny. Those other dudes had opinions and takes on things.
Right.
Watching those three do anything,
And a good writer's room behind them. Like
Sure, but-
lest we forget.
when they did their own ad libbing and made jokes, they were very aware and they didn't really like lean to a lot of things. It depended on the topic. Watching Fallon or Kimmel or Colbert is like watching whatever the station they're on
Mhm.
speak through them.
Right.
You know what I mean? They don't have opinions. They laugh awkwardly and they make reference to the thing in the news, and then they have opinion that is, leaning towards the normal opinion that the station they're on would agree with.
Really?
It's kind of, I mean, like, watch fucking.
Well, I mean, he's not wrong. He's
Go-
not wrong. I'm just trying to. I mean,
There are other fucking people that are like, even the news does it now, where it's like they have
However-
to lean into what their audience wants them to say.
it is a good
Imagine
point.
if Colbert sat down and it was like, we're talking about vaccinations, and Stephen Colbert was like, nah, fuck 'em.
No.
I don't like them.
Oh no. Then he would not wake up 48 hours afterwards.
see
Are
what I
you kidding
mean?
me?
Like,
Listen.
he can't, even if he actually believes that, he can't
I've
say
always felt that like CBS, NBC, Fox, they have their own framework of there are record labels and like movie studios,
Yeah.
and then like brands of junk food, and then all these things that are self-perpetuating, self-referencing, self-shilling cycles, in where the artist of a music label owned by CBS will be on the late night talk show of the guy who's
Yes.
hosting on CBS, and the commercials will be, let's say in this example, I'm probably wrong,
the
but that's
companies
like
that they work
Nabisco,
with. Yeah.
and it'll be like Nabisco, right?
Because they all work together. Yes.
Anyone can put that together if you just take a step back, which is not difficult, but it's not something everyone can do.
It's also
And
something
I'm not
that
trying to be mean.
no, it's also
but-
something that people don't notice happening.
And then you take so then you take that TV programming like
Yeah.
framework, and then you throw it to something like Instagram, Twitter. Oh, just
No, it happens everywhere.
jeez Louise.
It's the echo
Oh,
chambers. but,
that's
like,
something I would like to ask Mr. Boyer Esquire.
What?
If he's ever had any cases where social media was involved.
Yeah, all right, go for
Alright.
it.
Does social media end up in court of law? How often does that happen?
I'm sure it has to, depending on the case. It's just, I mean, imagine all those people from like the January 6th thing who tried to like slink away from it, and it was like, and then here's you taking a picture. You were there, like you took the evidence for us.
And there's the guy with the podium waving
Like
over there.
I wasn't there. What about this picture that you? It's on your Twitter of you being like, LOL, inside the Capitol building, just pissed on a desk
Because you can and you will. Ugh.
because you're a moron.
Ay, 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 ay.
Yeah, I'm sure. Are you kidding me? Social media definitely comes up. It's how like imagine like someone getting a picture sent to them on Instagram, like nudes, and then it's like, yeah, so you
Unsolicited.
yeah, or even like, hey, yeah, so those pictures that she sent you, they were from when she was 16, right? But I met her when she was 19. Yeah, but she held on to all those old ass pictures because she looked better 3 years ago when she sent them to you. Those are pictures of a minor.
That's grim and dark.
It happens.
Yeah.
I remember reading about that shit. Some dude got clipped because of that. He's a sex offender because the girl he was seeing legally and with consent sent him pictures from when she was a minor.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you see,
So lesson: don't hold on to your pictures of you being a minor naked if you have those
One-
for some reason.
some
Fuck is wrong
speculate.
with you?
Some speculate that the origins of law are when there were people in the desert trying to summon jinns and demons and devils, and to have exact particular language and when doing these things. Because, for example, like take Doctor Doom. So Doctor Doom summons Pazuzu, and Pazuzu is like, "All right, everyone's getting it. Who summoned me? What's going on?" And Doctor Doom is all, "Hey, if you take care of these, like, the Fantastic Four, this plane of existence is yours." And he was like, "Well, like, who are you?" And he was like, "I'm Doom. I want out. I don't. I'm just, I'm the strongest one there is." So Pazuzu's all like, "All right, give me your word. You're not gonna do anything to me." And he goes, "Doom gives you his word. He's not gonna do anything to you." So Pazuzu, like, just wipes the floor with the Fantastic Four, brings it back to Doctor Doom. So Doctor Doom is like, "Get him, boys." And then, like, countless Doombots show up. And he's like, "What the fuck you said?" And he was like, "Yeah, like, I said I wouldn't do it.
I'm not doing shit. Yeah. I didn't do shit.
So,
I haven't touched you.
remember, when you're dealing with jinns, demons, or a court of law, you have to make sure you have to be very precise in exactly the language that you use.
Your words matter.
Because remember, ladies and jerks, words mean things.
Yeah, the phrasing, the order in which they are structured together, how little and how much you say, which I think is why it's very a keen observation to be like, say less, stop talking, shut up. Like when you're in a situation where your words can be used against you, shut the fuck up.
Well, it should be noted that it is often stated that anything you say can and will be used against you. Notice it is never can and will be used for you. That is a world of difference, but can and will be used against you.
I would imagine that might depend on the lawyer. Also, how many people do you know that when being arrested, right, whether or not they need to be arrested, because whatever, we're not going to talk about were they innocent or guilty. How many people, when being arrested, default into intelligent, well thought out opinions and structuring how innocent they are with facts and details? Or do they go into cry and shut the fuck up mode or start yelling nonsense? You know what I mean?
That's something you should ask our guest.
I'm just saying, you've seen people get arrested. You've probably been arrested. How often do they start structuring like a well thought out argument as to why the cop is making a mistake? You know what I mean? Like enough where the cop's like, fuck, maybe he's right. Or do they just start talking shit?
Right.
So when they say like it'll be used
There's
against
a world of difference, ladies and jerks.
it's because you're not defending yourself. You are making the situation worse. You are yelling at a cop. You are cursing at them. You are like cursing them.
And it is often in like the highlight reels of like either not just hood knockout videos, but like often you will see like resisting arrest.
Yeah.
You'll see things like, "Why would you run from the police?"
Well, yeah,
like-
that's the thing though. Like, listen, the cops caught you. They have you. They're near you. They're within your vicinity. Like,
And the unsung hero in each and every single one of these montages of videos you could find weekly updated, even on places like YouTube, the cameraman.
but the point is, like, once they got you, there's not a whole lot you can do.
Right.
they're within all of their legal power to just be like, I'm gonna fucking detain the shit out of you, regardless. Like, at this point, you're in the presence of a police officer, and they have the bare minimum required to be like, you're coming with me. Everything you do from this point forward is only a net negative until there is a lawyer or a judge present to be like, nah, they were wrong. And then depending on the legal team and the counsel that you have, then we can talk about whether or not those cops get something on them.
I am curious exactly how this holds up to the, I mean, I don't want to say transcript of the court ordeal of this thing, but like these things happen.
Listen, if a cop is near you, holding you, cuffing you, it doesn't matter what stage of dealing with the police you're in.
No,
There is a cop present,
but what if?
and you're in question.
Okay, is this in like broad daylight?
It doesn't matter what time. It does
No.
not matter.
Is this happening during a riot? What is? No.
Everything that
Because-
you do to bust a cop's balls is grounds to go to prison.
How?
From the littlest thing of being like, bro, I'm not talking to you. And it's like,
Because I'm trying to figure out where it is he's coming from, ladies and jerks. You see?
just that they have way too much power. So all these people who are like, I'm going to yell at them, I'm going to mouth off, I'm going to start saying my rights. Like, all you are doing is giving them a reason to go, I don't like how you're not respecting the fact that I can disrespect you legally.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to keep disrespecting you. In fact, I'm going to double down because you're trying to be like, what's up?
And disrespect you even harder.
What's up, cop? What's up, cop? And they're like, you do realize that at any point I can be like, they're resisting. I'm doing nothing. Yeah? You want to spend a night in jail? Because you know what's going to happen?
Exactly how much paperwork does he want to do that evening?
You end up spending the night in the jail cell. A judge goes, yeah, no, it doesn't matter. Like, you didn't need to spend that night in jail. You didn't do anything wrong. Get out of my room. And then the cop is like, my bad.
Oops.
And you know what? They're on the clock while they're sitting there in the courtroom, and you're like you're sitting in a cell with a guy who may have just stabbed his wife, and like a dude who's tweaking out on like crystal, because you were like, "Fuck you, pig," and the cop was like, "Bet, just shut the fuck up."
Meanwhile, in local bookings,
Or have an actual like intellectual opinion, defend yourself properly, and don't make an ass of yourself.
I would like to.
So my point is, how many people do you know that when a cop shows up and is like, all right, listen, here's the thing. There are 20 different branching paths in this dialogue option, and like 19 of the 20 of them lead to you being in handcuffs.
What Morrowind path of dialogue are we taking here?
And like there are ways to get out of those paths and back to the first one where you don't end up in handcuffs, but you got to play it smart. You know what I mean? Like there's a level of lip you can give them before they're just like, and I'm cuffing you. But how many people do you know that see a cop and they're like, all right, how do I like deal with this person in a way that doesn't get me arrested? Because most people are just like, it's a cop, I'm ready to go. Like for me, I'm just like, oh shit, what's up? Cops are here, great. I'm gonna play the game of like, I love cops. Let's see, they're allies right now. Why? Because they have a gun and a badge. And if I play my cards right, whoever the other person is, even if I'm in the wrong, your ass can go to jail.
This is true.
Because you start giving them lip.
From sea to shining sea, ladies and jerks.
You know what I'm saying? Like, especially if you're in an altercation with two people, boy, let that person be stupid, and then just be like, "Do you see what I'm dealing with?" Oh no! Just move the target away from you. So
This is not legal advice.
No.
Even though Monoxus Esquire represents me on internet court,
I once got.
that is different from meat space, ladies and jerks.
I-
Let the record state.
We went to a concert once. We drove home, so we had a designated driver, and her and I got shit faced. She was supposed to stay sober, and I had a bottle of whiskey in my bag, and we ended up sitting in her car, getting drunk and like fooling around a little bit. Point is, end of the night comes, everyone's drunk, no one is in the position to drive. I'm the least drunk at this point because I stopped drinking earlier in the night, and I'm like, fuck it, I'm driving home, because like one dude was passing out and he had to get dropped off, and her and I were going back home together, and I was like, I don't care if we go to your place or mine, but like, we're not leaving your car in Manhattan. We have to get back to fucking Queens.
Right.
She lived in Brooklyn. I was in Queens. She was like, let's go to Queens. It's closer. We can drop this drunk dude off. But she was shit-faced too, right? So we're driving. I'm driving, mind you. And she's trash in the driver's seat. Dude's passing out in the fucking backseat of the car. And we get pulled over. And to be fair, in my defense,
Allegedly.
she had told me before, like I'm getting, like earlier that day, when we were driving, I was like, why are your fucking lights on? She's like, oh, the lights are fucked up. Like, they're just on
In broad daylight.
in broad daylight. I'm like, oh, that's not good. And she would have to like just turn them like flat. It was like all for high beams. There was no in between. So I was trying to just not high beam people the whole way home. So I was like, I'm just turning them off. Cops pull us over, and he's like, your lights are off. And I'm sitting there being like, so I wasn't swerving. I wasn't driving erratically. You know what I mean? Whatever. But he pulls us over. He's bullshitting with me. She starts going off on him. Super like, fuck you, whatever, like, blah, blah, whatever. You know, anti-cop bullshit.
Right.
He looks in the back, sees the homie, like, he's like, so yeah, the car. So he pulls me out. We go around the back. He's like, you know, ID, whatever. He's like, this your car? I'm like, no, it's her car. He's like, oh, fuck. I'm like, it's her car. Here's my license. I can get you, like, the paperwork in the glove box, but, like, I gotta go over her. He's like, no, you're good. And he's like, bro, I can smell, the liquor on you. And I was like, no, I was drinking today. 100%. And he was like, all right. I'm like, he's like, how about now? I'm like, do I seem like I'm shit-faced? He's like, no. Like, but you could just be chill. I'm like, yeah, but do you see what I'm dealing with? Mind you, she's still yelling, but, like, she's in the car.
Mind you, this was before body cams. Like, disclaimer. Before you start making assumptions about things, this was before body cams.
He may have had one. The point is, like, we're now, like, I'm not in cuffs. He's sitting on the hood of his car. I'm sitting on the back of this car while he's looking at my shit and being like, all right, so I smelled booze on you, whatever. Like, I know you've been drinking. He's like, so what's up? I explained. She was designated driver. She got trashed. Like, she drank too much, clearly. And then my homie passed out, and I was like, I'm not leaving you in the city. And I was like, I'm the best to drive because she's not driving. You're not driving. So I'm driving. He's like, all right, well, you were driving fine. The lights are off. I'm like, oh, yeah, the lights are fucked. He's like, what? And I'm like, do you want I can show you? Like, the lights are actually busted. It's high beams or no lights. And he's like, I only pulled you over because of the lights. He's like, and I really don't want to go back to the front of that car. I'm like, yeah, she's kind of a bitch. I liked her. We were, like, hooking up. She was actually really sweet. But I was like, she's kind of a bitch, and he's a fucking mess. He's going to throw up in the back of that car. And the cop's like, I just don't want to deal with them. So I moved it over. I was like, look at what I'm dealing with. And he was just like, listen, you seem good. I don't want to deal with her again. Here's your license. Where do you live? He's like, I have your address. He's like, get the fuck home. He's like, I don't want you dropping him off. I don't care where he lives. He was like, you're in your neighborhood. Go home. And I was like, fair enough.
Oh,
all I had to do. All I had to do was like,
ladies and jerks, the all
down the
cops are
window.
bastards crowd. No, I wouldn't say so.
Roll down the window and be like, how you doing, officer? Fuck you. I'm sorry. She's a little drunk. Fuck you, dude. And I'm like, please shut up. You know what I mean? Like, but, and then he's like, get out of the car. And then I just say, like, yeah, she's a bitch and she hates cops. And like, I don't know you.
Oh, boy.
So, like, I moved the sights onto the person that he was not enjoying. He power tripped and was talking mad shit. And I was like, yep, yeah, no, 100%. Because what does it fucking matter? He's running his mouth about the two idiots in the car. And I played ball and was like, yeah, man, they suck.
Well,
get out of here. Cool. Mind you, like, I was still drunk. But, like, the point is,
I'm neither confirming nor denying these alleged things to have happened, but it should be noted that not all cops are bastards. All right? Like, it's a very...
And if you can move the sights off of you...
Just play ball.
And if you can move the sights away from you... Like, I had a friend recently who got into a scuffle with some bitch, and people ended up getting pepper sprayed, and then the cop showed up, and the bitch who pulled out the pepper spray should have been 100% in the wrong, because, like, she was the one who started mouthing off, she's the one who swung first, she pulled the pepper spray out, right?
Where the hell did this happen?
I'm not giving details.
Okay,
but the point is...
Wait, was it a melee, an argument?
It was all of that. But the problem is, when the cop showed up, it turned into, like, okay, everyone separate, I need the story. And the person who could have been like, that bitch ran her mouth, that bitch took shots, that bitch pepper sprayed, you know what she did? She got tough with the cop. Because they don't like cops. And then the cop went, no, I can't get a pin on this, so guess what? You're all going to jail. Everyone's coming with me because none of you want to be like, thank God, the police.
No matter what.
Someone has to go, thank God the police are here, and play ball. Especially if you're in the right.
Ladies and jerks.
Especially.
So you see, first impressions count,
or
ladies and jerks.
Or everyone can go to jail.
First impressions are ridiculously important. Listen, don't let anyone tell you otherwise. It's very true.
So, I'm just... And the ACAB can't get two shits about. My point is that people with egos, cops are not. Like, It doesn't have to be cops. Look at check marks on Twitter. People who are big on what they say and
Right.
believe themselves to be true, the easiest way to like work around them is to just be like, "Oh, you're doing a good job."
There.
Yeah, and then keep going. It also disarms them because you can be like, "That's a really sweet and nice opinion. Here's things that are against what you just said, but good job." And they're like, oh, "Okay."
I
Versus like, "Fuck you, bro. You're wrong, and here's why." They're just gonna be like, "Troll." You can't open with that shit.
ever so gently coming in from the distance. All right.
You can't just be like, "You're
That's
a
the
fucking,
Monoxus
you're a
strat.
wrong, stupid moron, asshole." You got like, because then they're gonna troll, dick. Look at this guy. You know what I mean? Like, disarm them.
Well, eventually.
"Hey, how are you, friend? I'm doing well. You're also stupid. What? Nothing. Friend? Moron?"
You see, ladies and jerks, because Monoxus is much more patient than the average bear or the average non-picnic Yosemite Sam Park of Wyoming, and where he's fucking sprawling out of here and the fucking demi-plane of salt.
I
Listen,
prefer wolf, but I'll take bear, I guess.
all right. So this guy who's shacking up with fucking druids and rangers on the regular, evidently, takes the form wolf. All right.
I like wolves. It has nothing to do with taking form. But like, if I'm gonna take a wild animal, wolves are pretty sweet,
You're not wrong. I mean, they're kind of iconic.
pretty solid.
Well, I mean, they exist in most of the West. It's funny, wolves don't exist in the Middle East, right?
Don't they?
And instead of wolves in
I don't know.
Africa, they have like jackals and hyenas and lions and shit like that.
I mean, those are also. They'll be more badass. But I also like. I don't want to
In
be.
the absence of wolves, you have badasses.
I mean, that's the like. Now that we're on the fucking wolf versus jaguar conversation, I guess this isn't planned.
Oh no! If you're gonna put fucking dogs up against fucking, you don't have. Okay, listen. Ladies and jerks, you know what I'd like to see one of these days? Animal baiting can make a comeback in the 2020s, so we could just put like 10 pit bulls against like a rhino. See what happens.
Oh no, we're never gonna. I mean,
And we could fucking
my
have
money's on the
ads.
rhino.
Really?
In that case,
Okay, then how about like 40 pit bulls?
pit bulls.
Okay, then how about like 20 pit bulls?
Actually, I don't know. Pit bulls have a pretty strong bite. They could probably get through that rhino, right? But that rhino's gonna be hard to take down.
Right, but the rhino's gonna have difficulty with like 11
Trained pit bulls or just like rando pit bulls?
Oh, this is an excellent question.
Like bred for killing?
I'd say a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
Bred for killing, that's different because they're gonna go for the throat.
No, but what's gonna stop the bred for killing for just turning on the ones that are, you know what I mean? Like because
That's also fair.
it-
I actually, so we can get back
no,
to
this is terrible.
I have a question,
Mhm.
and like, chat, feel free to chime in on this one too. So like, all right, large cats stalk their prey, right?
Yes.
So like, big cat in a tree stalks its prey, jumps on it from behind, destroys it, right? Wolves don't stalk you from like a distance. Wolves will straight up like go around you and be like, "Yo, what's up? There are wolves here," but there's mad of them. So my question is, what do you think is the more pussy play? To sneak around and get someone with a sucker punch bite from behind, or to jump them with like 8 wolves? Who's the more of a bitch animal?
Well,
The dudes who jump you, or the dudes who sneak up on you and
is there
stab you?
is there a coward in the jungle? All
Well,
right.
we're talking about like animals attacking
Right.
humans.
Second of all,
This also can like lead into like what's the bigger bitch move? Stabbing someone from behind or jumping them? With
ladies
multiple
and
axes?
jerks. Second of all, this has been a time-honored tradition. Even
Thank you,
before
low thing. I mean, like I was gonna say, I
Listen.
think cats are more pussy, but
even before 9/11, there were Japanese bug fights being broadcasted from Japan,
Yeah,
where
but
they
no
would
one
have like
respects bugs'
praying
rights.
mantis versus like. All right,
there's
So-
animal rights. There's no insect rights.
because people who care about animal rights only care about adorable and delicious animals.
That's fair.
All right.
They also
So,
only care about things that don't make them like scream.
however, I believe we can okay, because
Like I don't hear animal rights activists
We
talking
can
about
have-
holding on to the vermin. You know what I mean? You don't see animal rights activists being like, the rats need to stay on the streets. They're like, ew, rats.
listen.
They love kitties and doggies.
Until we outlaw pit bulls, they're going to be a constant menace in our presence in society. Hey, isn't it strange how like even though pit bulls are 13% of the dog population, they commit 50% of all of the bites and morbid fatalities?
No, it makes sense. It's bred into them.
It just these things
It's
happen.
in their genes.
So why not just have like 20 of them on like how about like 3 bears and 20 pit bulls?
Bears.
All right, 3 bears, 30 pit bulls.
Bears.
Really?
Yes.
You sure about that?
I mean, I'm not
Are
sure.
the bears even prone to teamwork? What do we? No, 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 no.
I'm
no.
not sure on
What kind of bears are we talking about?
same logic are the pit bulls.
No, but what's stopping the bears from turning on one another? Well, no, but pit bulls will turn on one another. So
Bears
okay,
might
so-
not. Bears like pit bulls probably will.
Yeah. All right.
Here's the thing.
Damn.
I'm not sure about this, but I'm just like split decision. If I had to put like you're putting your life savings on one of these like camps,
Mhm.
and you were like 3 bears, 30 pit bulls, I think those bears can take those pit bulls. Those are fucking bears. Like one, not even a swipe, one charging like slam into that dog, it's dead. Let alone biting and clawing.
Okay.
Just the sheer weight of a bear could take out, like, if a bear landed on a couple of pit bulls, they're dead.
If it bit a
If
pit
it bit,
bull,
no, if they're bit,
oh
they're done.
boy. Okay.
But the weight of that bear alone can just crush those dogs. So if a bunch of those pit bulls are on the bear and the bear's having a hard time, bears don't have a problem like falling into shit and like trying to like
and
and
stop dropping
yeah,
and rolling.
they're just gonna crush them.
Okay.
It's like, well, I'm sorry, you're gonna head like a bear?
Ooh.
Fuck out of here.
Okay.
What are you gonna
so
do? Bite onto it and hold on while that thick hide is just like, bitch.
to whatever it can grab.
Yeah.
Right.
Those jaws are really powerful against other dogs and squishy humans, but thick-hided bears, those bears are gonna fuck them up.
Okay. So 30 pit bulls, 3 bears. You're still betting on bears.
Yes.
Mm.
Mountain lions.
All right, ladies and
versus
jerks.
Pit bull fucking annihilates it. Mountain lion pit bull would be an actual fun fight to watch.
Mountain lion versus pit bull. No, but it would have to be like king of the bench pressing squat rack pit bulls
I was
that
gonna
is
say-
like a continuous record streak
If I'm thinking
where
of
like
pit bull,
it has experience.
I'm thinking
You know,
like
it's
trained
probably
pit bull.
fought like a lynx and
Actually, no,
you know in the basement of some Colombian ex-cartel member who
I
lives
don't
in
think you
Jackson
have to use
Heights.
trained ones, but I like you cannot use a like if you're gonna use
Allegedly.
like don't use domesticated pit bulls,
Mm.
just like wild. You know what I mean? Like because there are pit bulls that are like bred and then not trained,
Right.
and then their natural instinct is just like hunt and kill. So those pit bulls versus wild mountain lions, they're a fight. Because you train that dog to kill and put it up against something of equal size, it's
But-
just gonna go for the throat.
Okay, but lions hunt in packs, right?
But we're talking one-on-one in that case.
Oh,
You know
right,
what
but
I'm saying?
one-on-one. Oh, that's right, because we're entering the man versus nature road to victory 1v1 Kumite.
What's going on, Joe Bro? Kieran the Piper, hello. It takes a Kavkaz Ovcharka to take out a bear. 2 to 3 times greater than a pit bull. Okay, so we have a general like 2 to 3. Okay, a bear can take on a couple of pit bulls easily.
Joe Bro, buenas noches. Thanks for chiming on in. So, realistically speaking, okay, so Monoxus is holding the threshold at 3 bears, 30 pit bulls.
I'm just saying like a 10 to 1. I would still lean into bears.
Really? Okay, so, no. If you're breaking it down with as little teamwork as possible, because we have to take into consideration what is stopping the pit bulls. Like, okay, so let's say we have like the bear, okay, like a sawdust pit.
Yes.
All right.
Here's my
And
logic.
the bears
though, as
on
well.
one side,
I am
10 pit bulls on another. What is stopping before the gates rise and they're kind of prodded out? What's stopping one pit bull from just like, yeah, you're smaller than me?
Oh no, those pit bulls are definitely gonna maim each other.
Hmm.
That's the negative of the pit bulls. They're more than welcome to attack each other. I'm not gonna give bears too much credit because they're also territorial. But we're talking about like we're throwing 3 bears into an arena with a bunch of pit bulls. Them bears are gonna be like those pit bulls are gonna just start charging and going nuts. Or the bears are. I mean, I've watched a couple of like bears showing like going off against things.
Mhm.
Bears aren't these like they run in and go for like bears are tempered. They're like, all right, are you a threat? Like, should I be careful of you? Like, they're not.
Right.
They're kind of cautious
Do you
animals.
think the bears will sync up like killer whales and be like, we have to fucking
I
like...
think the bears would sit there and be like, what's happening? And
Mhm.
as the pit bulls are going into like pit bull rage, the bears are gonna be like, oh, like okay, like you know what I mean? As they're because the pit bulls are gonna run in,
Mhm.
whether against each other or the bears, or the bears will kind of
They're
have that,
just gonna run in.
that moment of like, what's happened? Oh, and then now and maybe yeah, and then the bears might kill each other afterwards.
One gets bloodlust and turns on the other bear.
But I'm pretty sure the bears are gonna have a good fucking time putting those pit bulls down.
Damn. All right.
And I don't think pit bulls are strong enough to take bears.
Well, a 10-to-1 ratio is still in the favor of bear as per Monoxus.
If
I'm
I
curious.
had to put money on it.
All right.
But I could be wrong.
Okay.
Pit bulls are pretty dangerous. As per the crime statistics for pit bulls.
I mean, perhaps I am biased for years of playing Dwarf Fortress, but every once in a blue moon,
Thank you, Nuclear.
nuclear family. All right.
What's the most badass dog breed that doesn't cross
Thank
over
you
to
for
dog wolf hybrid?
Rottweiler? No.
I are German Shepherds wolf bred? Because my two favorite dog breeds are German Shepherds and Rottweilers. So for me, it's those
Nuclear
two.
family, gracias por mirando aquí hoy noche.
How many?
En el estudio de 718 TV.
I'm
Él se
sorry.
llama Monoxus, me
You say
llamo
that?
Stained Hands.
What do you say?
How many Borzois would it take to take down a gorilla? Oh, that's a breed of dog.
Is it?
Yes.
I've never. Do I know what this looks like?
It's wild, and
It's a wild dog.
no, it is wild. That is a dog. I urge you to look it up.
Borzoi. I just wonder if I've seen it. Oh, those. How many of those to take down a gorilla?
What, like 80? 80 of them?
I
No,
just-
but they would have to be. But they would
I
have
don't
to be
know,
like
man.
bloodthirsty, trained no.
Are those
What-
dogs vicious at all?
Right, because what is stopping? Like, okay, you open the gates and like the portcullis. Okay, gorilla. All right, and then you just have like 40 nervous borzois. Like, what's going on? And then 40 other borzois. Like, what's over there? And then like only like realistically speaking,
Really?
20 borzois would want to go for
I don't
the
know
throat
shit about
of this pretend man not in clothing that is now like
Although
bewildered what these things are.
I now have this mental image of a gorilla beating dogs to death with the corpses of other dogs.
Yes,
Like
swinging them
clubs.
by the legs.
Yeah, and just like taking down waves of dog with another dead dog as like a mallet.
And just backhanding things in midair that are eventually the borzois like they get wise and they just in midair no.
Yeah, like I don't know. I don't know.
They've got hands for feet. It's ridiculous. Who knows what
No.
happens on the ground game?
Mastiffs, Tibetan Mastiffs are awesome. They're massive. They can be trained for violence. I just don't think they're traditionally trained for violence. They can be though.
Right.
So you could probably make, and they're fucking big. Tibetan Mastiffs are massive. They got the weight for them. I don't know how good they are bite wise. Like
Right.
I think pit bulls get that extra edge because they have that lockjaw bullshit, and they're basically pure muscle.
Well, because they're bred for that.
They're bred for violence. Yeah. I'm just saying that's why they're like the go-to like, and then you throw a violent animal.
But then
on.
what about like a Saint Bernard?
They could. I mean, they could.
They're
throw you down.
ginormous.
Yeah, but they're not bred for violence. They could be. I think any animal can be bred for violence if you treat it the right way or the wrong way, however you want to phrase that. I don't know. But some excel at it.
Touche. Right,
I mean,
right.
Some excel at violence. Hello, Thupa.
Thupa, buenas noches.
Also,
Gracias
Joe,
por
I'm
mirando
glad
aquí.
that your 5-year-old pit bull has only mauled 3 people. That's pretty good for pit bulls.
I remember there was an NPR
I also
piece
just love
by-
people who are like, I love pit bulls. It's like, I get that you can like how they look.
there was
You
a
can't deny the fact that they're violent.
I
Like,
believe
it's fine to have one and enjoy them,
No.
but also understand that don't put it near small children or other animals if it's not fed.
I would like to build on what Monoxus is saying right now.
Like that's it.
On NPR, Ira Glass had a piece where like he adopted like a pit bull.
Yeah.
And he had to feed the pit bull a really weird diet of a myriad of other kinds of animals so the serotonin levels would make him be pleasant and happy instead of seeing things as a threat or whatever. The point is it's a fucking pit bull, and Ira Glass fed it like ostrich meat, snake meat, all these different things, hoping it would be satiated and be like this pleasant pet instead of this unstoppable killing lockjaw biting machine. And the pit bull ended up still attacking like not a kid,
I mean,
maybe a kid,
Here's the thing,
but
too.
the pit bull attacked somebody. And what more do why do Chomsky hunks like? Why do they look at this like
Come on,
superior killing machine?
Do you really need to answer that? What else? What? How many
I'm
other?
asking chat.
How
I'm
many
asking
other
chat.
times do Chomsky honks look at something that it's like this thing is clearly violent and dangerous? We have to protect it. It's kind of their default of like this thing is bad. No, it's not. It's redeemable. I can save it. You know what I mean? I can save it. Here's my thing with pit bulls, though. Pit bulls can be bred and raised so they're less aggressive.
Mm.
The problem is that for a long time now, because of how good they are as fight animals, the vast majority of breeding for them is for that purpose.
Right.
So even if you end up with a pit bull baby,
Hmm.
you don't know where it came from. You don't know how far into its lineage is like the fight dogs. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because they're probably in there somewhere.
And here we have Clementine, who is 14-1 in the pit bull kumite.
Yeah, like, but that's the thing. So you can get, you don't know
That dog's
who's
mother.
raising that dog.
That dog's mother was a champion, like pit bull, like gladiator.
I'm sure you could take a bunch of like domesticated.
14-1 is an excellent record for a pit bull in the 1v1 sawdust pit arena, ladies and jerks.
Yeah, I mean, technically the one is where it ended.
I mean, oh no, it just, I mean, like, you'd be surprised what a pit bull could take.
Just saying. My point is, you could take those domesticated house.
Just let it
pit
like
bulls,
pant there for like 2 days, and it
And-
gets back up.
You could breed those houses.
As long as you don't redacted it.
You could breed out that fight instinct. It's just going to take generations of pit bull.
Says the man in the bathrobe, ladies and jerks.
Generations of them. We're talking about taking house-bred, domesticated pit bulls, breeding them to the point where they're, raised around people and taught to not do that, and fed different diets, and then breeding them again, and repeat, and again, and repeat, and again, and repeat, and again, and then eventually you'll have a line of pit bull that has been softened and weakened, and not bred from fight pits.
Right.
But if you take a male and a female, and it's like, where's that male come from? Oh, well, his parents were both, like, fighters. He was never raised for fighting. Don't matter. It's in there.
Oh no.
It's in there.
I hope the bear lion thing isn't gonna do the bear lion thing.
Yeah. So, like, it could be done. It's just that a lot of pit bulls now that you see are somewhere in their family tree. It's like, and then there's a couple of fight dogs who we rescued and saved from fighting, and then bred their violent genes into
Okay,
babies.
then how about, okay, so in terms of the animal baiting multiverse that we would like to entertain here at twitch.tv/Monoxus.
Oh, 50-foot Black Widow versus 50-foot Emperor Scorpion.
On top of,
I would kill for giant insect fights.
oh my god, that is like the fucking kaijus of the insect world, and that would be lovely. On top of 10 pit bulls versus a bear, all right?
Sure.
I would like to see things like, all right, what if there were people who trained to fight against animals, and they could like equip up to a certain point,
Like,
and it's
gear
up,
Yeah.
right? So like, because imagine, let's say a guy in chainmail, all right,
Yeah.
with
No weapons, though, right?
no, with weapons.
Oh, they get weapons?
Yes.
That's kind of cheap.
No, but like, do you think a man in chainmail, helmet, so he's got a face guard,
Sure.
shield and sword, and maybe like a couple of daggers or something, all right?
Well trained, I assume.
3 pit bulls.
Yeah.
You think he could do it?
No questions.
You think? All right.
Yeah.
Chat. Do you think a
Yes.
gentleman in
That
chainmail
dude will
and a
fuck
helmet?
those dogs up.
You don't. You really?
Mhm.
We haven't even gotten to the side. What if he's a small dude?
Daggers alone. I'm sorry, he's wearing armor, and those dogs get on him, and like pit bulls are stupid and do the whole like.
Oh no, they're gonna get through the armor eventually. You don't understand that they're
Right,
gonna
but like pit bulls are dumb that they lock on,
And who's to say they can't lock on and dislocate some shit
and
over
while you're on,
over the chain?
and I have dagger. All right,
Right,
next.
but what's stopping the 2 other pit bulls from just going at your face?
That helmet.
What if they get the helmet off?
This is also assuming that they have me down, and you're not like, oh, there's pit bulls, sword and shield. Like sword
Now,
shield
hang
and
on.
chainmail is pretty OP.
Chainmail and give him 1 dagger, different story. Ooh, okay, that is like the gladiator circle.
It's the fact
Where-
that you gave him a sword and shield to open. Like when you were like chainmail and a helmet, I'm like, a dude in a chainmail and helmet fighting dogs.
Mhm.
All right, that's interesting, because now he's weighed down and has to actually have like combat prowess to
Oh,
like.
but then in that case, a dude in chainmail and a helmet, he would have to be like an expertise in grappling,
He
striking,
had to break
ground
down dogs'
game.
necks, yeah.
No, he would have to fucking know how to BJJ his way.
Yeah,
out
and that
of
would be a
different
fun
things.
fight.
Okay,
A
fine,
sword and
fine.
shield, it's like dog, bung, ha, bung.
Even and you know what, low thing. All right, listen, 1 dagger, that is a world of difference. But
Yeah,
opening up,
Weapons alone make it like you keep in
but
mind.
not everyone is trained in a kite shield and a fucking broadsword.
But let's just take historically speaking.
What about the people who are trained in a kite
let's
shield
just-
and a broadsword?
Let's just look at humanity from like a historic.
I know. Listen, I know there are at least like 6 people in Scotland who know what to do with a claymore. Put them against like fucking like 4 pit bulls. See what happens. What would you need to see a Scottish Highlander with a claymore? Like, where do you draw the line with pit bulls?
Look, all I'm saying is humans have only come so far,
Mhm.
and this is just based on what we can assume off of humanity growing. Humans went, yo, I can light things on fire now. That was a huge turning point. Humans started being like, ugh. And then you went, and I'm like, and we agreed that is this.
Mm-hmm.
So fire, language, and then one day a human was like, oh shit, that thing is charging at me. What do I do? And then it picked up a pointy stick and went like this, and the thing was dead. It was like,
Because it ran onto the pointy stick.
you give humans pointy sticks, boy.
Everything changes.
Shit changes real quick.
Sometimes humans point the pointy stick at the soil. Hilarity ensues. Hilarity ensues. So Americana History X chimes in with, for sure, Shamo Dude's got it covered. All right, well, I would like to ask you, what if he is in SWAT gear? That is what I'd like to know. Where do you draw the line? Exactly what can and what cannot get through a pit bull's bite? No, seriously. Like, that is a good question. Because what if he's wearing full tactical, but if he's got the cutoff finger gloves, and
Yeah.
let's say he's on the floor and he's trying to do some things, what is to stop a pit bull from just going like, fingertips, dum 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 dum.
Oh, of course.
And,
These are all
and then it
fair.
gets like a plus 15 damage bonus because it gets the
Like I
bloodlust.
said,
And then, a face.
a dude in just armor, pit bulls have a chance.
Hmm.
Have a good chance. A dude with weapons, weapons change the game. In fact, I would argue you could take that armor off the dude.
Okay, how about this? How about
The
this?
weapons alone.
Okay, how about this? 100 pit bulls and a guy with an MP3, an MP5, and he's only got like 2 clips of ammo. That's it,
How
and
much-
nothing else.
How much
I don't
ammo?
know. And a
I
knife.
don't-
And a knife.
I don't know how much ammo it
I
is.
don't know. 35 rounds.
That's not enough.
He doesn't have perfect aim.
That's not enough.
He's got a knife.
He's dead.
He's tactical gear,
He's dead.
but he's got a lot of distance.
But he's only got like 70 shots.
All right, he's got a.
Even low things here. Flintlock pistol, 10 lead balls, 10 pit bulls, no armor.
He's got a revolver.
How long does it take to
No.
reload a flintlock pistol is the question.
No. How
Because
about
that's an interesting one, but it depends on, like, I don't know how long a flintlock pistol
Oh,
takes
okay.
to reload.
Okay. MP5, knife, white phosphorus grenade.
How many pit bulls?
Ooh, all right.
How many rounds in the MP5?
70 rounds, 100 pit bulls, white phosphorus grenade, knife.
And white phosphorus is the flame grenade, right?
Tactical gear.
Oh, human.
Sure.
Those pit bulls are gonna. First of all, they're gonna fight each other.
That's all you see. That's always the X factor
And
in
the
this
grenade,
nonsense.
the one grenade, well placed, changes the game.
But you are banking on tactical gear guy making the throw.
All that guy has to do is fire into Pitbull like wave until he's out of ammo, and then whatever's left, you don't need to throw it at them. They're coming to you. And they're dogs. They're stupid. In fact, I would argue you could probably take a grenade, because Pitbulls are dumb as fucking bricks, and throw it at them, and then one of them
I don't
is
know.
gonna pull the fucking like, ah!
I don't know. There was a news story where a guy trained his pit bull to bite and hurl cinder blocks at people who rang the doorbell.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Pit bulls can be trained.
Are we saying that all of these Pitbulls are trained to counter grenade throw?
Okay.
Or are they just
But
fucking
here-
Pitbulls?
The pit bull question will never be. No, listen, because if you were to have half pit bulls and then half trained, domesticated, professional killer pit bulls, then evidently one will turn on the other.
See, hold on. Football's brings
You
up a point here.
You have 50 pit bulls instead of 100. It's
It
not
was
going to be
saying
good.
It's like 2 minutes to reload the flintlock, but they'll get scared by the fire. That's a good point too. If you're firing a machine gun into a wave of pit bulls, you're taking them out. Like, don't get me wrong, they're not the smartest fucking dog in the world, but they're gonna respond to the fact that A, loud machine gun noises, and B, dead pit bulls. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Like, they're trained through fear and violence. If they just see a wave of them get mowed down, that might deter them from going into like running in phase. So just having that advantage of like, ooh, a firearm. You put a bullet in a dog's head, the other dog's gonna be like, oh, shit.
Are you sure about that?
No,
How
but-
sure? No, he is so sure he's
No,
willing to
I'm
bet.
saying Koopa is making a point about that. They will be, not all of them.
Damn it, Thupa, since when did you become the fucking dog whisperer of war crimes and trauma? All right?
Trained pit bulls, but they're wearing dog-sized Nike sneakers. Yes, now why don't we just put the chainmail on the dogs? Dog chainmail.
No. First of all, how would you even suit them up without getting the person killed?
No, I mean like because
no.
Listen, you can still fucking put pit bulls into submission, bro. Not every human that engages them is like you can still tase the shit out of a pit bull
What? And then put chainmail on it?
and then muzzle it and chainmail that boy.
All All right.
You know what the chainmail also does?
Mm.
Deters them from killing each other.
You don't know that.
I'm just saying, it'll be a lot harder to kill each other with chainmail on.
Then they're just gonna go for the face.
Yeah, but the point is we're like helping the pit bulls in this situation.
Why would?
We're making the fight interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's a very interesting way to put it. If you don't let me say.
I'm just at this point we're just spitballing with chat, right?
Okay. No. All right.
Listen, if you give the thing
Right.
size or weapon,
No. Because listen.
I'm going to go with it over the pit bulls.
Because obviously,
Do you know what? You know when pit bulls win fights? When their enemy is smaller and weaker than them. For all the power pit bulls have, you don't hear about pit bulls taking down like I don't know horses.
okay. So hypothetical. All right. Chat, chime in.
You hear
all right?
children, other dogs,
No.
cats.
I'm curious. Because golden retrievers by nature are not a violent species.
Sure.
So you have 10 golden retrievers, 1 pit bull. What do you think happens?
Is the pit bull trained for violence? Actually, scratch that. Doesn't matter. Pit bull kills one of the golden retrievers and starts to eat it. The rest of the fucking golden retrievers run like cowards.
And then one by one, the pit bull hunts him down.
I mean,
I
it's
suppose.
gonna eat one and be bored for a little while, and then it would probably just. I don't think golden retrievers are gonna like.
No, but what if you no? What if? Okay, two portcullises open, and 1 pit bull, 10 golden retrievers. All right.
Are the golden retrievers trained for combat? Like, why are the golden retrievers charging a pit bull?
Let's say a couple of them are chose for combat.
Oh, then never mind. They might actually have a chance.
But they're golden retrievers. They're not pit
That's
bulls.
fine. They'll jump them. Numbers win.
So do you think there would be like maybe a handful of golden retrievers
Sure, yeah.
that would
The
be like?
pit bull would take a couple, but like, I think like it's still fucking wild animals fighting each other, right? Like we're talking about. We're not talking about prissy, domesticated golden retrievers who are going to walk up to the pit bull and try and sniff his butt and lick him and be friendly. We're not talking about those boys. We're talking about, like,
No.
they're fighting. Yeah, 10-1. I'll give them... my money's on the golden retrievers. 10
Really?
10-1? Yeah.
I gotta take Monoxus to that bookie of mine in Vegas.
don't wear
who
him
takes
down.
all the best bets in the world.
Thanks, Restream. We got 100 messages today. That's what's up.
Restream, gracias por tu consideración. Por 100 mensajes allá.
I agree with American
Gracias.
here. The pack mentality of the retrievers will kick in. So, like, yeah, if they're, like, not prissy little sniff the butt, get pets, golden retrievers from, like, at home, because that's what I'm imagining.
Mhm.
I don't know. If they're, like, golden retrievers that have lived on the streets of, like, Brazil for years.
Or like, geez, Louise, you madman.
What? Wild dogs are a thing, bro.
Okay, so
We don't have them because they're always fucking, domesticated and prissy and bullshit.
okay, so send link. I have to send a link to Mr. Boyer. I sent him the Discord. Send the link to what? Twitch, to YouTube. Let us figure this out.
What link does he want? Did he add me on Discord? I don't see an ad on the friends. Does he have a Discord? What's the plan here?
Okay, I will tell him to add you on Discord.
Does he even have a Discord?
This is a very good question. All right, we'll figure this out.
You didn't discuss this at all, did you?
Unfortunately, no. I'm very sorry. I assumed he had a Discord. That's why.
You assumed.
And I made an ass out of you and me. That's what I did.
Well, now you gotta figure this out. This is your problem, not mine.
Okay, we will.
Alright, you're the one with the pages of questions for Lawyer Man.
You take that back. Mr. Boyer's the finest in the business. all
Lawyer
right?
Man. Sure.
No, you called him Lawyer Dude, and you're going to stay with Lawyer Dude. You don't get to call him Lawyer Man after calling him Lawyer Dude. After I informed Lawyer Dude, where you told me, if Lawyer Dude is still on board, inform him. So I did inform Lawyer Dude.
What if I
all right?
just call him Lawyer? The whole time?
I'll ask him.
No, you don't have to. I'm just gonna call him Lawyer. Okay, Lawyer.
You see what I've gotten myself into, ladies and jerks.
That's right. Hey, Maddie. 5 Mexican guys from outside Lowe's. They can choose any weapon versus 50 pit bulls. Any weapon from Lowe's?
I don't know. If all 5 of them choose nail guns and they're homies from back in the way, they could pull some sort of like Last Stand, the Wild Bunch survival mode ordeal where one of them walks away and then like.
I think we got to give that a time limit. This is like the Beast thing all over again.
One would get away if they're all homies, Maddie. That is my answer. If they're 5 strangers, they don't got it. If they're 5 homies, one walks away.
This is
That's your answer.
This is the beast thing all over again, where it's like, how much time do you actually have in the Lowe's to make weaponry and armor? You know what I mean? Like, do you have 10 minutes? You're fucked. Those pitbulls are gonna murder you.
Call him Ace.
If you have like an hour in Lowe's and you can do whatever you want, you might be able to rig some shit.
Well, what if they have propane tanks?
That's what I was gonna say. It's the beast thing all over again.
No, but no, not with pit bulls. These are different than bees.
I'm sorry, an explosive propane tank is still pretty effective.
Okay, like a blowtorch would work really well 1v1 with a pit bull, but like 5 dudes and mad pit bulls and no. I mean, unless they all ramboed up and they had like squad tactics. But again, Maddie, they would have to like have a pre-existing context and squad formation. They would have to be like pre-existing teams. It can't just be 5 strangers. And even in the event, it's 5 homies who go way back in the day. 1 walks out alive.
A shopping cart full of propane tanks, open, thrown out and rolled, and a single Molotov cocktail can take out a lot of pit bulls. How much time do I got?
No, it's until it's over.
Do I have time to fill that cart with propane tanks?
Assume
and make a Molotov?
Oh, no. Now hang on.
You know what I'm saying?
Presumably speaking, all contestants are emerging out of a porta.
Do I have enough time to get wiring and rods and make a little fence?
Oh, okay.
And then strip a fucking plug, take the strip plug and turn it onto all the wiring, and then plug that shit into an outlet and watch as a bunch of stupid ass pit bulls run to an electric fence.
Okay, now we have to set precedent and a time limit. No. Because if Monoxus and his Guatemalan goon squad in front of Home Depot is going to start Viet Conging the pit bulls,
that's what I'm saying.
No, you have to set like a time limit. No. Fine. Each Guat gets 6 hours in Home Depot.
That's too much time. Those dogs are dead.
Are you sure about that?
Those dogs are dead as shit. They have no chance.
All right.
6 hours is enough to build a punji pit. Bro.
Not all of them have the same skill set, though. Not all of them.
But I'm in charge.
Yes.
All right. So 6 hours each. I got punji pits. I got electric fences.
Propane tanks.
I got propane tanks rigged to explode.
Is there barbed wire in Home Depot?
I would hope so. If not, you can make it.
I'm pretty sure you could figure something out with like fertilizer and like a propane
Home
tank
Depot,
and something.
You make bombs of that shit.
No, but not everyone has industrial society and its consequence.
Although he did say
like
Lowe's.
Knowledge.
I don't know if Lowe's has the same as Home Depot.
No. Lowe's is worlds apart from Home Depot. This changes everything.
No, Home Depot and the bees was a very specific instance, and that became like a, how many explosives can I make kind of thing.
True.
Not to mention a flamethrower can be made at a Home Depot, and like the beehives cannot fight a flamethrower. But at Lowe's, I'm pretty sure I can still make a goddamn electric fence. Because again, I just need a conductive wire that won't burn out.
Mr. Boyer had sent you an ad on Discord.
Yep, I sees him.
All right. So, ladies and jerks.
Cool later message me. It's me, the lawyer man.
All right. So, my headset is where?
Over here somewhere.
Okay. Ladies and jerks, we're going to be getting to this very soon. Mr. Boyer will be joining us shortly. Now, in the meantime, I would like to comment that Lowe's is worlds apart from Home Depot. All right.
Yeah.
Let the record state.
That's a whole different mess in itself.
No, but Lowe thing, it depends. Like, is there teamwork involved? Is this a seasoned roster?
Lowe's in what state?
Right.
That makes a difference.
What if it's a red state?
Then it's probably got guns.
Oh no, you don't. Oh, what if they just? Oh no.
You gotta remember. This is Maddie that asked us this, all right? Maddie's from overseas. He doesn't understand that a Lowe's in the U.S., like in Texas, can have guns.
Oh no, but you don't understand. Like Matty Furious comes from the bits where there's some man with a belly with tattoos over his pecs and his arms and his like knuckles, and he's taking down pit bulls with cricket bats in like alleyways where people are screaming at the top of their lungs because he won the upset bet. You don't understand. Matty Furious comes from the land of holding up like a retirement homes for their bingo money because they know they're not gonna fucking snitch on them and they just want to go back to watching their stories. And Matty Furious wants to beat the fucking weird Sunday 8 p.m. rush of traffic that shows up out of nowhere. So if he could pull this off by bingo at like 5:30, 6 o'clock, he's good. So this is good for Mr. Boyer, right?
I have no idea. We're gonna figure this out. This tends to happen from time to time.
All right, Mr. Boyer, hang on.
We have to figure things out. Testing. That looks good. Oh boy.
Dame un minuto. Estoy repostando eso.
Mike is seemingly good. Test. All right. You heard that right?
I could hear you.
All right.
Mr. Boyer, are you there?
He's not here yet. I'm just testing the audio setup. I also want to make sure that the folks in chat end up hearing our friend here.
So hopefully you can hear this riveting discussion that we have with Mr. Michael Boyer.
I believe we're connected, but Mr. Boyer is muted currently. You are muted, sir.
Oh, okay, Mr. Boyer, you're muted. Come on down, unmute.
Bottom left on Discord, there's a little microphone thing. Let's see. Can I get rid of this? Let's get rid of that.
And now we have to figure out further technical difficulties.
There's the unmute.
Hello.
There we go. I can hear you, sir. Chat, can you hear this gentleman? Say hello to chat.
What's up, chat?
There we go.
Mr. Boyer, are you there?
He's there. You hear him?
Indeed, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Thank you for coming on by.
All right. Chat can hear you.
Lawyer dude reporting for duty.
Ace. According to Kool-Aid, Ace.
Buenas noches. Gracias por mirando aquí hoy noche en twitch.tv/Manaxis. Me llamo Stained Haynes. Él se llama Manaxis y estamos aquí con Mr. Michael Boyer. You can
¿Cómo
find...
se dice lawyer dude en español? Abogado qué?
I think you might want to go with abogado muchacho. If you want to be informal, that is my best guess. Although I think you might want to go for abogado greñudo if you are a metalhead, or if you're some sort of long hair, that kind of fella from the town square. It depends. Depends where you're coming from.
All right, we already got a question. This is going to be a no-brainer, I think. Kool-Aid says, is it okay to talk to cops without a lawyer present?
I do it all the time, you know? I mean, it just depends on how much you value your freedom. You could do whatever you want, man.
Exactly how much do you value your freedom? All right, Kool-Aider. So
I think we kind of talked about this a second ago. If you play ball, you're in the clear.
I can neither...
If talking to a cop entails calling them a piece of shit and fucking jabbing at them, don't do that. But if you're like, hey, what's up? I'm the one that called you.
But we're lacking in civility these days, and not everyone knows better.
Very vague questions. I told you I had well now that
ladies and jerks, we'd like to thank you, Mr.
Okay, hold on. Theoretically, this is cool later. If I got caught selling grass at a school and I don't want to go to jail, what should I do first?
I can't even get an intro right without Kool-Aider coming in like the IRA.
Listen, the questions are already coming in.
Ay, right? Dios mío. Mr. Boyer, thank you for joining us. Ladies and jerks, Mr. Michael Boyer, Esquire, is a lawyer at Cutlass Legal, and he is a producer for the Patas podcast. All right. Now, even though we had research and notes and questions to ask him, Twitch is coming in full force through the windows with battering rams, flashbangs, and even feathers to tickle us. So we're all like, tee-hee-hee. And then they sneak in under the basement. So, Michael, thank you for being on the air. Evidently, Kool-Aider really wants to know what should he do first.
Look, I don't know. Theoretically, he said theoretically, if he got caught selling grass at a school, I mean, is that a euphemism for something? You're selling grass?
Is he selling?
I don't get it. What are you selling? Grass?
He's
what kind of, is it Bermuda? Is it fescue? What are we dealing with here?
He's selling that good shit. He's selling the drugs at the school.
What if he's selling?
Kentucky bluegrass. Yeah.
But what if he's a demon and he's selling like synthetic weed?
Well, he didn't say that.
What do you mean weed? Weed.
Yeah.
What kind of school is this? Like a truck driving
That's a
school?
good
Is this
question. See, Kool-Aid,
An
you gotta get
engineer
more.
school?
You gotta get way
Excellent
more
question.
specific.
All right.
This man's a lawyer. He's gonna
All
beat
right.
the hell out of you with details.
Hey, Kool-Aider, you can't slouch. Look at what you've summoned. You've got to respond now, buddy. A school for handicapped children.
How old are the children? Define
Wait,
children.
who said anything about? Oh wow, a school for handicapped children. Where is this school for handicapped children?
It's a good question too.
Now,
Let's assume it's somewhere where it's illegal. Let's not go with a legal state.
so ladies and jerks, we'd like to.
Well, Kool-Aid's technically in Florida.
This is true.
Is it
In
legal in Florida?
fact, Kool-Aider is the 3-time light heavyweight champion of the Florida Man competition. So he is just, I don't know if he's responding and broadcasting from Minecraft world or the alleged universe, but the theoretical plane of existence is where he operates from, like
Jesus.
Doctor Doom.
Do you see the kind of stupid ass questions
Aye,
we're
aye,
coming up
aye.
with?
I
We got-
love this. In theory, if I went to a hospital and asked a granny there very rudely to stand in line instead of cutting through because she needs just a stamp, what would I be charged with, I assume? And does
Yeah.
the size of the sole of my boot I have thusly applied to her matter? Wow.
He's in Russia,
Well
by
done.
the way. That's a
10 out of
Russian.
10. 10 out of 10.
Thupa Thibra is broadcasting out of Russia.
So Koopa is using Russian law, and Kool-Aider is Florida man. In case that helps with any of those answers.
Well, look, Florida man is he's in the shiny city on a hill. So I don't know. I feel like you're just in the clear down there, from what I understand.
All
Do
right.
whatever you want.
All right,
It's
Kool-Aider,
a
there
free
you go.
place.
You're clear. Sell all those drugs to all those handicapped children at the school.
Right.
Have fun, I
yeah.
guess.
Because what can you blame the handicapped child or the dealer if the handicapped child did want something the dealer was offering? Because it's not every day that, like, the Kool-Aid man is sitting in a utility van with no license plate,
I'll
idling
also
outside of
argue
a school for
being-
handicapped children.
Being a handicapped child is probably pretty hard, so smoking probably helps.
Depending
what
what state you live in, and depending on, like...
I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry. Being a handicapped child differs in difficulty based on what state you're in.
Well, okay. Remove state. What if you come from wealthy parents and you're a handicapped child?
All right, but
You now have
yeah,
immediate
no, but that
access to,
doesn't-
like, medical care,
That's not what I'm
around the clock, medical need, and all these other things. Come on,
saying.
man.
And all the weed you could smoke.
Not every hand. All right. Michael, question.
Oh well.
Now-
I still kind of want to hear.
No,
what, I don't know. I'm interested in knowing what would happen if Koopa kicked an
Must
old
you
lady.
force? All right.
I assume that's just assault.
You can come at this in the order you wish to take it first,
I also
Michael.
got a question from Loathing I haven't read yet.
2 years and it still hasn't happened, but I'm always worried. If a cop pulls up on me while I'm sleeping in my car, what are the best things I can say to avoid any sort of infraction? Ay, ay, ay. You
don't know.
turned this into
No.
survival mode.
That's actually a
Like-
pretty decent question.
All right.
I don't actually know if that's a thing. Loathing says, if a cop pulls up on me while I'm sleeping in my car, what are the best things I can say to avoid any sort of infraction? Is that a thing?
You're studying for the bar exam.
Hey.
Oh, as a matter of fact, that is one of my questions we'll be getting to. I am curious about the bar exam, but what can this gentleman say if he gets a tap on the window and it is a guy in a how about state patrol? Let's go with state patrol, and he's with a little fancy hat and he's knocking on it with the flashlight, and then roll the window down. What does he say? What should he say? Excuse me.
Do you guys follow those weird guys on Instagram? I stopped following them. They were like the weed lawyers out in Cali. They had like the script or whatever and they just tell everybody to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, they shut the fuck up.
I think
Fridays.
they just like registered, shut the fuck up. I don't know. I feel like this is a good place to start. Number one, I'm not a criminal defense attorney, so you're asking the wrong guy. But number two,
That's fair.
number two, I started by saying how much do you value your freedom? So, comply, but also, err on the side of not saying very much, right?
Also, I don't know if this is true, but like, as I understand,
'Cause here's what-
like, if you're pulled over in your fucking car and you're sleeping, and a cop gives you shit like, "What are you doing?" Be like, "All right, bro, here's the deal. I was
Look, this is-
driving, and I was gonna pass out."
The devil is in the details, gentlemen, and anybody in the chat. So,
Mm.
I see Maddie CC said, wait, sleeping in your car is illegal. It depends. Where are you sleeping in it?
Wait.
When are you sleeping?
That's right. Are you sleeping in a parking lot? Are you in a park? Are you on the side of the road? Are
Are you
you
trespassing on private property, right? I mean, are you sleeping while you're driving? Are you epileptic? Are you, whatever
Yeah.
you think about it?
all right? You see, ladies and jerks, you
Actually,
can quote Mr. Michael Boyer that the devil is in the details.
Yeah, just
All right?
you're epileptic and you felt the seizure coming on, so you pulled over and laid down.
But now you have to prove you're epileptic, wouldn't you?
If the
That's
cops are
exactly right.
douche.
This is a great segue because ultimately all of these criminal procedure questions are only vetted out on the back end when you're adjudicating it in the court of law. So that's
Mm.
the worst part about being seized of your freedom and your Fourth Amendment right to be free from unreasonable searches and seizures is that ultimately, the yes or the no, the right or the wrong, the guilty or the not guilty is on the back end, right?
Right.
Bro,
Shit.
this is the same shit that happened with me when I got fucking pulled in because I was drinking and I spent the night in bookings with some dude who was like, yeah, I stabbed her. And I was like, cool, man. He's like, yeah, fucking, she was bleeding out. I was like, this dude just stabbed his wife, and I'm like in the same cell as him because I like was in a park overnight once and I had like a warrant out. And the judge was like, why the fuck is this dude in my room? For all you know, you can get a fucking like a summons to come in, and then you show up and they're like, get out.
Right.
So like realistically, play ball, don't give too much, have a good excuse. You probably get away with it. Don't murder people.
Although it should be noted. It should be noted. It should be noted. I don't want to out.
That guy who stabbed his wife, he was not. Yeah.
I don't want to out anyone here. However, I will say that Monoxis and I are here in New York City, and it should be noted that the assistant district attorney here, among other cities, uh, I'd like to say at least here in New York City, we've gone from cesspool to Singapore in like 25 years, and we're on the way back, baby. Michael, would you argue that on top of the devil being in the details, location, how does location, I mean in terms of like West Coast, East Coast, blue state, red state, how does that affect law from your perspective as a lawyer?
Sure. I think we've seen quite a bit transpire over the last couple of decades. I mean, I'm 31, about to turn 32 years old, and I remember when I was in high school, the joke was that anybody who had conservative leanings or persuasions were more of like the crony capitalist, big government, whatever, 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 right?
Mm.
And from that perspective, a red state like a Florida or a Texas would have been seen as more onerous or more authoritarian and more likely to seize you of your civil liberties in one way or another. What we've seen happen over the last couple of decades is some sort of weird 180 between those political parties, and we're seeing those previous sort of um, freedom preserving states like California, New York, et cetera, even Washington, Oregon, those that were usually on the bleeding edge of progressivism in the classic liberal sense, those are now much more onerous with respect to with depriving people of their freedoms. I work a lot in the administrative and regulatory space,
Mm-hmm.
so think about whether it's the TTB for beverage alcohol regulation or at the state level the same thing, or in the building fire code, et cetera.
Uh,
The people that staff all of these various agencies are unelected bureaucrats. And depending on the leanings of a given state, you're really looking at an apparatus that is going to be more heavy handed or more permissive just based on what they value in terms of individuals' freedom. And that takes varying definitions and manifests in various ways. So I think you knew the answer to your own question there, but happy to kind of color in the lines a little bit. Blue states in general have become very repressive.
well,
They're looking for more. I mean, it's control
well,
under the guise of safety and
I'm
protection.
not a lawyer, right? But to have a lawyer explain it would mean that I'm not an electrician. But if an electrician were to explain electrician work in a home, come on, at least try to meet me halfway here, Monoxis.
I listen. You got a list of questions. That's all I'm saying.
All right, fine.
We got a lot to go over.
All
Also,
right.
Kool-Aid's got another theoretical on the board. Thupa had one, but he said it was very local, and I'm not sure how much we can dabble.
Oh no,
in
no, no, no,
Russian.
no, 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 no. Listen, Michael, I'm sorry to subject you to Russian shit posting, but we'd like to have your 2 cents on this, which is why we had you on the stream. All right.
Good
So,
luck with that Thupa post.
Oh boy.
Not Kool-Aider just described the plot to my favorite movie.
Really? Let's see.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
Eastbound and down, loaded up in trucking. We gonna do what they say can't be done. We got a long way to go in a short time to get there. Yeah, Smokey and the Bandit, baby. That's the Coors Light. Yeah, let's do it.
Kool-Aider,
All right, what do you
Michael
guys say?
Boyer
What do you got?
alliance when. All right. Although I hope this doesn't turn into like like a Bronx Tale version of where like Kool-Aider is Al Pacino and Michael is Sean Penn's character in the movie. I hope it doesn't turn into that. I'm very sorry to drag you into internet theoretical court arguing over the gins of law, Michael. So, thank you for taking this in stride.
Listen,
Oh, of course. My man's asking about the Mann Act, and I'm assuming this is I have to just assume because I don't remember case law like that, but I'm assuming he's talking about kidnapping, as and using some like pretext for arresting somebody.
So
Yeah,
Kool-Aider,
yeah.
please confirm. Let us know if this is the case. So, Michael, please tell us a little bit about yourself. What what uh what law spectrum and domain do you work in? Where are you from? We don't want to fucking narc you or anything, but feel free to tell us
I
and
use
chat
yeah no
about you.
yeah, of course I'm happy to. I use my real name on the internet. I don't really wasn't forward thinking enough, so just kind of leaned into it. So I live and work out of Greensboro, North Carolina. Born and bred, North Carolinian. Um, was an afterthought to go to law school and hung out a shingle directly out of law school. Started helping breweries and businesses that operate in that beverage alcohol paradigm navigate sort of the front end considerations of finding money, dealing with regulators and that kind of stuff. Over the last several years, we've my humble little practice has broadened its scope, and because we work so much in the regulatory and administrative space, we've become much more oriented towards advocacy because of how repressive those sorts of bodies have become.
Really?
Um,
At what point did Michael Boyer end up being involved with Craft Legal?
so I started Carolina Craft Legal in late 2015.
Okay.
And it was just sort of a function of watching the city of Charlotte explode. There was a bunch of new banking jobs for 20-somethings that had never made any money in their life directly out of college, making six-figure salaries in a very pristine, brand new, fast-growing city, and that sort of led to a small business community that was equally equally aggressive.
If you don't mind me interrupting, I find it fascinating how you encountered a facet of gentrification that is, well, somewhat present in places like New York City.
somewhat.
Right, but to even have it happen in Dixie, I'd like to get your thoughts and words. If and when you have an opportunity. I know I'm just interjecting like a jerk here.
You're good.
No, but even in Dixie, gentrification is this like weird, unceasing gray blob that tries to assimilate everything it touches. And you know what? I can't prove it. But I know it to be true. All right? What happened in Brooklyn was deliberate, and then they applied it elsewhere, and they fine-tuned it to the idiosyncrasies of the locale, like Silver Lake, Savannah, Wellington, New Zealand,
Sure.
everywhere. So, Michael, as a son of Dixie, tell us your thoughts on gentrification, because like Monoxus and I have I mean, we could talk until the sun comes up about gentrification, but even down over yonder, for a bunch of dirty Yankees that have no frame of reference, how does gentrification affect your neck of the woods?
Follow up to that, how many of those gentrifying assholes had East and West Coast accents?
Hmm. All right.
That's funny. So I don't know how to answer the question because gentrification for me is, well, I'll say this. I grew up in a uh, agricultural community just sort of about a half hour east of Raleigh. So the growth in the South is different from growth in major metropolitan areas and densely populated areas. Here we have what are known as bedroom communities,
Hmm.
right? So my brand of gentrification is basically watching farmland and the vintage Americana kind of evaporate and uh, cede its territory to suburbia, right?
Hmm.
So prefab homes and whatever slapped up on whatever the minimum viable development ordinance will allow in a given place, and especially way out in very rural areas, you don't have a very active local like town council or zoning board,
Hmm.
especially in areas that are unincorporated, right? So you have chains like Dollar General or um, name your favorite grocery store that, like I guess not even a favorite grocery store, somewhere like a Walmart. They're able to very easily and very cheaply procure land and slap up whatever they're going to do in places where cows used to graze, um,
Right.
and used to sort of embody
Oh.
a time that doesn't exist anymore.
Wait, wait,
So,
wait, wait. If I could interrupt for just a moment, Michael. All right.
mhm,
So let's say they're encroaching on land where cattle has been raised on for decades. All right. So
mhm.
let's just say there is let's just say Chattanooga, Tennessee. Outside somewhere in Chattanooga, Tennessee, there's a guy who's like he's got a bunch of cows and he's got a fairly, I don't want to say lucrative, but like he does one step above okay. All right. He's got a farm. And then what you describe, I don't want to say a aspect of the gray, soulless blob of gentrification, but like it's consuming him. All right. What can he do in local court? What can he do with the zoning board? Because something I find to be true is local politics is where the magic happens. Okay. But we're dealing with like I don't want to say real estate interests concurrent with local politics, but like, a man with cattle, how does he fight back, Michael?
Yeah, I mean, you're asking a question that's at the heart of our written constitution: life, liberty, and property, right? Um, you know, Ironically, we're staring down the barrel of a time when personal property and real property are being gobbled up by major conglomerates.
Mm.
BlackRock is on record as swallowing a lot of the
Oh, this is
real
true. Excellent
residential
point,
real estate.
Michael. Hey,
Yep.
excellent point, Michael, because BlackRock Capital is playing SimCity with Earth right now.
Abs-
All right?
yep.
It
So
is.
what I would say to your question is this. Um, a lot of people have a predisposition or their instinct would tell them to oppose any sort of development. And to me, it's more of a should adopt a kung fu style approach, which is understand that change is coming and work really hard to integrate intentional and forward-looking design. There's a lot of places in South
Mm.
Carolina that are taking city and local planning very seriously and actually sort of adapting this approach to be able to increase density because most people are just instinctively against a bunch of people moving in, but they don't realize that these developers can roll in and use the existing development ordinance, and all they're going to do is slap up the largest house on the minimum acreage that the development ordinance allows, right? And they're going to move on with their business. But if you can actually invite the development that is coming, especially if you're an agricultural or rural community that's within striking distance of a major metropolitan area or a growing metropolitan area, understanding local politics, like you said, and then really pushing on these developers and figuring out a way to revise the development ordinance to create uniform developments that actually preserve open space and,
Hmm.
and preserve the resources in a way that stacks density, much like cities do, right? Because
Ah.
people will go there, but ultimately they're going to go there because of a lifestyle that's created by the design of the development, right? Suburbia sucks mostly because there isn't anything to do and you have to drive everywhere, right? But if
Right.
you're talking about preserving ruralscape vistas and maintaining the integrity of vintage Americana and those open spaces, ultimately you should be prioritizing getting as many people into as small a space as you absolutely can,
Well,
right? That's
yeah, yes, excellent, excellent point, Michael. And what I find fascinating is that there are coastal jerk faces who have comments on such things that are so far removed from the everyday life of people, not just in Dixie, but the Midwest, outside of large cities. It's very strange how people with incredibly strong opinions about things that don't happen in their own backyard fail to consider, like, what happens with, for example, what could a cattle rancher do?
Well, I mean, you're
And I'm
also looking at it from the perspective of a dude who's in like New York of all places.
right.
Every other fucking person you meet here thinks they understand the politics and the laws of other places.
Mhm.
Like nobody in this fucking city understands what a fucking cattle rancher is dealing with, or a farmer, or someone
absolutely
living in a
not.
fucking like
Right.
in suburbia. They don't get that shit.
And it's not just here in New York City, but every city on the eastern seaboard, on the west coast,
Yeah,
and Chicago. You're on watch, all right? Don't think you get to escape this
but
because you're
they
Midwest.
love to have opinions about being like, no, resist that shit. It's like, yo, what if they could, like was mentioned, kind of meet in the middle where you're still profiting off of that thing being part of your town now, while also controlling what you still have and continuing to prosper alongside them? Like
Mm,
maybe strike a deal, right?
right.
Instead of being like, fuck change. There are better ways to do
Ah,
things.
then,
In
buddy.
fact, part of like what made not just this country, but the human race in general great is that we continue to evolve and better ourselves. And everyone's super like this whole like return to tradition thing.
Hmm.
I get it. There's this dumbass like, and this is kind of off tangent, but like these moronic Sigma male jerk offs who are like return to tradition, live in the woods, monkey. Fuck you, dude. Like, we need to advance and prosper technologically. Like, why the hell are we not building up instead of like across? You know what I mean? Like,
Touche.
I don't
All
know.
right.
It's just I imagine there's a better way to do it, and people are stuck in the old ways. We need to have all this grazing. No, we don't. Clone farms are a thing. Why aren't we doing that?
I'm going
Why
to
aren't we doing that?
I'm going to offset Monoxus pleading the fifth with Michael. I'm sorry to bother you,
We
but
actually we have
to quote Lothing,
I have two things because Lothing also mentioned a question earlier that we were talking about other shit, and I know we're on now we have a better idea of what you do, Ace, so we don't need to be going into all these and don't ignore Thupa. Anything Thupa says is just nonsense.
you could immediately write him off as a Russian bot. Who knows what he's talking
He
about?
even said it when he gets a disappointed shake of the head. He knows he did well. But I'm kind of
Yeah.
I kind of want to know how you feel about this. It's not it's not in your court, but the crossover between mental illness and gun law, like certain mental diagnoses that can bar you from getting a gun. Again, not what you do, but just your
Right.
opinion on it.
But chat has questions, and you're the only
Yeah, so
lawyer here.
I saw this, and as always, this is the sort of the event horizon of the gun debate to me because words mean things and terms of art have definitions. And when you ask a question about mental illness, you ultimately open up a larger can of worms, so to speak, because the reason mental illness is even within the conversation is that people on both sides of the political aisle on this issue have an interest in qualifying what occurred in a mass casualty event as
Mm-hmm.
a some sort of precipitate of mental illness, right? From the
Right.
conservative side, it's this was mental illness, this isn't about guns. And to the contrary, to a more liberal side or more progressive side, it's well, yes, they were mentally ill, so they should not have the ability to get a firearm.
Right.
Ultimately, for me, I don't like to get trapped in that sort of paradigm of, where do you go?
Dingbat, thank you for the Prime sub. Continue, sir.
Someone subscribed. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Michael. Gracias por tu consideración. Wizen Dingbat, thank you for subscribing. I'm sorry to interrupt, Michael. Someone came in through the window, and they're always welcome. Dingbat, how are you? Gracias. Michael, as you were saying, I'm sorry. Very sorry.
Oh, no, not necessary. He gave us a compliment. Great show. Love you guys. Yeah, you guys do good stuff.
Gracias.
Yeah, I think my personal issue with all of this is that, there is no analysis of the firearm itself and how it made its way into the hands of somebody who ends up discharging the firearm, right? So,
Right.
there's these gun laws, and the average civilian, what is the Dunning-Kruger effect? I always fuck it up. But, the more you know about a topic, the more complex and the more difficult it is to give an answer to a given fact pattern, right? The less you know is to the contrary. The average person knows very little about firearms, but more to the point, the average person knows very little about firearm.
Yes. Excellent point, Michael. The Dunning-Kruger effect is what allows people like Anthony Fantano, who are like excellent at talking about music, but then he talks about things that are not music. Kind of like how Noam Chomsky, sure, for a brief period of time, he was like America's favorite dissident, but he is a linguist by trade, and now they're having him talk about like 2022 fourth generational warfare, neo-imperialism, and he's on like 3% like battery life. All right,
gentlemen, give me one moment. I need to pull a brisket out of the oven. 1 second.
Take your time. Take your time, Michael. So I'd like to dig into what Thupa had said.
We're gonna get to that 3D printing. It's on the written. It's somewhere on there.
That's right.
There's 3D printing on there.
Let's say me and my mates were in business of transferring manure from one city to another.
Don't humor.
One day, when we get stopped by cops on our way from Oregon to Mississippi, while the black dude is dealing with the police, the white guy in all caps, Thupa writes, going for a... God damn it, and now I can't scroll up because you have to scroll up.
Stop humoring him.
Thupa wants to know. Going for...
Thank you for the bits.
Weeaboo Judas, thank you for the bits.
Oh no, that was a tier 1. That wasn't bits. That was a tier 1 sub for Lord Stir Fry. Thank you.
Lord Stir Fry coming in through the darkness like frozen bird shit in February through someone's roof. Ave Maria.
Anyway, finish your stupid...
No, Lord Stir Fry is showing up with fucking speed lines and a lens flare finish.
Weeaboo is gifting to Lord Stir Fry.
Oh, excuse me.
Which, again, appreciated regardless.
My God, everyone's
up to all
sorts of nonsense.
I'm a little annoyed by that. I had a thing for that. It shouldn't be bit sound.
So,
thanks,
goes,
Streamlabs.
In all caps, the white guy going for a smoke accidentally lights the menorah up, and due to gas built up along the way, it explodes. What would I be charged with as a man who was filming the scene on a phone nearby and laughing quietly in the meanwhile?
Nothing.
I do have a curly mustache.
There was nothing. You would not be charged. You didn't do anything. You were just filming. That's why I said don't humor him.
Thupa, were you in the car?
No. See what he said here? See? He saw me do this. Because I read that in the midst of Ace's... Ace was talking about the whole farming situation, and I read it, and I shook my... And that happened. Because that was me shaking my head.
I hope you're happy, because now that he's dealing with brisket, everyone comes out the woodwork to go like, well, what if I was pulled over working at this oil site in Ottawa, Canada?
Wise Dingbat says something about his shirts. What, one of these shirts?
These are soon going to be at queenstrash.com, I'll have you know.
Queen's Trash shirts?
It is only inevitable that the circle comes closed.
It does not come with the robe. The robe is mine.
No. Monoxis is here at twitch.tv/Monoxis718TV Studios, where he kicks women out of the front door of his apartment at random hours of the day. I could be minding my own business at any time.
I'm glad that it reads well. That's the main thing.
You see?
Brisket Law shirt. One day only, Brisket Law.
Brisket law. Get it and forget
Just
it.
a
All
picture of
right.
a brisket in a pan. If you can get steam lines
Brisket law.
and like little squiggly lines, brisket law. One day only, the brisket law shirt.
All right. Michael, when you return from Brisket, Vietnam, you have to give us your thoughts on Brisket law. Nuclear family wants to know.
He
All
can't
right.
hear you, sir. He can't hear you. Oh, I gotta get back to this man about his ankle. I completely forgot about that. My bad, dude. I've been so
To quote
busy.
AFDH, I have evidence that will lead to the arrest of Stained Haynes. Oh, I'd like to know what you have, AFDH. If that is your. All right, listen.
Hold on, I gotta block. I gotta block a thing on YouTube.
Oh, you mean
I'm just
the
blocking.
Chechnyan bot?
I'm just blocking Russian bots.
Ave
Look,
Maria.
listen. If you need proof that Russian bots exist in the American government, look at our YouTube.
Wagwan.
All right, just so we're clear. All right, we are on. We are no one in the grand scheme of YouTube. All right, we are small, and we have Russian bots. You don't think our government's got Russian bots?
I'd like to imagine they have at the very least like 5,000.
In fact, I'm not even going to be
pestering them
surprised.
as is.
See, do you see what's happening? I was going to say,
Aye,
this
aye,
motherfucker
aye.
right here, he's probably the one bringing them in.
Michael, even though chat does reflect us to a degree, try not to judge us solely through chat.
No, it's fine. You can judge us through chat. It's just incorrect.
Also, are you cool with a Brisket law, like
He's not
limited
back.
run shirt?
He's not back yet.
Yes, he is.
Oh, never
He
mind.
is back.
Never mind.
God damn it!
Brisket law. I'm thoroughly convinced that thanks to Thupa being a subscriber, we have Russian bots. Because a Russian person is somehow in our algorithm, Russian bots are finding their way into our chat. It's your fault, Thupa.
Ay Dios mío.
And I'm gonna ban every Russian bot I see from now on.
Michael,
Brisket law goes hard. I love that.
Brisket law, ladies and jerks. All
It's
right.
gotta be a limited run though.
Brisket law.
And if you were there, you understand. If you
If
weren't
you don't-
there, you have no idea what that shirt is.
If you don't mind me asking, Michael, at what temperature are you cooking this brisket, and what kind of sauces slash spices slash seasoning do you have on this thing?
Oh my God, I'm just following directions here. I had a colleague out of Dallas airmail me some Texas barbecue. It
Do
showed
you
up
want, like,
yesterday.
another one, dude? Like, why are you smoking the fucking clip of it?
What, I'm trying to listen to the
I'm
man.
just saying, dude. Like, this girl leaves these all
Hey,
these
I was
joints
in
my
New York
house.
this past summer. Explain to me what the legal status of weed is in the city. I was
Oh.
there this past summer, and it was just like,
Excuse me, Michael, you're not done answering your brisket question. And I will answer you, but answering a question with a question is just mildly rude, is all I'm
well,
saying.
it is. It's just the clip came into the picture. And you got
Okay.
anyway.
All right. I like
Anyway.
how you're framing this as if it were on a screen somewhere in a court of law, which is you're not wrong. But to answer your question, all right, I remember 8 days after the law had changed, we were at a Vincent Goodwill's birthday
Yeah.
at Chuck E. Cheese, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't remember eating at Chuck E. Cheese, but all right.
No. What was it? No, it was a Chuck E. Cheese.
I didn't go to the fucking Chuck E. Cheese.
Was it? Listen,
I wasn't there. I remember when the law changed.
Long story short, 8 days later, I'm at a Chuck E. Cheese and I'm celebrating somebody's birthday, and people are like burning trees like it was going out of style, and there were
At a Chuck E.
cops
Cheese, burning trees at a Chuck E. Cheese
outside of a Chuck E. Cheese, and cops that were on patrol
on the
to make
curtilage
sure
of a Chuck E. Cheese.
that Times Square was this peaceful, quiet tourist attraction that no one bothered anyone else, and like, oh, are you gonna
It was Dave and
OD?
Buster's. There you
Are you
go.
gonna OD?
See,
Can
you're
you-
saying Chuck E. Cheese. It's Dave and Buster's.
I'm sorry, it was Dave and Buster's. I'm sorry.
I was like, Chuck E. Cheese.
If you're gonna OD, can you go to
I
like
was
seven?
just-
If you're gonna OD, can you go to like 7th Avenue? That was the general like. That's what it was. Dave and Buster's. All right, fine.
All right, I'll answer your question now. So the instructions I received in the box of airmailed Texas barbecue on Thursday were to fully thaw the brisket and
Oh
to
my
put it in a
God.
tinfoil boat in my oven at 275 for roughly 2 hours. Some instructions in the intermittent phases there, but in general, Wise Dingbat says brisket is always at 2:30. Yeah, Wise Dingbat. But I'm cheating. So yeah, no.
Although Michael, just to interject really quickly, Dingbat is a contributor to Cars and Women magazine, so I am inclined to believe whatever he says just out of default.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm not
I'm
saying
not
that.
arguing with him. I'm saying I'm cheating. I'm a cheater. Wise Dingbat is looking down his nose at me right now.
Dingbat, will you just take it easy, please, and let Michael do his thing? Come on, buddy.
Listen, let the man make his brisket however you want, wrong or not.
He's
If the
cheating,
man
and
wants
you
to
know
just
what?
eat the brisket raw.
Watch Michael Boyer tell me that cheating is the gift man gives himself. Watch.
Or he likes his brisket well done, bro.
Frank Horrigan is a wild dude. Tell me about Frank.
I exclusively pull up to elementary schools to
Frank
smoke my
Horrigan Jr., also known as Tampage,
AKA Tampage.
is a local homie. He's also a mod on Twitch.
He was our very listen. He was our very first in studio guest.
Yeah.
He's a homie of ours we've known since forever. And listen, Tampage, thank you for making nice with Mr. Michael Boyer. All right. Now,
Be careful with that shit too. That shit's covered in like keef.
you're not wrong. Listen, to answer your question, all right. So the assistant
Brisket
DA, the brisket law today,
Oh my
brisket
god.
law tomorrow,
I'm
and brisket law
hey,
forever.
is the domain brisket.io available?
Let's find out.
Check it out.
Brisket.io.
I kind of want to get in, like, if I kind of want to make brisket law the next emote.
All right.
Who's
Listen,
got $5,000 to give me?
I
$5
have
grand.
I have $3.5 grand change in various coffee cans buried around the 5 boroughs. If you're willing to talk business,
Depending on what we're going to use that $5 grand for, and I'm going to make a return on it, I can
Yeah.
probably float you some money.
like just DM us.
What are we going to do with
You've DM'd
brisket.io?
me. You could DM him. I mean, come on.
Brisket.io is $5,000. I'm just kidding. I don't know if it's truly that. I'm just looking for.
Maddie chimes
that-
in. Maddie
The
Theory
question
chimes
is,
in
what are
with
we going to do with it?
airmailed meat. If we had that in the UK, you'd have to pay the Queen brisket tax. You see?
Airmailed meat.
It always ends up coming back to sticking it to the British, just like our great forefathers. And you have more of a right to say this than I do, because you're a son of Dixie, and I'm a dirty Yankee spawn of immigrants, and so is Monoxus, okay?
Yeah, that's fair.
We got to stick it to the British every time we can.
Absolutely.
You see? Listen, so Maddie,
hold on.
Maddie, I love you. You're my homie, but listen, like this man. All right, listen.
Yikes. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah.
Listen, ladies and jerks. We'd like to let
Hey,
you know.
Bill the Cat says it's $5.50. It's pretty cheap.
Listen, you could go
Again,
elsewhere.
It's not about the price. What
You
the
can
fuck
go
are we going to do
elsewhere.
with brisket.io?
You can be free here in America, or you could be safe elsewhere, and that is now where we find ourselves in 2022.
Honestly, actually, I take that back. You should just start buying as many addresses as possible, because like 20, 30 years from now, when Zuckerberg is just sucking up everything, you could probably make a good like profit off of that.
Can you
Yeah.
imagine
The
that-
brisket verse.
I mean, he's gonna start just buying shit for no reason. Like you might as well just have it.
before you know it, there's gonna be like a monopoly on places to grill the brisket, not just the brisket itself.
I'm just saying, you could
How
own
many
these
layers
things.
of nonsense here?
He
my
will pay
friend?
nonsense money. You can buy it for $5.50 now, and probably like strong arm him for like 6 digits. Just being like, you want it, like you have the money, bro.
You don't have to avow. Listen, do not even register the gentleman in the bathrobe trying to shoo away women in the other room.
I'm just
all right?
saying, what's more valuable, a picture of a monkey or brisket.io?
Oh, yeah. Look, brisket.io. Look. Thupa knows what's going on. I'm starting an NFT. We're just gonna do my man Bill the Cat sell brisket related materials and briskets VR experience of eating brisket while you're actually eating corned beef from the can. Exactly. Yes.
Okay,
You see?
fine.
And by the way, big ups to Bill the Cat, who was there at the very first time we ever live streamed,
That's
and he
right,
helped
yeah.
us fix our audio when
Yeah.
we were playing Dungeons of Dreadmore. So big ups to Bill the Cat. What's good, homie?
Popping back in.
And by the way, Michael, I love how you are a very gracious guest to chat. because sometimes we have to.
EHQ, I need you to spell that word that got censored letter by letter.
Sometimes we have to relay chat back to guests, and here you are spinning plates in where, like, in your dreams, you're fucking freestyling DJs because you're spinning so many plates in meat space. So thank you.
I love this. No, you guys are gracious hosts. My wife hates me right now, but you know, it is what
it is. I'm sorry, Mrs. Boyer.
She can't hear you, dog. Oh man, brisketlaw.io, like $60.
My bad, man.
EHQ. My man.
See, but that's the thing.
I just want brisket.
Yeah.
But I want brisket.io.
Just
you know what
brisket
I mean?
IO is more expensive because, like,
Michael at brisket. You know what I mean? Michael at brisket.io is a super hard email address.
Right.
Although
I
feel like it gets the point across. Is pretty fucking cool.
You are coming in.
No one will know why, but it's just like, yeah, I'm brisket law. Why?
Brisket legal.
Although, okay, well, would you accept a life-changing angle shift if where you register brisket.io, and then suddenly now you are the number 3 lawyer in America, where you have to deal with like steakhouses, rib places, like places dealing with large quantities of like poultry and red meat, and then suddenly...
I want everybody to hear me when I say this. We're bringing Ryan's back. Do you guys even know what a Ryan's is?
What is a Ryan's?
Oh my God! Have you ever been to a Golden Corral?
I have.
Ryan's is like it's like Golden Corral's like successful cousin. You know what I mean?
Mm.
And
but
they were all over the South.
Mm.
And they went away, man. They get piss poor management. You know what happens with franchise.
Like with Sears, it doesn't adapt with the times.
Or Cece's Pizza.
Mm.
Where's Cece's Pizza?
Or Little Caesars.
This is true.
We still got Little Caesars over here, though.
There are like 7 left. There's like 1 Roy Rogers left in New York City. It's wild.
Yeah.
I feel like Wise Dingbat is, you know, we're kindred spirits, man.
Wise Dingbat is a bro. Not only did he contribute to Cars and Women magazine #2, he is I don't mean to blow his spot, but like Wise and Dingbat, he is a trucker by trade and has seen Merca face to face, warts and all, and the convoy, ain't she a beautiful sight? Listen, Dingbat is running up on you with the power of 11 Hulkamanias. You don't understand, Michael. This guy like, even while you're sleeping, he's showing up with like platoons and airstrikes and artillery. He can't be stopped. Like every time he walks into a room, the CCR starts playing, and it's not even. It's against his will.
I just came.
It's against his will. He just shows up to punch in and out, and then like you have to hear the like 11-minute version of "I heard it through the grapevine."
I already added my guy on Twitter. Dingbat and Michael just connecting.
You see, ladies and jerks,
it
is through the internet.
I gotta stick with Ace. I gotta roll with it.
Mm.
You want to ask some of these questions? Can we talk about 3D printing? Because I kind of want to talk about 3D printing.
Okay.
Because chat want to talk about 3D printing. Now I want to know about 3D printing.
Fine. Do you have
Ace, you're up. Anything you got to say about 3D printing? I don't care what field. How do you feel about it?
Get it how you live is my official position. I have no experience with 3D printing.
God damn it.
Get it how you live.
Get it how you live.
All right.
I feel like that's a good rule to live by.
That's fair.
I am going to quote you on that.
I'm sorry, anyone who's talking about 3D printing? We can't get a 3D printed brisket gun. Not yet.
Yet being the operative word.
Yeah, if humanity would stop trying to hold on to tradition, we could have fucking 3D brisket guns.
You see, ladies and jerks?
But we're so caught up trying to be naturalists.
Only the finest of minds here in Queens, all right?
For fuck's sake, I could have a fucking gun that makes brisket, but no, we have to have an animal that makes it.
Oh, yeah. You know
what we got here? Thupa.
Gracias por tu consideración. You see, Michael, we have
Goddamn
areas
Michael.
1 through 50 that have nothing to do with brisket, and then we have Area 51 where we have unidentified flying objects, and you know what we could be working on? Brisket. I am like almost underwhelmed and disappointed
Mr.
at our lack of attention
over on
at
YouTube
brisket here.
has a 3D printer
Ooh.
and says, ask your 3D printer questions. Chat, that's on you. Also, Frank Horrigan, the brisket gun is not very green. What do you mean? It prints brisket without causing any damage to the environment.
Okay, now
It prints brisket without killing an animal.
before we have Monoxus challenge someone to a squat off, Michael, in your journey to become a lawyer, you had to pass the bar exam, correct?
I did indeed.
Okay. Can you give an example of the kind of question the bar exam would ask?
I can give you an example of a type of question the bar exam would ask when I took it. What's happening all over the country right now is kind of weird. Every state has its own bar, but there's this thing called the UBE, the Uniform Bar Exam, that's creating reciprocity between states by creating generic fact patterns that abide federal law and not any sort of state-specific stuff. So that's a quick aside. But our exam style questions asked in the chat already tonight. You could take any of those fact patterns and orient to the various doctrinal bodies of law: criminal law, real property law, commercial transactions, contracts, you name it. Criminal law, criminal procedure, civil procedure, constitutional law, you name it. And if you're able to actually co-locate around the calls of the question, I'm giving a standard essay, right? So if you wanted to go back up to the Smokey and the Bandit hypo, right? Would this be a violation of the Mann Act? Well, hopefully you wouldn't get a question that was so narrow to say, do you know this one piece of legislation? But you would have a series of questions stemming from that fact pattern. If you had, interstate commerce of controlled substances in being run by an unlicensed person into a territory, they were being pursued by police,
Right.
blah, 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 right?
Mm-hmm.
And ultimately, you're going to get, in North Carolina, when I took it, it was as such. It was a 2-day exam. There's a 200 multiple choice split into 2 sessions. And then there's also an essay day, and that's the first day. And you have to ultimately answer what, I think, 8 essay questions. And everything's timed. And you're in this big room.
How much time do you have? 3 hours?
3 hours per session.
Mm.
So 4 sessions total. So it's a 12-hour exam.
Whoa. Oh boy. Okay.
It's hazing. It's hazing. There's a school of thought within the legal community that, thinks that bar exams should go the way of the dinosaur. I don't know where I fall on that because, I went through it and successfully emerged. So I kind of feel like, if I had to be beat over the head with a bunch of high-minded, philosopher king's questions, that everybody else should too.
I mean,
you won the Kumite.
Do you feel that the removal of the bar exam would open the door to less qualified, lawyers, though?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Because we would go back to the apprenticeship model, and I think that in the current day and age, that probably is more practical for solving legal problems, because the legal profession is not immune to the ills of higher education and all of the defects that we see in higher ed right now, right? So you're graduating students that aren't, necessarily competent enough or qualified enough to
or just
sit for the
biased.
bar. Yeah, well, I mean, that's a huge problem in the legal community is the political bias. And mostly because, law is generally a self-governing profession, and so that you are subject to the ethics boards of your respective state and the state bar, and then the type of people that volunteer to occupy those roles, right?
Right. So inevitably, like, local politics translates into state politics, which sort of bleeds out into its own, like, co-current circles of interests, like, across the country. I imagine. But what do I know? I'm not a lawyer. You're the lawyer. All right? So, very quickly, I know chat has many questions about the brisket law and what we could do to bring about a brisket view of the world.
I don't know if Chad has a lot to say about brisket law, more just critiques of the brisket gun.
But Michael, okay, so I have a question. All right. How often does social media end up in a court of law?
Often, right? So I'll say that it's especially in the criminal context. You have
Wait, before you continue, is it people just posting themselves being morons and then basically showing that they're criminals?
Yeah, that or their predispositions to engage in certain behavior, or that they were in a certain location at a certain time when something occurred. And yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 100%. And then on the other side, I mean,
like those motherfuckers who took selfies at the Capitol on the 6th and then are like,
exactly
what?
Right.
How'd you get? And it's like, bro, you put that shit on Instagram.
You were in front of the thing with your face.
And you tagged it with, like, peed on this chair.
Or you just have your GPS on and your Facebook.
There you go.
Facebook tracks you to wherever you're going, and
the GPS.
Blah, 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 blah.
Went through the sweets drawer.
Remember when the GPS was a thing years ago and everyone's like, they're tracking you all the time? And then everyone started posting their, like, literal pictures of themselves in locations, and it was like, what does GPS matter when I could just, like, check your feed as you post at every location you go to?
Every single picture has this metadata that people often... Whatever. I can neither confirm nor deny these allegations, all right?
You don't... right.
So...
Actually, to be fair, you post pictures when you put flyers up.
Yes.
That's got your location on it.
Well, I mean, if I hope people find it and tear it down, so I go back and I put another one up.
If someone decides to go after you for putting those flyers up...
Oh, let it.
I'm just saying, like, they might be able to trace you.
Then listen, because whenever somebody takes down a flyer, it just makes me want to put 50
Let's
up on the
rat
block.
back around to flyers later, because, like, I don't know, legality of putting flyers on things.
No, listen. Michael Boyer is a son of Dixie, woohoo. I have no idea to the degree of which flyer has an impact on the art of one of the remaining vestiges of America.
We have thrown
us jerk-offs in New York City are like spray paint gentrification flyers pissing in alleyways, and then like
I'm bullish on truck stops, man. I'm bullish on truck stops. That's where they need to be.
And Rick Moranis gets fucking knocked out in broad daylight last year.
He deserved it for retiring.
Jesus fucking Christ.
He should have been in Ghostbusters 3.
God damn
Gentlemen.
Sir?
Yes.
I want to thank you for having me on here. I'm going to sit for dinner with my beautiful wife, and I hope that we can do this again. I really enjoyed it. Again, thank you guys for having me, and thank you to everybody in chat. This has been much more than I even thought it was going to be. I love this. You guys are way edgier than I am, and I need more of this in my life.
Edgier than theoretical geometry, my man. Listen, thank you for coming on by, and buenas noches. Gracias por tu consideración. And chat, for real, he even said thank you to you. Yeah. So, you know what, everyone?
Thanks for not being complete assholes. That was cool.
Michael, buen provecho. Buenas noches. And listen, thank you for coming on by. We'd love to do this again.
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much. See you later.
Take it easy, man.
Good night, dude.
I never had video up. I didn't even notice that shit.
And now we can take the headsets off. So you see, ladies and
jerks.
jerks.
Oh, my ears! Here, this belongs to you.
So you see, ladies and jerks.
Freedom!
We can have
stupid headset. Ugh.
Is the background green screen still working?
Yeah, what do you mean?
All right.
It never stopped working, bro.
Okay, just making sure.
Been here the whole time. I didn't realize that he had video up.
Well, I had yes.
I didn't realize that. I wasn't looking. I was busy. It wasn't Lambert. He was talking.
I told you before we did.
It was beautiful. He was fucking dropping knowledge.
He was not wrong on everything.
There was no I didn't need to put him up.
I told you. Yes.
I didn't think about it.
All right.
Next time I'll put the Discord video on the green screen so it's just behind us the whole time. How about that?
That would be really nice.
And there's a giant person behind us.
Okay. And
Forever.
we'll be responding to the giant person.
Yeah, it was very pleasant. And I would love to. Brisket. Oh, Channel 5 Action News. Hello. Brisket is delicious.
Channel 5, what's good, homie? Channel 5 is a real OG person from Twitter I met once upon a time.
That's what I'm saying. Next time I'll just put it up there. I will link. I'll make the connection tonight that Discord goes here. For tonight, whatever. It's too late now. Hindsight's 2020.
Right.
It was good though.
I
Although, not the kind of lawyer I think a lot of us were hoping for. I think Thupa needs a lot of help. And we just were not able. I'm sorry, it's an American
First of
lawyer.
all, he was not a criminal lawyer, all right? Which is a world of difference from fucking questions everyone else had in chat.
I mean, but like,
Although it was great
he
how
fielded what we could. You know, he
I
tried.
like how Wizen Dingbat came out fucking roaring through the fucking ether. Good looks for showing up, and honestly, like, you know, his poems in Cars and Women magazine #2, just fucking excellent.
When does
All
3
right.
drop? I gotta send you an email.
In 1.5 months.
Really?
Yes.
That far?
I mean, the earlier you give it to us, the better.
But when's the estimated earliest date?
Oh, just the earliest you give it to us, we could get it live in a month and a half, because it is 6 issues every year.
Oh, it's
That
broken
is-
up like that. Okay. No, I got it. I edited a little bit.
Good.
I edited my fat people thing and my Elon Musk is a Nazi
You see, ladies and jerks,
thing. Kind of.
we're better off running. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
He is.
Just
No one wants to say it, but he is.
he's not wrong.
He's a Nazi by proxy. The same way the U.S. is. The U.S. government are Nazis by proxy. And
Says you.
I mean, it was very clear during the Trump administration that we are Nazis.
And you see that chat, like a fucking raspberry seltzer water ends up becoming the unsung hero.
Oh, I'm
in all
sorry.
of
Do you
this.
think that the right aren't full of Nazis, Mr. Stained Hates?
I can neither God damn it. All right. What is the setting? How is this happening?
What do you mean? The government's full of Nazis, bro.
Maybe
By the loose
means
By the
maybe
loose
that
definition of
means
Nazi nowadays, they're Nazis.
maybe that means Germany can be forgiven for you know what, because to quote Monoxus, all the real Nazis live in America.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
What are we drinking tonight? Brown water. It starts with a J and ends with an Amison,
It's brown
but
water.
it's brown water. Oh, bot! I see you, bot. I see you, Thupa's friends.
We're gonna be blaming Thupa for all of the Russian and Uzbekistani bots that end up showing up. Come on,
You
really?
thought you could just slip another one by, Thupa? What's wrong with you?
Who do you think you are?
Anyway, what else was on the topic for
So
tonight?
there's America.
We talked about the law. We talked a bit about America.
Well, is there anything about America you want to talk about?
Let's talk about Spider-Man.
Spider-Man, Spooderman,
Yeah, dude.
Pooderman.
Spider-Man.
Oh, you know what we have to talk about Spider-Man? Hold on.
Let's talk about the Raimi cut that I
Wait. All right.
My Raimi cut.
So you see, so
Can I explain it just so we can just cut corners here?
what Monoxus wants is Spider-Man 2, the no Harry cut, where you just minimize Harry, or you just fucking.
All right, so here's how this happened, right?
All right.
So anyone who's out of the loop, that new Spider-Man movie came out and it blew people's minds and it's got a bunch of cool Spider-Man shit. I'm not gonna spoiler shit unless people want to talk about spoiler shit. But the point is, I went back and I watched Spider-Man 1 and 2, Mr. Raimi's apparently amazing Spider-Man films, not titled amazing because that was the Andrew Garfield films. No, the Spider-Man movies, and I got some problems. I got
This
problems.
guy.
I got reasons to say that
Always a critic.
those are not that great, and there's reasons why they're not that great.
Okay.
They're not bad. They hold up. So let's just go into that. 1 and 2 hold up really well. 2 problems. The second movie, oh my god, the 2 biggest glaring issues, and this is with 3 being in existence. If 3 didn't exist, we could probably like work around one of these things. Spider-Man 2 has a lot of Harry Osborn being a crybaby, and it serves no purpose.
No. Well, all right.
It serves no purpose because the third movie's a fucking dumpster fire where Harry does nothing.
Was 3 Sam Raimi's middle finger to the movie industry?
No, it was the studio jumping in and ruining the movie.
What was okay? Then what? How come 3 became the mutant spawn child nobody ever wants to talk about?
Because the studio jumped in, and it could have been amazing, and it would have been a good like trilogy. But the studio was like, we need more. In fact, Raimi didn't want to do Venom, and he did.
Really?
Because the studio was like, Venom.
Really?
Topher Grace was Venom, my dude. Come on. Topher Grace is not Eddie Brock. Motherfucker, they casted one of the biggest dudes they could in Hollywood now through their, like, not casting bodybuilders approach because they stopped doing that for some reason.
Right.
Because, like, I don't know why you wouldn't just get Thor, like the dude who played the Mountain in Game of Thrones, the fucking, like, world deadlift, like, record holder to play Venom. I don't know, he's just big. Like, he's fucking, like, 7 feet tall and 480 pounds. Like, that guy can be Eddie Brock. Because he would tower over any living human being and be like, what's up, I'm Venom? You know what I mean? Like, it would make sense. But you get a big dude.
It would be like a guy from Iceland who lives in a squat rack.
Yeah, you don't get fucking, what's his name? I don't know what his fucking name is. Why is chat not scrolling automatically now? Again, what chat? Why is this not auto scrolling? Come on now, auto scroll for me, baby. Anyway, the point is, the second problem I have with Spider-Man 2, Spider-Man can't Spider-Man, and then he has a dream sequence where he spits in like Uncle Ben's face, and is like, "Fuck you, I'm not Spider-Man." And then later in the movie, he's like, "Yo, my bad, I'm Spider-Man." And that eats up like a half hour of that movie.
All right.
Like, just take out the I'm not Spider-Man shit. Let him actively be like, I just don't want to be Spider-Man.
So make like an 80-minute version of the movie?
Yeah, like cut out most of that and just have him be like, I don't want to be Spider-Man. And then like you could do the scene where he's like, he puts the suit in the dumpster. Skip all the like he has like a mental block shit.
So you see, first of all, we have to get rid of Harry. Then we have to get rid of...
No, you don't have to get rid of Harry. You just cut all of the, like, Harry build up to being the Hobgoblin because he wasn't the Hobgoblin in the third movie. You just make Harry, like, his, like, distance friend. And if you want to bring him back, you do, but you don't have to. He still has a role to play. You cut out all the, like, Spider-Man blocked powers shit and just put the scene where, like, he decides, I'm not Spider-Man, and he puts his suit in the dumpster. And then Jonah gets it. Because the guy sells it to him.
Right. And
then you do the scene where he's like eating the hot dog and the cop cars drive by. And like theoretically he still has his powers, but he's like, nah. And he just walks away. And then cut to like the scene where the building's on fire and there's a baby inside. And he's like, fuck, I can't let a baby die. So he runs in, he Spider-Man's his way through the building, he saves the baby, and then they're like, someone else died. And he's like, yo, if I was like just being Spider-Man, people wouldn't die.
And now the guilt of people who died under his watch turned a blind eye on.
It's not a
are
physical...
haunting him to be the self-fulfilled hero
and then,
he needs to be to defeat Doc Ock.
And then, no. Then you get that scene in the car again where he has like a dream sequence with Uncle Ben, where Uncle Ben's like, take my hand, Peter. And Peter has like a breakdown where he's like, Uncle Ben, I tried to not be responsible. And people died. And Ben's like, listen, yo, bro, that shit's hard.
Ben, who is not a superhero.
Who's dead. He's like a spirit in Peter's head in this movie, which makes no fucking sense. Which, again, another critique. Why is Peter having fever dreams of Uncle Ben? But anyway...
Why is he racked by the guilt of Uncle Ben dying
Uncle Ben is like, bro, you let mad people die. And you could have saved all of them, but you chose not to because what? Because you haven't gotten your dick wet in like 6 weeks?
Damn, son.
Bro, the girl don't like you and your homie don't like you. but you're a fucking like you are one of the strongest superheroes on the planet, and you can save countless lives. But like that bitch from high school still don't like you, and your homie who used to like smoke weed and play video games with is like, you killed my dad. Like, yo, fuck both of them, bro. You're Spider-Man.
And then everything goes downhill from there.
So not that way, because like obviously I'm being like extra. But like have that scene where he's
allegedly,
like, I tried to not be Spider-Man, and Uncle Ben's like, and how'd that go? And he's like, it didn't. Cut 2, I'm Spider-Man again. You know what I mean? Like, that whole sequence in that movie is dumb as shit. Ain't nobody on planet Earth gonna be Spider-Man and be like, I don't wanna. That's stupid as shit. Bro, his entire arc is, my life sucks, I'm Peter Parker the nerd. We are Spider-Man! And the movie's like, nah, chill. I don't wanna be like having a good time and like cool and powers and like I want to go back to being lame and like, come on, no.
But it depends which Spider-Man movie we're talking.
The best day of Peter Parker's life was the day that spider bit him.
Which, okay.
And then for that movie to be like, no, it wasn't. For him to be like, yes, it was.
Wait, are we talking about the original trilogy?
I'm just talking about Spider-Man in general. As a character. Like, the best day of Peter Parker's life was when he became Spider-Man. It changed his entire life forever, and it actualized him as a person. Because that, like, the man who wants to protect and help and be the hero while also being snarky and loved can do that inside of that costume. And then outside the costume, he's back to being Peter Parker. You know what I mean? But as Spider-Man, he can actualize himself. And that movie's like, Peter Parker, actualized, the hero, the snarky fucking, like, fuckboy, who everybody loves, except he just wants to go back to being a loser.
But then people died.
And people died. And you still haven't gotten the girl, and your friend still hates you.
Oh, damn.
And your aunt still broke, and Uncle Ben's still dead. And then he's like, wait, Peter being Spider... Like, if the movie ended with Doc Ock just being like, and the power of the sun in my hands, and then Spider-Man doesn't swing in and, like, New York gets eradicated, I'd be like, that makes sense. Peter Parker was like, nah, I'm not Spider-Man. And everybody died. But instead, he's like, I am Spider-Man.
Uncle Ben shows up in dreams, and he's like, I'm still dead.
Yeah, so, like...
no matter what he does, like, Peter Parker, like, he dreams...
Nice waste of time with, I'm Spider-Man, I'm not Spider-Man, I'm Spider-Man. Like, what do you mean?
And Uncle Ben shows up, and he's all like, I'm still dead. Ay.
Like, and people can fight me on it, but that's just a really, like, dumb-ass, like, I am, I'm not, I am. What a waste of a chunk of the movie. That could have been spent doing, like, I'm Spider-Man! And end on a high note, because he's just Spider-Man the whole time. But instead they're like, low point, I'm not. And then he's like, man, maybe I am Spider-Man. So, like, take off your nostalgia goggles and see that the movie has a dip where it's boring and he's not Spider-Man.
Ay. This guy.
Which could have just been translated into, I choose not to be. Where he realizes that, like, nah, I am.
We're just talking about the movies, for God's sake.
That's what I'm saying. That's my point, though. That could have been framed better. So where everyone's like, it's a perfect movie, sans that arc, I'll give you that. But the, like, he physically can't be Spider-Man shit is stupid. If he actively chose to be like, I'm just not going to be helpful, and then learn that that was wrong, that's character growth. Him having a random, like, my powers don't work, what's going on? And now they do. Oh, mind you, by the way, wait, hold on. The climax of this argument of mine, and you can fight me on this, but this shit happens canonically in the movie. Spider-Man's powers aren't working, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And he's sitting...
The block.
And he's sitting at a table with Mary Jane, okay?
So what the hell is this going on?
So he's sitting at a table with Mary Jane. His powers don't work, all right? And fuck you, watch the movie. His powers don't work. He's sitting at a table. And Doc Ock throws a fucking car through the window because he thinks that Peter Parker is the photographer for Spider-Man. Now, mind you, Peter has to dive forward across a tabletop, grab MJ, and slide under a car flying over their head. Two things. A, his powers weren't working. How did he notice that car coming and dodge it? Weird, right? Even though his powers weren't working. Two, Doc Ock thought this was a human being who connects with Peter Parker, and throwing a car at him would kill him if he wasn't Spider-Man. How did Doc Ock know that wasn't going to murder that man? He didn't. That's a plot hole.
He assumed. He
So-
assumed.
So
He assumed.
Peter Parker, with his powers not working, dodges a car that Doc Ock had no idea he could have dodged and probably would have killed him. So let's just ignore that happened. Picks him up, a human being to his knowledge, throws him into a wall which crumbles on top of him, which again would kill a human being who has no powers because he has a block. And then he gets up and goes, "I'm Spider-Man."
Because he doesn't think he's Spider-Man.
That one sequence alone encapsulates everything wrong with that movie. His powers don't work. Doc Ock would have murdered a human. Mary Jane would have died. His powers didn't work. How did that scene happen? At all. Because after that, he has a moment where he starts to, like, you get a close-up, like, you get, like, an Arthur fist of Spider-Man's hand, where he's mad, and he's Spider-Man again.
Right.
His powers turn on after that scene.
He stopped the train from doing the thing.
I'm sorry. That entire sequence makes no fucking sense. But people are like, it's the best movie. No, it's got a ton of plot holes.
Even though Monoxus can tell you plot holes big enough and where him and your friends can drive trucks through, I understand.
It's got mad plot holes.
See? All right.
Mad plot
I'm
holes.
not going to
Now,
argue against this.
With that in mind, Spider-Man 2 is the third best Spider-Man movie.
Then what is the second?
Into the Spider-Verse.
Okay. Really?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
What's number one?
No Way Home.
No, wait. I've never seen any.
Fight me. Don't care.
I live under a rock with Wi-Fi. I don't know if you could fucking describe that. So,
No, see, that's my thing, Thupa. His powers can't stop working. They're ingrained in his DNA. It makes no sense. That entire plot arc is stupid. He can't turn his powers off.
are you sure he's not tempted by the Punani?
He can't turn off his genetics.
This guy.
It's in him.
All right.
It is part of who he is.
All right. You don't have to devil's advocate, court licensing, fucking petition your way out of this. All
What do
right?
I think
get
of?
it.
What do I think of Into the Spider-Verse? Second best Spider-Man movie. And honestly,
Even
Luca,
though
that's like
it's third best,
second best.
and he doesn't. He's not. It's third best. He's telling you second best. That's what's happening.
Yeah, Into the Spider-Verse is second best. No Way Home is the first. All right. Losing confidence. Okay, so here's the thing. Let's just put it into a realistic standard, right? If I took 2 months off of weightlifting and I lost the confidence to move the weight that I used to, it does not mean that I can't. It means that I don't feel good enough to do it. But given the opportunity to warm up, I could lift my old weight in the same day. Spider-Man physically loses the ability to do Spider-Man shit to the point where his eyes stop working and he has to put glasses back on. It's dumb. It makes no sense, and no one wants to talk about how it's the biggest flaw of that film.
No one wants to bring this up.
Everyone's like, "It's the best fucking superhero movie." It's not. It's pretty good. It's a good single standalone sequel film. It's a great superhero movie, and it's got this really weird midpoint where Peter Parker's powers disappear for no reason to pad the time of the movie. And then they come back when he needs them.
Allegedly.
In fact, they come back before they're supposed to come back because he dodges a car, and then he gets his powers back afterwards, which tells me that regular human Peter Parker can dodge a car.
Which
Allegedly, according to that movie.
Thank you.
Which makes no fucking sense.
Ladies and jerks, thank you.
I'm talking
Mr.
shit
Michael-
about, because,
Mr. Michael Boyer had joined us earlier to talk shit and answer all sorts of questions and even help us take notes on all, like, it was ridiculous. So ridiculous, it was ridiculous. So, Michael Boyer, good looks, and thank you. That was ridiculous.
Teaser, I was talking shit about Spider-Man movies because I'm tired of hearing the debate that the Raimi movies are like the fucking king of the hill, when like 1 is like a 7 and 2 is like a good like 8, 8.5. They're pretty fucking good movies. And then Spider-Verse and No Way Home were better. And you had said something, and like anyone who hasn't really watched those movies, that's fine. When you were like, 1 is an amazing origin story for a superhero. Spider-Man 1 by Raimi is one of the best single movie character origins for a superhero. Do you know what the beauty of the Marvel Spider-Man is? It takes 3 movies to tell an origin story.
What kind of fucking viral marketing are you doing for the comic book industry?
I'm just saying. So everyone's like,
What the fuck is this?
one tells a good origin. Great. And if you watch the MCU Spider-Mans, there's the like inciting he has powers, doesn't know what to do with them, irresponsible character, right? That's like the Spider-Man 1 MCU story. He's irresponsible, he doesn't know how to use his powers. 2 is he tries to hand off his responsibility and then learns the like mistakes of like not being responsible. And then 3 is the like great power, great responsibility, he's Spider-Man. But where the other 2 were like force the fucking like growth in one movie, the MCU was like, no, let him grow through films.
It was really rewarding to
You don't
watch
rush
him.
it.
It was rewarding to watch him learn how to use his powers without hitting into the wall and then hitting into the wall. Because he didn't know how to use it very well.
Frank Horrigan, have you guys seen Peacemaker? Yes.
I have not.
It's really good.
Is it?
It's very good.
Okay, I have not.
It's
Tampage, you're gonna have to excuse yourself, but I have not.
It was just I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Peacemaker's solid. Sit down and watch it for yourselves. James Gunn does good work. John Cena is a surprising standout. He's really good. Like
I imagine when he's not fucking kissing China's ass.
yeah, no. When he's being a piece of shit on camera and like being filmed being a piece of shit, he's really good.
Yeah.
And this show shows him being a piece of shit. It's like, all right, so
no,
cool.
because he's fucking Suicide Squad piece of shit.
Yeah, but he's like fucking bitches and like murdering people and like being an asshole. It's really good.
Yes.
Like it's not like it's
all right.
solid,
Not
yeah.
bad. Not bad.
He's just a jerk. It's great. It's pretty solid.
It is funny though how
It has one of the best like it also has one of the best like TV show openings I've seen in a long time.
Why is he so pro China though?
I don't know, man, because money.
It's not that always never sat well with me. Why is he so
I don't know,
quick
man.
to appease? I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me at least. Why would someone? I mean, unless someone.
Have anyone here watched The Wheel of Time? No, I refuse, to be honest. The Wheel of Time just seems like the gayest
I have
show
never,
on television.
I've never read The Wheel of Time. I have no idea. No, I'm very sorry, but like, we are uncultured
Would
slobs.
Hulk Hogan have been pro-China? Probably is still. I don't. If you give wrestlers money, they do things. I don't know if you guys know this. Wrestling is fake, and it's based on checks.
But
So if you give them money,
what
they
Monoxis
say
fails.
things.
What Monoxis fails to recognize is that there are things like Macho Man Randy Savage giving promos in the 80s, Dusty Rhodes and Ric Flair
Before the
in
China market.
in the decade before them.
Before the
And
China market.
no, it is a long, fantastic Americana piece of history of professional wrestling that doesn't exist
His nose is going wild.
outside of many different places. So listen, all right? It's unique to an American identification.
Why is this not
Ric Flair
auto scrolling? What is
is the
going on?
basis of a lot. Shh. Sorry you had to hear this from me.
I'm just saying, like, you give wrestlers money, they'll do things. That's it.
Sometimes, like, that's right, because, like, with New Jack, if you were to give him extra money, he'd be like, do a balcony dive. Okay, and he would.
Yeah.
If you just pay him, he would.
Even just, like, the lines they say, you pay them, they will do things for you. And to be fair, as much as I don't care about the whole, because, like, I understand the Chinese market is, like, everyone talks about how, like, now there's, like, billion-dollar, like, theater markets.
Mm-hmm.
Those only exist
Hang on, chat.
because there are, like, because the Chinese market has the global, like, that's how you get a billion-dollar movie.
Right.
You need Chinese seats to get a billion-dollar film. Why the fuck, as someone like Cena, who's trying to break into that shit, would he not just, like, suck the China dick? Because then all of the people in that country will be like, see the John Cena movie.
Oh,
Watch the John Cena show.
more than plenty.
Yeah, so, like, he does a couple of shilling things, and guess what? That man, like, puts millions of dollars into his pockets as they buy tickets to his garbage. And then he eventually gets hooked up with James Gunn, and James Gunn is like, "Hey, bro, you're kind of funny, and you're jacked. You want to like make James Gunn movies? Because James Gunn movies make money." And you don't gotta do that China shit anymore, because, like, homie, you do some funny, dumb shit. And now he's, like, a gun boy.
And then I stopped making funny, dumb shit.
Yeah, now he doesn't have to make those stupid, like, made-for-TV kids films that, like, Vin Diesel started to make.
Right.
He just skipped that.
Even Ice Cube started to have to be like a family-friendly thing.
Yeah, so now he can fucking just do it.
It is like this horrible, sordid fate that lies on people on the other side of this thing that gets swept up before and if and when it happens into the meat grinding of a you know.
Let's say, I get it. Like, let him fucking...
Few things are original, and I hate to fucking dislocate my shoulder patting myself on the back, but like here at 718 TV Studios,
Basically, Danger, yeah.
there is no filler.
Dance,
Right? Ladies and jerks.
dance like a monkey for China. China gives you the thumbs up. You walk away being like, China said I'm cool. And now every time like your film comes out, they're like, all right, the regular box office for a film is like $400 million.
Anyone on YouTube right now, give us a shout out. If you're watching on YouTube and you found us, good looks, homie, because everyone else here is on chat. We're at twitch.tv/Monoxus.
Oh no, Kum Kum is from
right?
YouTube. We got YouTubers here.
So people on YouTube, thank you for chiming on in. So we here would like to thank you because we earlier were discussing law
Jump
in
Reno.
America
There you go.
and all sorts of things with Mr. Michael Boyer, who is a lawyer at Kraft Legal and a producer at...
Dude, is he really Boyer the lawyer?
It's funny because it's true.
It's awesome. Hey, hipster.
Hipstar, buenas noches y gracias por mirando aquí en un idioma que usted no habla.
But yeah, dude, do the Chinese dance, make the Chinese money.
Oh, you mean you got to make the Shanghai tippy tap dance?
Bro, if
Is
you
that
were-
what you're saying?
If you were told that you could net,
Quote Monoxus, do the Shanghai tippy tap dance.
if someone was like, here's the thing, you're gonna act in this film, right? I can either pay you like 2 million because you're like popping in the US, or I can pay you 13 million because you're popping in China and the US. But all you gotta do is be like, China #1.
Oh no. And then I'd never get work anywhere.
No, because working within, I mean, this is Hollywood. We're not talking about your day-to-day fucking struggles. We're talking about living in that sphere. Could you imagine being told, like, saying China #1 can, like,
Oh, I could.
multiply your earnings?
Although there comes a point where, like, exactly how many multiplication of earnings, because before you know it,
I don't know, man.
no, because like
Okay, so let's...
it's kind of like when you have money in bank accounts, and then once you hit a certain ceiling, you have enough like liquidity in a bank, in a commercial bank account, and then people who work for the bank are trying to reach out to you.
I'll tell
And
you
they're like,
exactly.
why don't you get CDs? Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? Why don't you come in and talk to us about X, Y, and Z? So, like, listen, I get it. There are people who say things that you should do things in X, Y, and Z for various purposes, for better and sometimes for worse. So, all right, you're not wrong. However, Monoxus is here at Twitch.tv Studios.
Remember this date, 97.
All right, 97.
Okay.
Fuck, I need a pen. All right.
Oh, we're good.
97 to 2010.
97 to 2007.
Yes. Okay. And then 2019.
2019.
So, just to put into perspective the China money, right? 97 Titanic grosses over $1 billion.
Right.
Okay. 2010, Cameron takes over his own $1 billion movie with Avatar, which holds until 2019.
Mhm.
In 2019, Marvel takes the 1 billion slot from Cameron, and since then, on a yearly basis, Marvel has broken that. So it took Cameron from 97 to 2010 to make another $1 billion movie.
That's a lot of time and money.
And then from 2010 until 2019, he held it. And in 2019, Marvel took it. In 2020, Marvel made a $1 billion movie. In 2021, they made a $1 billion movie. In 2022, they'll make a $1 billion movie. And do you know why? China #1.
You see, ladies and jerks.
So when you talk, now I don't give a fuck about the Chinese market, but from a perspective,
Why
of an
didn't he
actor,
bring this up when Mr. Michael Boyer was on?
so from
All
an
right.
actor's perspective,
Damn it.
imagine sitting down and they're like, bro, if you play ball with China, $1 billion movies. Instead of making $1 million for your contract, you'll make like 6. If you go China #1. So why do you think John Cena did it? You think he gives a fuck? You think John Cena's political? No.
But why does he need 14 other houses but with the money that
He doesn't, but like it's a competition with these fucking people.
China #1.
China #1, then he makes more money.
Jeez Louise.
That's it. He makes more money, but just China.
It is pervasive, but not as invasive.
And most people
as
here
other.
don't give a
no,
shit.
No. It is a different dynamic. It's kind of bizarre. It's gross and unwarranted, but on different terms.
I'm just saying, people here don't give a fuck either. Like, people on the left will probably be like, yeah, China, because they're morons. And people on the right will be like, yeah, China. I'm saying.
Kind of, sort of. You're not wrong.
I think they can easily weave themselves into things and for the wrong reasons on both sides.
You think so?
Yes, what do you mean?
All right.
The right's making money off of them, and the left wants inclusivity.
All right. I'm just being difficult because I'm gonna go back to where like, all right. So let's say like, there's like a guy.
Yeah.
He's got like chainmail, and he fights like 7. He's gonna fight like 7 pit bulls, but he's got no weapons.
Okay.
How do you think?
A guy in a full chainmail suit, full chainmail,
Yeah.
7 pit bulls.
Mhm.
Are they trained for murder?
This is random.
So
This is RNG random.
is he trained
Random.
for murder?
He's been like doing like pull-ups in armor.
Can he fight?
He's won a fight.
Has he worn
Maybe,
chainmail
maybe.
before?
Yes,
He's trained in chainmail,
he's trained, but it's 7 pit bulls.
but he knows how to fight in chainmail.
But he has no weapons.
Right, but he knows how to fight in chainmail.
He's won one fight.
Full body chainmail?
Partial chainmail. Like him and like 7 other guys and like a lot of pit bulls, and he was like him and 3 other guys.
Wait, so 3v7? What?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm just trying to figure out the numbers here.
I don't know.
Is it one guy?
Yes.
One guy.
Sure.
How much chainmail?
Head to toe, facial not covered.
So just here's not covered?
Yep.
He'll be alright.
Sure.
He can fight, right?
He's won one fight.
Nah, he's outnumbered. He's done.
Really?
Yeah.
7.
Yeah, he's done.
Okay, what about 5?
Needs a weapon.
What kind? No.
What is he killing the dogs with?
What if he? I know you're not wrong, because how is he supposed to fucking deal with the one when the life-ending bite can come from any direction?
Like, breaking a living thing's neck is hard. Choking something out you can do.
Right.
But that's like a 1v1 thing.
No.
Like, if you 1v1 someone, you can choke them out and kill them.
You're not wrong.
But breaking a neck is fucking rough. And if he doesn't know how to do it, he's fucked. Plus, he has limited range of mobility in the chainmail. That's bullshit. He needs at least a knife.
Okay, one dagger. Like, to bring it back to that jerk who brought it up.
One dagger, full chainmail.
All right.
5 dogs?
Was that that jerk from Detroit? Come on.
What? Full chainmail, 1 dagger, 5 dogs.
All right.
Is that what we're saying?
You think?
You give that man a dagger, my money's on him.
All right.
A piercing weapon can put things down.
Okay, but okay.
I'm just saying, they need a weapon. This is like how many toddlers trying to kill you can you take on question.
No. A guy in full chainmail
Yeah, I got that.
with a dagger versus 5 pit bulls, but he's trained. He's won at least one fight before.
Okay.
You know,
Yeah.
right? He has to fight 5 pit bulls.
Yeah,
But like his face is uncovered.
that's fine. His face will be fine.
You think so?
I'm sorry. Only the face is uncovered?
Well, he's wearing chainmail.
But he can do this.
I don't know.
He can do this.
Maybe.
He can do this.
He could do 7 other things on top of that.
So like he
The
can
point
cover this.
is, he has a dagger. That's
Those
all he
teeth are
has.
not going through chainmail.
Look at him arguing. Come
No,
on.
those teeth aren't going through chainmail.
Look,
They're
Perry
bone.
Mason, cut your bullshit.
They're bone. You know how hard it is to get through chainmail?
That wouldn't stop 3 pit bulls working out in tandem.
They would try. And while they're sitting there gnawing at metal, he could just...
Okay.
And the only weak spot he has is up here, so he could do this.
He speaks from experience.
He could do this. Good luck getting to the... And you're saying full body. Like, that's what I'm saying. If it was just like a torso cover, they got him, because they can go for the limbs.
No, it's chainmail. It's all full.
So, like, sleeved, gloved, like, everything but the face. Yeah, he's got them licked. With one knife, yeah. They're not getting through that chainmail. Pit bulls are strong. They ain't strong enough to get through fucking worked metal. They don't have the force for that shit. The thing with a pit bull is they can get through something and then lock it.
But okay, so let's say no. But,
They can tear well.
But what if? Okay, so out the gate.
Unless someone in chat knows, like...
All right, Monoxus.
Yeah, like, it takes a fucking arrow, like a projectile, to get through chainmail.
No, okay, but let's
Like,
say
high force. They don't got that much force.
Monoxus.
Yeah,
Chat.
yeah.
Let's say the portcullis raises.
I get what... Okay.
All right. So on one end is a guy in chainmail, and he's got like
A dagger.
a dagger, or like a gladius. I don't know.
Even better. Great. I have range now.
All right, and now he has to fight a number of pit bulls. Number 1, I endorse this entirely. Number 2, Monoxus speaks as if he has experience, and I can neither confirm nor deny these allegations.
I don't. I'm just going off of logic.
And number 3, all right, I truly think that you would have to have a specific attempt to pit bulls familiar with one another, so you could eventually have like pit bulls that don't eat each other alive
Yes.
when the portcullis raises. And
I
it's
also...
like,
I feel like you give pit bulls too much credit.
no.
Like, they're dangerous.
Okay, how about this? Like 30 pit bulls and a rhino. See? It's
No, we talked about this already. I still think I put my money on that rhino.
okay, chat 30 pit bulls versus a rhino. Who would win? You see? Look
My
at
money's on the rhino.
You think so?
A charging rhino? Boy, you about to get a bunch of trampled dogs. What are they gonna lock onto? They can't grip anything on that thing.
30 pit bulls. All right, fine.
Rhino all day. Yeah, see?
All right, listen, Danger. Like I've had it up to here.
That
with you and
rhino's
your
trampling them.
nonsense. All right, buddy.
Here's the thing,
Thank
though.
you for chiming on
Pit
in.
bulls don't work together, though. Like, they don't.
And they just
They're
try
not
to-
pack animals.
And they try to eat each other.
Yeah, they attack each other first, and then the fucking rhino just gores them, like, tramples them, and starts fucking rolling on them, and just crushing animals.
But it depends where we're fighting. Where are they, like, dueling in this fucking, what? The portcullis raises and they're in a
And they
sauce
go,
pit?
yeah. And then the pit bulls start murdering each other, while the rhino's like, what's happening? The pit bulls are already killing each other as the gate comes up, and the rhino just, like, kind of stands there.
Like, what's up?
And then the pit bulls kill each other, and the rhino wins by default.
No, but you make it seem
Or
like...
there's, like, 3 pit bulls left, and they walk out, and the rhino freaks out and just runs them over.
Alright, this is Monoxus's take of events.
You're
What would
choosing an
happen.
uncoordinated animal. Like, the thing about a pit bull is they do really well.
Okay.
1v1, flesh v flesh.
Okay, how about 50 pit bulls versus a rhino?
I still think the pit bulls kill each other, bro.
No, okay, how about 100 pit bulls versus a rhino?
And then the pit bulls eat each other. Like,
Okay, how about
you're not making the situation better.
how about how about 200 pit bulls versus a rhino?
Before the gates open, there's like...
I don't care. There's 50 left, and they fight. Like, do you think they win?
You're assuming that they're going to even notice the rhino across the fucking
No,
cage.
because then they have a buff. Because they've killed and eaten.
The
their
only
other pit
way
bulls.
that pit bulls kill a rhino is if the rhino is lowered into the pit bulls to be fed to them.
No, it'll never happen.
If the rhino is given like free reign and they're given free reign, those pit bulls are going to turn on each other and frenzy. While the rhino is just like, pit bulls are not a good fucking like. No, they're not pack animals. They don't work together. They're not coordinated.
They're just horrible.
They're just violent when they're meant to fight. You want a 1v1 shit? That's different. Pit bulls are good in 1v1s.
In the portcullis and the kumite.
In like a pit bull versus a human being, I'd pay to watch that.
You see.
Like a trained fighter versus a pit bull.
Well, okay, no. Or how about like a mountain lion, a jinx, not a jinx, a lynx. You could go up against like a bobcat, a bear.
Yeah.
Imagine a guy
Maybe like a mid-sized bear.
with like a bat wrapped in barbed wire against a bear, like
That'd be
with
fun,
like
too.
armor.
Yeah. No. I mean, I would even say take the armor away.
No. Okay, how about like
A
guy
dude with a bat with barbed wire versus a bear. Your only advantage is if you can avoid that bear. If you can land those blows, you will kill that bear. But you
Come on.
have to use your dexterity.
Come on, like
Use your smaller frame
Come on, take Monoxus up on his offer.
to evade the bear. If the bear gets you, you're dead. If you evade the bear, you can wail on that boy. A barbed wire bat, yeah, you can put that shit in his head a couple of times and put him down.
A few times.
You're not doing it in one shot, unless you're mad strong. If you're strong enough, you can Negan that boy and just crush that skull in. But you gotta be strong enough.
Why is Monoxus so proud of taking out fucking like Sasquatch or all versions of fucking AKA Bigfoot? I don't condone this.
What would you have? What if you put 100 pit bulls in a tiny 5x5 foot cube and then open the cube at a wedding? A wall of blood and viscera would pour out as the pit bulls tore each other to shreds,
And there were just
and the
like,
wedding would be ruined.
and there would be like 12 pit bulls who were just like, I'm satisfied.
And then
I've eaten,
the bride would
and
walk up and be like, "Oh, they're so cute."
and then eventually they just go.
Yeah, every woman would freak out and love how cute the pit bulls are. When
Oh
they
God, that is just awful.
Yeah. It'd be an interesting present though. It's like a cube of dead pit bulls.
And you know what? It would lead to slow,
Fuck is a manure.
eventual propagation. Because now it's like your version of the fucking end run game
Hold on, Thupa. Here's the thing.
of pit bulls and animal baiting. They all have to come from the goddamn portcullis.
Thupa.
You see-
Hold on. He's saying what I was about to say to you, Thupa. You are assuming any kind of advantage to either side. The whole purpose of these conversations is that it is like
Okay, so why
you have
can't
line of sight.
we have like 8 elks versus like fucking like the 30 pit bulls?
You could.
What the fuck can an elk do to help another elk when it's getting fucking mauled by a pit bull?
A kick from an elk would shatter the fucking skull of a pit bull.
Are elks known for fucking teamwork?
No, but they'll just kick wildly.
You don't how are you so confident in that?
It's not about the confidence. It's about the fact that you are picking an animal that does not play well. You're assuming that like 30 pit bulls means that they're swarming when like
He says I'm assuming
the portcullis comes up
making an ass out of you and me.
and the pit bulls are eating each other and fighting each other and some are running off and then elks are freaking out and these elks are running around just kicking wildly while these pit bulls murder each other and the elks are getting lucky kicks off. Like, you're not picking a pack animal. If you were like 30 wolves versus elks, I'd be like, damn, those wolves got a shot.
Right.
Because they play ball. They work with each other.
Not pitiful.
Before the portcullis gates go up, like 5 of your 30 pit bulls are dead because they tore each other's throats out.
They were so small. They didn't last a chance.
Like, you're not picking an animal that fights, like, in groups. You want, like, mad gorillas? Yo, gorillas fight with each other. 30 gorillas versus, like, 30 bears? Cool. Fun fight.
No, that's not fair. 30
Alright.
bears versus 30. No, that's not fair.
Why not? Gorillas got the dexterity. They could fuck around.
No. Where are they fighting? On
Give
what terrain?
I don't know. Give him some kind of train to jump
No.
around on.
30 bears versus 30 gorillas is not fair.
Why not? So what's not fair about it? Who would win?
Okay.
What are you seeing that's like unfair?
Gorillas, I believe, would be able to plan as a team, and bears are
Yeah.
just like, what's going on? They're just like standing around. Like, what's up?
But they can eat a hit.
And then there's no. The bears, they're just minding their own business. They're just like, hey, what's up? Not much, man. What's going on?
They're just bears. Until like a gorilla comes out and no one hits them.
And then like 11 gorillas come across the horizon, and it's not pretty.
Yeah, but
So-
like a gorilla could hit a bear, and that bear could. They can maul them.
It could.
Bears have the advantage of the claw and the
Why are
teeth.
you fucking with bears?
I'm just saying. Because you're picking pit bulls. One of the worst combatants when they're not in a 1v1 against other pit bulls.
Okay. Question.
That's like being like, yo, I'm gonna throw roosters up against other natural birds. You mean roosters who hunt and like can kill things with their like back hook? Like rooster versus a parrot, bro. Fuck do you mean?
Listen,
The rooster's gonna win.
I don't trust this guy and his fucking ill repute.
30
of-
roosters versus a
betting.
human being.
An ill repute of betting.
And all you hear is
Alright?
like roosters
That's what
like
it
going
is.
at each other, and it's like, don't worry, there'll be 30 roosters when that door opens. No, there won't. There'll be like 2. And they'll be bloodied because they just went at each other.
God damn it.
You're not picking things that fight well. You're picking things that kill each other well.
Okay, fine. How about like
Pit bulls are not good combatants. That's the whole point.
how about no? Okay. But what if the pit bulls were deployed in different okay.
Like a flank maneuver.
No. What if? All right.
Meanwhile, in Myanmar. Yeah, see now? Yeah, German Shepherds. Better.
Uh-oh.
But I agree with like Kum. Like, yo, bears have built-in weapons. They would fuck gorillas up.
So, excuse me, Mr. Kumkum, do you believe that the bears will defeat the gorillas? And also, chat, like, honestly, I believe, if you were to force them in an arena, all right, like, you would have to, if you're not separating the pit bulls, they'll kill each other.
Yeah.
All right, now, I believe there comes a point where, like, let's say, like bears, gorillas, I think to a degree, maybe even like tigers, like
Oh, you want to bring tigers into this shit?
if you were to just thrust them, imagine 4 tigers that never met one another, and they're just shoved in this pit.
Yeah.
And it's sawdust, and they smell blood, and like they recognize that there's like people.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Behind
I get where you're coming from.
this pit bulls, and like 2 of them live.
Tigers would decimate pit bulls.
You don't know that.
Tigers would decimate pit bulls.
What if Stacy, the worst pit bull to have ever walked the earth,
Tigers,
who killed a fucking like orangutan
as far as I'm concerned,
in 9 seconds?
of all the animals you have picked to go against pit bulls, tigers hands down have the most advantage.
There was this orangutan that used to know how he had like a buckler and a spear, and he was like really good at killing things in the arena. And then like Lucy killed him, and it was really sad.
I still think tigers are the worst thing you can put up against pit bulls.
I don't know. I think like fucking like 7 pit bulls could take down a tiger.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know.
You sure?
Tigers are fucking.
Hey, chat, do you think 7 pit bulls could take down a tiger? All right, ladies, I'm gonna go take a leak. I'll be right back. All right, I'll be right back.
I'm just saying.
Chat?
Tigers are wild.
Chat, 7 pit bulls, can they take down a tiger?
I don't think so.
You let me know.
I think that tiger's got them licked. I think that tiger decimates them.
Yo, what's in the background?
You know what's in the background? Our logo's in the background, bro.
Oh, nice. Attaboy.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm on the pit bulls or toys to a tiger. Again, this is why I keep telling this man. He acts like pit bulls are fucking organized. They are not. They would be fighting each other before the tiger even becomes a fucking threat. Pit bulls are a terrible combatant. And it could try to rip out a fucking tiger's throat. It could try its damnedest. It ain't getting near that tiger. But I would love to watch it. But I think that tiger would just fucking decimate a bunch of fucking pit bulls. The second they even try to leap at it, like the force that a tiger can produce with its single fucking paw can put a pit bull on the ground. It's gonna lunge and just get snapped. It's the second it jumps at it. Tigers aren't fucking slow. They don't have shitty reflexes. The first pit bull that charges that tiger is dead. Damn near instantly. And that's assuming the tiger, like, because again, we're going into this, like, you know, this is why the toddler question is so important. Yeah. Those tigers would just tear them apart, yeah. And I'm assuming, like, we're talking about, you know, tigers, non-fed, like, the whole point is these things are, like, ready to fight. How many can you take on? Kum, are you talking about the toddler question? Like, how many toddlers could I fight? Because I've always heard, like, are we talking about, like, 3-year-olds? Like, how many 3-year-olds can I take at once? We're talking, like, 4-year-olds? Like, what's the question here? Killing blows allowed? Like, I'm just murdering children? Is that the question? How many small toddlers can I murder? I think to some extent, I'd have to assume that before I get overrun, it's more a matter of fatigue. Like, how long can I swing into the skulls of toddlers before I tire? You know what I mean? Because I don't think they're overpowering anything. You know what I mean? I don't know what I don't know. I mean, like, how long before I guess the weight of a toddler like brings me to my knees? You know what I mean? I don't know. I've never had toddlers hanging onto my body.
Okay, so 7 pit bulls can take down a lion, and you know this.
No, female or male?
Seven. Lion?
Yeah, the females are better hunters.
Okay. What no, but what is the difference between hunting and fighting to the death?
The females would probably do better than the males.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
How do you prove that?
Just from lions? Because the females are better at, like, combat in general.
Okay. Maybe.
Do you think you can kill a horse with your bare hands? Probably not.
Oh, you mean like one dude meleeing
fighting
a horse until it's
dead.
Yeah, dude. One guy can totally fucking no, but he would have to have a lot of agility.
Here's the thing, though.
And he would have to fucking be able to dodge
here's
parry
the thing.
when a horse would turn around and try to heel kick it.
You are going to see. This is like, I love when these questions pop up because the assumption is always like, "Yo, could you fight a horse to death, bro?" The second you punch that horse, it's gonna run. Can you chase a horse? No, you can't. Therefore, you can't kill a horse.
Are you sure?
You can't chase a fucking horse, bro!
Yo, you could fucking totally take a sharpened screwdriver to a horse.
We're talking about hand to hand.
Oh, hand to hand?
The second you punch that horse once, if you don't kill it instantly, it dips.
Oh, no. Okay, why don't... Okay. Imagine Grizzly punches a horse. What
now chase that... We're talking about humans. That's why...
Grizzly punches a horse. What now?
Grizzly can't one-shot a horse.
Okay. The horse runs. Grizzly now has to.
Grizzly can't chase a horse.
No. But they're in a sawdust pit, the Kumite pit.
No, see, that's not what we're talking about.
That's what I've been talking about this whole time.
Okay, so now it's become man v horse in a cage match. All right, I think a human can kill a horse if they can avoid that horse's back kick, or that horse jumping and falling on top of them. If that horse lands on you or back kicks you, you're fucking dead.
What if?
I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying a human can kill a horse in hand-to-hand combat, but my money's on the horse.
Okay. Monoxus. All right. Listen.
My money's on the horse.
Okay, Grizzly versus the horse. What now?
Grizzly gets kicked very quickly because that man is not mobile.
Are you sure?
In fact, the best advantage you could have against a horse...
That is a very measured answer.
It's not
I was
strength,
not ready for it.
It's mobility. Like, strength does not win you a fight against an animal. It's your ability to evade animals have natural strength.
I was honestly gonna fucking bet on a grizzly beating a horse to death in one-on-one combat in the sawdust pit.
No.
But no, this guy, I don't know.
Humans-
Maybe this guy should be talking to my fucking accountant and bookie in Vegas.
Humans have developed primarily intellect and not strength. Animals can one-shot most humans. Even strong humans, a solid kick to the neck from a horse, your neck's broken and you're dead. You die instantly because your C-spine just gets shattered.
Okay, so how about Tank Abbott versus a horse?
Again, we're talking about
mid-90s Tank Abbott versus a horse.
Tactics is how you win against an
Chat,
animal.
help me out. Is anyone familiar with Tank Abbott in the mid-90s? Remember? Probably not. Shh. Don't tell anyone.
Just saying. Humans can take out animals, but it takes a lot of tactics and very, very long-winded, coordinated attempts.
I think seven pit bulls could take down a lion.
Which is why humans developed pointy sticks.
7 pit bulls could take down a lion.
Maybe.
Yep.
Hard maybe. My money would be on a lion.
I'd like to see you in court.
You don't have to. We could. I mean, like, if I was a gambling man and someone was like, "Pit bull's lion," I'd be like, "Lion."
All right, I'll see you at Sheepshead Bay.
That's
Thursday.
fine. I'm just telling you.
Right.
I would my money would be on lion.
All right, I'll see you in Sheepshead Bay on Thursday.
Because 7 is not enough pit bulls.
All right, how many are you talking about?
All right, send me the link to where I put money on this, and I will put a fairly.
I have a bookie in Vegas who is willing to take the most ridiculous bets that no one ever wants to talk about, like how the United States is gonna fucking invade Ethiopia on humanitarian effort. Now,
here's the thing. This is why I asked when you said lion pit bull. I was like, male or female. It matters.
Ooh,
It matters.
So you see, can you imagine the number of places where for like an opening card they have like cockfighting, then they have like pitbull versus pitbull, Rottweiler versus Rottweiler, and then like they have like 7 pit bulls and then a lion.
Male or female.
Now, if no one ever stops to ask male or female, there is a lot of money that one can potentially swindle from everyone out of here. And this.
And Mr. Kumkum wants to know how many toddlers at once do you think would take to like overcome you?
Who personally, Monoxus or
You.
myself? Me.
It's not about like how many you could take like in waves. How many toddlers, like on you essentially, would it take to overrun you?
I think it would take until I physically.
He wants a number, I think.
No. Okay, because okay, so I would have to toddlers,
like 3-year-olds,
meaning all right. So they're okay. So
like 2 feet tall, maybe 3.
it depends. Okay, no, I need I need context. All right, now
It's a hard one, but
how do they catch me? Am I just minding my own business?
let's just say you're being covered with toddlers.
No. Listen, am I just going about and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna go get some cookies from Laguli's. What's up? And then like toddlers.
Yes,
right?
exactly. Like
That's
like, and then there are
Like
toddlers on you. How many does it take before you're like overrun?
until I'm done. All right.
Which is, I mean, like I thought about it in terms of like how many it would take to cover my body, and how much they weigh individually before I can no longer hold up the toddlers. And now I'm basically being suffocated and crushed by toddlers.
I think
That's how I envision it.
No. But what are they doing to subdue me? What are they doing to harm
Oh
me?
no. So there you go. So
You are locked. You're locked in a room. They come out. 1 fight to the death, and then 2, and then 3, and then so on.
So at what point are you like, I can no longer fight these toddlers?
Toddlers?
Yeah.
Eventually, it just turns into doing sweeping motion attacks and hammer fisting and elbowing
I
things
feel like
out the gate.
Easily double digits.
Why would you not? No.
Easily in the 20s.
No, because like are they trained toddlers to fight and do melee, or are they just meat shields that you could just easily you don't understand. Like even if there's like 100 of them, You just fucking throw elbows and knees and stomp and just fucking make sweeping grand gestures with flat palmed motion.
I mean,
through
eventually,
everything one at a time.
eventually, you just
What are you
can't-
talking about?
Eventually,
Why would you not stop at fighting hundreds at a time?
Eventually,
Just fucking throwing elbow after elbow and only catching your breath to bask in the glory of people screaming at the top of their lungs.
Because
So
eventually,
you could fight wave after wave. So eventually, it's like 243 infants go, and some guy wins in like fucking 34 seconds, and you have to act surprised.
they're unending. That's the thing. And like they're
Oh,
gonna,
so it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
and they're gonna keep biting and like opening wounds.
Oh,
and
so the guy can't opt out? It's just,
you just go until you die.
no, that's bullshit.
Until you suffocate in like a mountain of dead toddlers.
Okay, no, okay. So the original question is how many until I get overwhelmed?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
It's like
Okay,
it's a
no,
lot.
no,
It's
no,
a
no,
lot.
no, no, no. This is important. All right, now where am I?
You're like locked in a room.
In a room.
Let's say like a standard sized bedroom.
What is it, like wood, concrete?
Concrete walls.
All right. And
No
now,
windows.
Now where are they coming from?
The door. You can't go out. You can't leave the room.
Okay.
You're stuck. You have to fight until you die.
Because eventually I would die by exhaustion.
Yeah,
but
that's what I
eventually,
said. I was like, it's the fatigue that's gonna kill me.
right.
It's not the toddlers. It's the lack of physical. Like, I will not be able to fight these toddlers forever. Their bodies will begin to pile up. I will not be able to move through
And
them.
then eventually, because eventually,
And I'll be tired.
no. Eventually, you will be able to murder like 4,277 like infants that just get like bulldozed into the room.
Yeah.
And then eventually you tire out because you're done.
You just can't.
You
There's
can't.
too many.
You can't squeeze craniums. You
Yeah.
can't just twist limbs and just rip apart. You can't just like stomp an elbow.
I mean,
and
let's
knee.
just think about like
And eventually,
a 12 by 10 room, right?
eventually Monoxus, he's just like pressed against, and there's no, and he's just boom, 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 and then before he ends up in Valhalla, like it takes a lot. So I would say, I don't know, maybe like 4,273 infants. That's my limit.
Oh, no,
Eventually,
that's-
I die from exhaustion.
Yeah, I think fatigue would kill me before anything else.
Yeah.
I don't know what number to put on it because like I feel like killing toddlers would be easy.
You heard it here first, folks.
I don't think it would be hard.
No, but how big is the room?
I was assuming like a 12 by 10,
But okay, no, but 12 by 10. But how tall?
10 feet ceilings,
No, but you understand that there comes a.
12 by 10 by 10.
How are you unloading unending waves?
I don't know. Whoever's fucking pulling them in is taking out the dead bodies. Jeez,
No, because eventually
they're clearing the bodies out.
Who? All right.
I don't know. There's a fucking keeper. Whoever's keeping the toddlers. Whoever's got thousands of toddlers to throw at you.
Okay, you mean the antagonist of the story?
This metaphysical being that can just spawn toddlers and despawn their dead bodies.
I would say like for me a little bit under 4.5 thousand toddlers.
I don't know. It would be an obscene number. That's
Oh
the
no,
point.
because up until like 600, it's just like what I just like I hold my hand up against the wall where the portcullis opens up, and I just keep just like stomping, and that's it. The first 600, and then eventually I'm just like, and then it's just like,
No, yeah.
and then like, but I still have to catch my breath because if it's like, wait, stop. Wait, and then and then it becomes survival mode, and then it's not...
I don't know. I was thinking about like toddlers being like slammed.
and then
into
at
walls,
4,000,
you know, using the corner of a room to just put their heads into
just
it.
slightly under 4,500.
Because realistically, you can overpower their whole ass bodies. You know what I mean? Like their head's their weak spot.
But don't you? Oh no,
Just
but
cave their skulls in on the wall.
but
Very minimal.
but they're marching out.
Yeah, I
they're
get
not.
that.
They're
Yeah.
not being bulldozed. They're not being prodded. They're marched out.
Yeah, no.
So you could just like hold your hands up to the wall
It would be good.
and then just jump and that's all. And it's not until you get to 600 that eventually you get to like 1,000 like 700 and it feels like battery acid is running up and down your legs.
Yeah.
And like you're gonna puke.
And your knuckles are bleeding from punching toddler skulls in.
And then and you're for the and you just taste metal in your mouth and then you're in the zone.
How many toddlers does it take for you to lose your moral compass? At what point do you stop feeling that you're killing small children and just start fighting for survival? Because those first couple are gonna suck. You're just gonna feel terrible.
I'm curious. Okay, so are these like infants?
Combat toddlers.
Are these? Oh, so they're combat toddlers.
I'm just
like,
making that up.
Oh, okay. So these combat toddlers are trying to fucking mog you and like fucking cover your fucking mouth.
They're trying to
and
kill
make
you.
sure
Yeah.
they- Oh no! That changes everything! You son of a bitch! What is wrong with you? That is the worst thing in the history of anything ever!
They're
Combat! No!
They're tiny little space marines.
No! She's just... Can you use their gear against them?
No. There's no gear, dude. They're just tiny...
What that makes no sense. You should fucking stomp on them.
They're just tiny space marines, dude.
No! That is the worst thing in the world!
All they know is kill.
Combat, no, because like the first one, you just fucking squish into fucking like meat paste,
Yeah, I'm just saying. But like after a little while,
and then it's
you
not
realize
like,
they're just trying to climb up and like put their little hands on your throat,
and then like
and
100,
it feels like you have like fingers, but like enough of them.
and then into like 113, you could easily just fucking swing at them wildly, and then it's not until like 1,011, and then you're just like.
Until there's like 6 or 7 pairs of hands here, and you're like, I actually can't breathe. Like, get them off.
You have to. Okay, so it's a 10x12 room.
They're like wrapping around your legs to like inhibit your mobility.
Okay, question.
You know what I mean?
Question. Let's say they're in the room. All right.
No, they have teeth, dude. They're biting too.
All right. They're biting.
They have teeth.
All right.
They're biting.
All right. So let's say
Combat toddlers, bro.
So let's say they're in the room.
Yeah.
In the room, it's you and 900 of them, and then there's like 4,000 waiting here that can't fit into the room. What happens?
I mean, they crush you.
You think so?
Yeah, dude. They get factored in. I guess. If you can't like dwindle the numbers.
Really?
I'm going off of magic here, bro. Like they're spawning in and spawning out. I don't know, because like this is unrealistic in the first place. As you kill one, they're gone. Go.
Well, okay. Wait. So as soon as they're no longer because you can't take into account all of these like half dead infants that like even if you just like like it's still like the heart is still going.
Listen,
and there's
man,
like smush brain
I
and
can't.
it's just like built onto the foundation of this thing where I build my ziggurat of suffering.
I
And
can't.
where I personally get to like fighting 7,419 infants.
Look, this isn't
Or
my
just,
fucking
like,
question.
keep
I'm
just
just
fucking
adding nonsense
punching.
on, alright? The tiny space marines thing is the only way I can logically see them being a threat.
Mhm.
Like they're genetically just built to kill.
Okay, so let's say I die to this thing. Then do you have to fight zombie versions of me?
No, they're no zombies. They're just tiny toddlers that have space marine genomes.
So these
And if you
little
want, you can
fucking
make
tiny space marine like
You can make them kind of cute by having them wearing like little space marine jumpsuits.
Hmm.
With little tiny hats.
little tiny helmets with like full tactical gear.
Not full. That makes them like really hard to kill. You can give them the helmet to protect the soft spots in their head.
Oh no! Just fucking stomp on their chest,
Yeah,
destroy the heart.
I'm making it harder just for the sake of the fucking conversation.
Or so I've been told. Because eventually you end up getting cornered by all these little fucking instances. And there's like 14,000 of them. Because like even if you have a lightsaber, all you have to do is just keep swinging it left and right and not exert yourself in any meaningful sense of the term. And even if you find a way to power game all of this nonsense, you have a fucking lightsaber, and like that ends up becoming like stronger than anything you could possibly imagine. It is stronger than all of the weapons that anyone ever uses, even in the movie Predator. It's stronger than anything that you could possibly imagine, and I mean, not like a lie, like a lot of things in fucking cinema. I hate to admit that. And even if you had a lightsaber, I don't think you'd last. It's nothing personal. I'm just saying, like, eventually, if they had, like, helmets, to prevent fucking. That in it of itself is a different dynamic that is hard to even take into consideration. Because originally, we were arguing and yelling, and Monoxus believes that 3 bears can take on 30 pit bulls. Now, the question is, are these pit bulls trained to fight? Are they bred to just be mean, and do they have a disposition of being fucked up? Perhaps. I don't know. Because if you leave pit bulls by themselves, I think realistically speaking, because imagine you have like 10 pit bulls versus a bear. And then like the portcullis starting to open up. And then like the smallest pit bull is like, uh-oh. And then all the other pit bulls just fucking decide, yep. And then that gives them a buff to take on the fucking bear. I hope that bear knows what he's doing. So, we're going to be chiming in with chat. So, on Alyssa goes, they're organized unlike pit bulls. All right. Well, listen, buddy. How would you feel if there were like maybe like 17 orangutans, each with a buckler and something they could hold in their right hand, versus 100 pit bulls, but they're in the jungle. But just fucking airdrop pit bulls, like fucking like you could even drone the pit bulls one by one. Go for it. You will drone the pit bulls one by one into the jungle with 17 orangutans who each have a buckler and something they could hold in their right hand. How about that? You tell me, how will that pan out? All right. Just combat toddlers. All right, listen. I am not one to discuss these fantastic things you could currently be watching on pay-per-view. And thank you for tuning in here at twitch.tv/Monoxus. I'm Stained Haynes. Thank you for watching. Monoxus is currently in another castle, and he's talking to a woman whose favorite position is behind her boyfriend's back. And then there are new messages, and I can't read them in chat, so I'm very sorry. Monoxus had forgotten to mention that, or at the very least implement it. Shh. But realistically speaking, I think if this guy's gonna fucking bet 10 pit bulls can beat a bear, no. My money is on the 10 pit bulls. Because even worst case scenario, I would say absolute worst case scenario, 7 pit bulls will be remaining and alive, and they will be like, they will be like blood drunk, and because they had, ganged up on the little teeny tiny, pit bull brethren, because that's what they do. Because even when you see pit bulls as puppies, they just fucking bite on the closest thing ever. That's it. So, I think if you were to give 10, 3 would die out, and then you have 7, and those 7 pit bulls will dash as fast as they can to something like a bear. And honestly, I think those 7 pit bulls can get the bear. All right, so Monoxus, check this out. All right. So, you've got a bear. Pick a bear.
Are we still doing this?
No. Yes, we are. Pick a bear.
We can pick a bear.
There are different kinds of bears, right?
Yeah, I have to pick a fucking bear.
Yeah, you got
Polar bear.
okay, it's fine. A polar bear in a sawdust pit. A polar bear in a sawdust pit. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so you take a polar bear, and the portcullis opens up. All right,
All right.
and then on the other end, before the portcullis opens up, there's 10 pit bulls, and then the portcullis opens up, it's 7 pit bulls, and then they're all like blood drunk, and they're just like, I want more, and there's just a polar bear, and
Polar bear.
and it's sawdust
Polar bear.
everywhere.
Polar bear.
Polar bear, really?
Polar bear.
Really?
Yes.
What makes you so fucking confident in polar bear, even though it is a sawdust pit?
It's a fucking bear. What does the sawdust matter? It's a fucking bear.
It's not even ground. It's just
it's a fucking bear.
and all
Polar bears
animals
walk on snow, dude. They don't care about even ground.
But this isn't snow.
The snow's more uneven. They have less stability.
How does that?
And
make
polar
that...
bears are bloodthirsty, dude. The motherfuckers tear shit to like
Chat.
shreds.
How do you think this will unfold?
Listen, there's no answering these questions. We can't get proper answers. You have too much confidence in pit bulls. They ain't that strong.
Well,
1v1 human can beat a pit bull if they know how a pit bull works. Bro,
I don't know.
if a pit bull came at you, alright? Now, mind you, you're aware that pit bulls are violent. You're not some fucking chud who's like, whatever, you know what I mean? You see a pit bull coming at you. That shit's gonna bite you. You telling me you physically couldn't... That motherfucker's jaw?
Although I would be tempted. Wait, okay. What am I wearing? Like what
What you're wearing right now, dude.
What I'm wearing right now.
It's coming at you.
Okay. Then if it's coming at me,
And you gotta rock that dog before it gets, like, as it's coming at you.
okay.
You telling me you couldn't fucking put a pit bull down?
It's coming at me, so I would have to fucking like kick it as hard as I can to keep my hands free. So when it's on the floor, eventually I could get my hands on it and I could do something awful.
Like, don't get me wrong, pit bulls got strong jaws when they lock, but like, do you put your hands like this real quick? You're telling me that if that pit bull don't got you locked down, you ain't gonna do one of these to that motherfucker and just snap his jaws clear open?
So
their jaws are strong in a closed position, not open.
Honestly, I've thought about...
You break that motherfucker's jaws and you laugh.
I've thought about, in the event I have to fight, like, a pit bull, like, I have no problem giving up one of my shoes, because you get one free, like...
Yeah.
And then, okay, so it's closed, so you just go over.
That's it.
And then you just fucking
suffocate
like,
that fucking dog.
Yeah.
You wrap your arms around its head, choke it out, and you put your thumbs in its eyes as you puncture its eyes, and you choke it out. Because it's a fucking animal, and it's gonna have a fear response.
It's kind of like
it's not a human being.
It's kind of like when you throw Crocs to Crocs. Like, you throw Crocs to crocodiles, and the crocodiles are like, grah. And then you swipe in, and then you just, like...
Pin them. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, pit bulls are super dangerous.
Fuck pit bulls.
Almost all pit bull attacks happen because people are unsuspecting of them, and the dog just, like, spazzes. Like, maybe I'm just hyper aware of it. I've walked by people who have pit bulls. Like, people walk dogs in New York all the time. And a majority of the dogs I see, I don't even think twice about. I'm just like, it's on a leash, it's walking, it's under control. Every time I see a pit bull, my immediate response is like, just be on guard.
Yeah.
Because if that dog decides it wants to snap, I want to be ready to be like, as it comes at me, just right in the snap. Punch that boy. Be ready to defend, because if that dog decides to come at me, I have to actually fight it.
So you are more prone to using your hands than your feet.
Well, as a response to an attack.
What you're wearing now? Okay, what are you wearing now? Oh shit! You oh, excuse me. Okay, you could get away with that for a while. Because I am wearing like sandals, and he's wearing fucking shoe boots.
I just think that the advantage of the thumb is something that people take for granted.
No, footwear is so. No, imagine if you were fucking wearing like steel-toed boots. That
Oh
would
no,
help you so much.
I wear my combat boots all the time. My point is like people get scared of that dog because of the jaw.
No, because once it, even
Once
though
it
you're supposed to
clamps.
force it forward.
Yes,
right.
exactly. That's why I'm like, if I see a pit bull and I'm like ready for it, I'm not thinking, hey, let it bite me. I'm thinking like, be ready. And if I see that dog snap, my hands aren't going to be going into like defense. They're going to be going into like, put your arms and like, if you have to do this and put them in that dog's mouth and create a gap
No one saw that.
that it can't close.
No, here's the deal though.
You don't let that shit.
No, but here's the deal. If you're not wearing a hoodie, if you're not wearing long johns,
It's
if
gonna
you're
hurt.
not wearing chainmail, if you're not wearing a ballistic
No, it's gonna
vest,
fucking hurt.
if you're not wearing 17 turtlenecks one on top of another,
It's going to hurt. Do you know what hurts more? Getting that shit clamped and locked. It can either get your arm and start getting into veins and ripping at you, or you can see that dog coming at you and do this
okay.
and give it too much to bite. And then once you like, okay, the dog's now
Okay.
all open on you,
No,
right?
no. I have a two-part
Pry
question.
that shit open.
I have a two-part question.
And not just don't just pry it open. Don't just like remove the dog from you.
I have a two-part
Like,
question.
keep going.
Okay.
Like kill that dog.
All right. I have a two-part question.
Sure.
One. Let's say there is a sawdust pit. Right.
What is with you in sawdust pits?
Listen. So there's
Why sawdust? Why not concrete?
So no.
Concrete arena.
Okay, there's a concrete arena, and this guy, he's really good at killing fucking like pit bulls. All right.
Like an expert.
Like yes, 2-3 at a time. All right.
Armed.
If you give him odds, like he comes back to collect.
Okay.
Right. So in this arena, like who's to stop something to the effect of like, what's stopping like someone from training an ostrich to fight?
No one.
Like, what's stopping someone to train like, okay, so certain bears are prone to certain kinds of behavior determining like on like how often they come in contact with humans.
So where's this going? What you got a pit bull killer? What's he fighting? Come on. I know that's what this says.
Okay, so there's a guy in the UFC who's considered the greatest of all time, named like Khabib, and
Who fought
like,
bears? Yeah.
but still, if you're undefeated, like you're undefeated, like good on you. Like I don't give a shit what weight class you're in. Like you're the best at what you do. Like now, granted, there's a difference between him and like Rocky Marciano, Muhammad Ali, Bruce Lee, like heavyweights. Like he's not a heavyweight.
Oh yeah.
He's not a heavyweight. He's like a light heavyweight. But the point is, all right. No, look it up. I'm not fucking lying. All
No,
right.
I know he is. I'm actually looking up something else.
Fucking listen. Like realistically speaking, like I would like to believe that like Khabib versus if I really had to fucking play this game, Khabib versus Dan Severn. Oh, even though Dan Severn is like fucking 97 years old right now. I digress. Fun fact. Dan Severn is semi-retired. And if Mark Coleman, Royce Gracie, or Ken Shamrock ever want to challenge him to a rematch, he'll take it anytime, any place, because he fought Ken Shamrock, Royce Gracie, and Mark Coleman, and he was like, those guys were on steroids or on performance-enhancing drugs, and up like in the 90s and in the 2000s, no one tested for those things. It happened. Look at fucking Mark Coleman. There's a documentary called The Smashing Machine, and there's just this guy who was really good at just beating people up, and then he fell apart, and it's kind of funny. I wonder if people like that would do really good against a fucking pit bull. No. Hang on. We've untapped a fucking new market here. Hang on. So, Monoxus.
All right, I'm just.
Listen. Let's say.
I love the. I don't know. Every time Bruce Lee comes up, I'm like, yeah,
So how
a man with no fight record.
so how come you are predisposed to survival mode instead of like prize fighting? Like that's one thing I want to know.
What do you mean?
Okay, you see this as survival mode.
Come on, camera, focus.
You see this as a survival mode until a person is no longer able to just fucking fight, kick, elbow
Is that
drop.
not what we're talking about?
What about prize fighting?
What about prize fighting?
Okay, so like take a guy and like he's in tactical gear and he has like a World War One bayonet spike, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like he fights for rich people and they're just like sitting like in this like upper tier thing
Okay, what about him?
and he fights like 7 pit bulls and he wins.
Yeah.
Right.
What about that?
So
That's great.
So, what is stopping someone who's like, if this is a circuit, if this is a thing, what's stopping from watching someone like even you don't? In fact, to defeat like a crocodile, I don't know if crocodiles and alligators have the same lore and where like if you keep their mouth closed, like
Yeah.
they're mobile. But it would be really funny to watch like Kool-Aider, like in fucking Florida, be like, hey, we got here a Florida gator. Closes and beats it to death. And then we make money off of Kool-Aid.
We would also get charged with a lot of different animal abuse violations
You can make a lot of money off of Kool-Aid.
and lose a lot of money for killing an animal
Yeah.
on a live stream.
We can make even more in the Kumite.
I don't not in the States.
No, I mean the International Water Kumite.
International waters doesn't work like that, but
Yeah,
sure.
it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, yes,
No,
it does.
no, it doesn't.
Where all this like the hypothetical like yeah.
That's not how that works.
You sure?
I'm almost positive.
I saw a guy,
I would say like 95% sure, even if you're in like open water.
I saw a really brolic guy with like fucked up homemade tattoos like fight 2 Rottweilers and win by like a little bit. And like it was gross. And
Oh no, I'm not saying you can't just do illegal shit and get away with it.
And like I won some decent money off of him.
I'm just saying like you could definitely get charged. From what I understand, you basically have to succumb to the laws of the country with which your visa you are identified as. So like even if you're
in Minecraft,
even if you're out in those waters, if someone brings it back to you, you get charged under your country's laws. So, dual citizenship somewhere that doesn't care about that shit, and then set up your kumite. So that when they charge you, you can be like, nah, I was operating under their laws. Or this is fine, I could just like let people fight.
now you're just fishing for countries that you hope will be kind and hip to your bullshit.
You tell me that I can't go to Venezuela, get dual citizenship, and let animals murder each other?
Venezuela is in the middle of a fucking upheaval thing that no one wants to talk about
Which
right
is
now.
exactly why they won't give a fuck if I'm doing animal fights.
God
They are
damn
too
it.
busy.
Yeah, see, that's why Monatis should be earning the big bucks right now. You see?
They are
That's the
distracted.
lateral thinking that you at fucking Madison Avenue could be employing right now.
They can't focus on what I'm doing.
Hmm.
Dual citizenship might be hard. A homie of mine's from Venezuela, and she has citizenship. She could set it up.
Are you prostituting yourself to 3-letter agencies?
No, but I will proposition her to do this for me, and then give her a 60-40 cut,
Yes.
60 on mine.
Hey, CIA Venezuela cut. Give me a cut. We're gonna fucking make it happen. right
Animal
now.
fights, she's just gotta be like, yo, what happened? It happened in over here, not over here. You know what I'm saying?
You know.
Actually, she kind of likes animals. She would be okay with it.
You know we should put. All right.
She's a fan of like living things.
All right. Like
We could just do bug fights,
7 pit bulls.
bro. We could stream bug fights like for real
No. Listen.
and take bets.
All right. 2 guys.
Bets.
A team. All right. Tactical gear. And each
Don't say
one-
fucking pit bulls.
Yes.
Stop with the pit bulls. They're not that threatening.
Okay.
I mean, they're dangerous.
No. One has a fucking like gladius,
Okay, he's already winning.
and the other doesn't. He has nothing except tactical, like defensive.
Okay,
Like cut off finger gloves,
sure.
helmet,
All right.
vest, kneecap,
Bro,
boots.
get out there while I gladius these things.
Right
Beat bait.
now,
I'm the one with the fucking sword.
do you think they could take out beyond, like, not just pit bulls? Because of course they could take out maybe like 22 pit bulls until shit gets weird.
Trained with that gladius?
I don't know. Train? Well, what do you mean train?
Does he know how to
Define trained.
Does he know how to swing it?
He's
Does he
not-
understand the weight distribution of that gladius? Does he know where critical spots are, like death blows?
He is no stranger to that gladius.
Okay.
All right.
And what's the opponent? It's not pit bulls, right?
Oh, eventually we're gonna get to fucking like a mountain leopard.
Easy.
Okay. How about like a lynx?
You're basically saying, could a gladiator fight an animal?
Okay. Oh, no.
Except gladiators were basically naked. This guy's got tactical gear.
Okay. Then how about 17 pit bulls?
He's got the bait guy.
Bait guy,
Yeah.
tactical gear,
He's got the bait guy.
tactical gear,
you
and a
go.
gladius.
No, but the other guy, like who doesn't have the gladius, right?
They're a team.
Yeah. So you go, bait them, get bit, and as they're like jumping you, I'll just.
You think they could do that?
Yeah.
Think so. Right. Chat.
I mean, homie on the floor is gonna.
Chat. Can they do that?
Homie on the floor is gonna get like fucked up, but he'll live, as long as Gladius Bro is on point.
He has to prevent his face getting torn apart into pieces.
He just gotta struggle a little bit while Gladius Bro supports him.
Gladius, bro.
But Gladius Bro's gonna
No,
be all right.
Yo, big ups to Gladius, bro.
Gladius Bro's gonna be just fine, dude. Like he's gonna live. Bait Bro might not live. Bait Bro might die. Not gonna lie.
That's almost no. But what if Bait Bro was like helping and he was like
No, he's gonna help.
like moving pit bulls, so like
Yeah, so Gladius Bro could fucking put it in them.
and he's gonna have to
No, that's what I'm saying. Listen, Gladius Bro's gonna carry, while Bait Bro's gonna be the unsung support that everybody forgets about, while he like eats hits and puts dogs in the ways of blades and just protects his like digits and like.
And you know what's really sad?
And he's gonna be bloodied as shit. But
What's really sad is that like Bait Bro at one point Bait Bro is just gonna fucking
hey, Madman Muzan, what's going on, homie?
yo, what's good? El Primo, all the way in the wasteland of the Midwest of America. Listen, even El Primo is gonna be fucking like putting like pit bulls in chokeholds and trying to fucking like elbow drop and knee and just fucking like hammer fist like, and then like get in a fucked up, forced kata hajime pose from the side instead of from behind. So then Gladius Bro could be like.
Pretty much.
And on top of all this, El Primo, you're wearing tactical gear, but then listen.
Yeah, don't get me started. I know about art.
No. El Primo's here. I want a professional
No.
fucking opinion.
He's adding me about art.
Right. No, listen, El Primo, check this out. You and someone you know, all right? You two. One of you is Gladius Bro, and one of you is Tactical Gear Bro. And both of you have Tactical Gear. How many pit bulls can you take on? All right?
One of you both get to wear tactical gear, but one of you gets to have a sword, and you have to take out as
specifically a gladius.
And what, you guys
A gladius.
How many pit bulls do you guys think you could like fuck up? Also, you can pick the homie. You don't get a flamethrower. You get a fucking gladius. All right. You get a gladius and a homie who can eat hits for you. Oh, I'm sorry. You don't get that. That's not the conversation. Flamethrower is too OP.
That's not what you get.
It's about fighting with like a tool, not like the best tool.
That's right. With a homie.
Yeah, you get a homie.
Come on, El Primo.
Point is, that's still an OP team. Because a human being can eat a lot of hits, while a Gladius dude just. Because what you think, because those pit bulls are going to do all the work with their, like, shredding and their tearing of flesh, but, like, latch, and then it's like, bro. And that's just a dead dog. Like, that's like a blade through the skull, like, it's done.
Right, but what is to stop? Okay, so what is to stop? There is okay, so tactical bro is eating a hit and he's trying to push forward and then on top of it
Well,
and then like there's a pit bull in midair on its way, like right here.
Let's not assume that tactical bro is just like on the floor, like screaming. Like he is still like, you know what I'm saying? Like he's still giving them like a fight.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe even back to backing that shit. And he's just kind of like keeping the D on the back of Gladius bro, while Gladius bro is like,
Touche. Oh, so wait. Is he wearing boots? What is he wearing?
it's tactical gear. Why the fuck wouldn't he have boots?
Okay.
Like
So-
steel lined boots.
oh, you mean like Rainbow Six
We're
boots?
talking about tactical gear that can eat a knife. I thought.
Okay.
Why would you wear anything less?
Okay. Deal.
Tactical gear can get stabbed and like eat knife.
So one man, you see El Primo, one man tactical gear, the other man tactical gear, and a gladius. How many pit bulls do you think you get? And you get to pick who is your partner. How
He
many?
picks Monthus.
Okay. How many pit bulls can
said
you and
4.
Montes? 4? Really?
At least 4, he says.
At least 4. Ooh, I think we could fucking fight more.
I think we can fight more too.
I could picture fucking like, you know, Montes to jump kicking pit bulls as like El Primo is just like in the kidneys and like the hind legs.
Now I
So
kinda
then
wanna
like
just, like
the upper bodies of like pit bulls just like scrambling in a 10 by 12 room.
I want to watch a human fight a pit bull now.
You would have to give the human the ability to like wrap up in leather at the very least, like combat gladiator arena kind of
Nah,
equipment.
bro. I just want to watch a human fight a pit bull.
No, you want a human? No.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are guys. I'm sure you can. From what I've been told.
I'm sure there are
In
dudes who put
Minecraft.
pit bulls in the ground.
Say that again?
I'm sure there are guys who put pit bulls in the ground.
With I wouldn't be surprised.
Like, I think the biggest thing when it comes to fighting with animals is that people like withhold or they like pull back. You know what I'm saying? Or like, no, kill that animal. Like, don't hold back.
Okay, I have a question.
Like, you ever punch a dog in the face? The answer is no. If you punch a dog in the face, you think that dog's gonna get up?
But why are we in China? Why are we punching dogs in the face?
There's a pit bull in front of you. Punch it in the face.
Oh, that's a different story.
I'm just saying, punch it, swear, like actually hit that dog with intent to harm it. You don't think you can put that dog down?
I think I can.
I think you could too. I think a human being could put a pit bull down if they weren't like, ooh, but it's a pet. Like, no, they'd be like, oh, that dog's like, I'm gonna fuck that dog up.
So you see, even though we want to play a game, find the metaphor in a roundabout sort of way, and where El Primo and Montes Burwa are fighting, and both of them are in tactical gear. Now, mind you, okay, El Primo, who would have the Gladius, you or Montes? All right, and are you even like skilled and equipped in the use of a Gladius? Let me know. I'm curious.
That's a good question.
I need to know who the fucking bet on. All right.
That's fair. I don't know. I don't know which one of them have more gladius skills.
I don't. Oh, what if?
Who's the better swordsman?
What if El Primo has skills we don't know about?
I'm just saying, who's the better swordsman in your duo? You know what I'm saying? Because that matters. Like, who can actually wield a blade? It's a sword, yeah.
Yes, a gladius is. God damn it, El Primo! Google a gladius, and it's a sword meant by the fucking gladiators in Rome, and it was best meant for stabbing.
Nah, that glass is fine.
Wrong glass, sir. All right, listen. You could take your fucking.
Glasses?
No, you could take your fucking Blues Brothers reference to the fucking. All right, I'll fight you. All right.
Point is, like, I'm good, thank you. Who's the better swordsman, bro? You chose Monthus, it's too late.
Now, what we'd like to do is, all right, So El Primo, Montes. So Montes is holding the Gladius. All right.
All right. So that means that Muzan here is the bait man.
Oh, okay. So El Primo, are we sure? Or am I gonna be doing like pitbull math in my head with you as like
Bait man.
armor baitman and Montes Burwa is fucking tactical gear Gladius man? I just want to make sure. I gotta make the fucking math in my head. All right. It doesn't matter if you're a staff user. I'm trying to fucking do the math here. Come on,
He
man.
could wield a bone from the dead dogs as a staff. Listen, no one said you couldn't just beat a dog with a dead dog. Or cut their limb off in Gladius.
Right, but what if
and
they're
turn
like?
it into a dog.
But then there's like multiple dead dogs.
Yeah, but Montes could cut a leg off, and then now you have a club.
All right, now hang on.
A big meaty club.
Like Shaolin monk staff, Napoleon dynamite, ninja. All right, maybe. All right, if he's willing to build on such a thing, but like seriously,
You don't get to have whatever you want, all right? The hypothetical wasn't built around you, son. This man's got an obsession with making human beings fight pit bulls. I don't know what it is. He's weird.
yeah, you wanna know why?
Because you don't like pit bulls, clearly.
Well, you could even put like two Rottweilers against a guy with like leather banding around his forearms and like he's like bandaged up and he's ready and like it's not his first rodeo and I think a human being. Hell, no one ever talks about how like there's a prisoner in England and he legally changed his name to Charles Bronson. No one ever talks about this guy. And like among the things he did before he ended up back in prison was animal baiting and like he fought animals and yes and these things exist.
I still think a properly strong human could snap a dog's jaw, clearly. Like, without difficulty.
Now mind you,
Especially with leverage. Ooh, boy.
mind you, um to a certain degree, we are introduced to him by a fictionalized version of what happened to him, which is a movie called Bronson by Tom Hardy, which plays Charles Bronson himself. And the point is, Charles Bronson is the UK's most dangerous prisoner. Hey, listen, Maddie, if you're still fucking watching, tell me about Charles Bronson because you're from the bits, all right? And you could talk shit about the yam yams. Fucking yam yams.
Maddie's a busy man, alright? Leave him alone.
Yo, Maddie is making NFTs and then fucking like shooting dice with skeletons in an alleyway somewhere in Ottawa with a fucking line that just quoted Mark Twain. It's crazy. And then like Maddie Fierce is all like, and then like before you know it, like he's in fucking Miami Beach, and he's like, "Oi, fancy a shag?" And then like women in America are willing to fucking spread their legs to anyone with a foreign accent, so then Maddie ends up fucking inadvertently running Miami for a year and a half, and it's not his fault. I'm sorry, Maddie's Mrs.
Muzan, you still there?
That's satire. Yeah, it's satire. There you go. So El Primo in full tactical gear and Montes in full tactical gear with a Gladius can take on what, 17 pit bulls? How many pit bulls?
Nah, I said like 4.
Uh,
He said like 4. That was his honest answer. It was like 4.
all right. I respect that tremendously. All right.
I said like 4.
All right, chat. Do you think you could do better if you and someone you knew in full tactical gear and one of you had a Gladius? All right. How many pit bulls could you take on?
Definitely
You
more.
and someone you know.
Definitely more.
Think so?
Yeah. I think more than 4, without question.
Okay, what about you? You and someone you know, and one of you has a Gladius.
You're the bait man. I've got the Gladius.
Okay.
because you can actually grapple, and you've got far more meat on them bones.
How many pit bulls though would you draw the line at?
I don't know, man. I feel like you could probably handle your own and snap some pit bull necks without my assistance.
Well, the gladius would help.
I mean, I'm not proficient, but I'm also not completely inexperienced with fencing and sword use. I have some practice. I've also done like proper length holds, so like as far as shoulder endurance and mobility stuff goes, I'm pretty good. So I can swing a blade.
I'm just going to be like punting and soccer kicking pit bulls away from Monoxus, who's like,
Oh, I expect you to be fucking snapping jaws as well. And if something actually latches on, like obviously, into the head. But 4, that's weak sauce.
come on, El Primo.
I feel like 4 would be in like the first minute.
Because what if
4 would be before they even got to us. You know what I'm saying? Like, there'd
because
be 4 dead before we even.
because the ultimate incentive in all of this would be okay, because like for every pit bull you kill, let's be realistic. Okay, so like,
In fact, the hardest part of the challenge at hand is pulling the gladius out of the corpses of said dogs. Like, that is the hardest thing that I can think of because it's going to get stuck in their corpses.
so to make this the game show spectacle that is required for this to be justified in mumbo jumbo times, who is to stop something like, okay, so like you and someone you know with a fucking like gladius and
Sure.
okay, so like for every pit bull you kill, it's like $100, and then like $200, and then like you could stop, like you could call things in,
Like, I can make money.
right. And I think there would be people, and the best, right, and for every like hero like El Primo and like fucking like Monthus, and like they're gonna end up like murdering like 16 pit bulls at a time, and Monthus is just gonna be like sprinting in a really weird like sidestepping strafing way, and Monthus is just gonna be like beaning fucking like pit bulls like on the side of the head like Anton Chigurh, like poking them.
Yeah, I got you.
All right.
Oh no, with incentive for money, that's a whole different story. You don't get a fucking
No,
flamethrower.
you don't get a flamethrower. One of you gets a gladius, and both of you are in tactical gear. That's it.
And you give up when you're done.
So you
Presumably before you die. And I assume scaling. Like, 1 pit bull. 2 pit bulls. 3 pit bulls.
5 pit bulls.
4 pit bulls. 5 pit bulls. And you just keep going until you die because you're overwhelmed and you get murdered by a dog.
Right. But
Or you're like, that was too hard for good.
okay, right. So, and even though, and you know what, like, even though Montes Burwa is not here to fucking talk the most ridiculous shit and cut a promo like Dusty Rhodes right now.
Bro, you don't get a drop. That's it. You just fight them with a sword and your hands.
So you know what?
It's about the money.
I think El Primo and Montes Burwa. Okay, wait. El Primo is on gladius duty.
We may give you some gold. Every dog you kill is worth $100.
No, this is how it is. The first pit bull, $100. The second pit bull, $200, and it keeps scaling forward.
But they come in multiple waves of multiple pit bulls.
But who's to say the pit bulls are gonna fucking not gnaw at each other? You know what I mean?
You can't buy a flamethrower and come back, dude.
No,
Like,
you can't. No.
I still feel like they should always be worth $100.
No, because even realistically speaking, you have 10 pit bulls that are trained to be like, "Rrr, rrr." All right, there's 10, and there's like El Primo and Montes Burwa, and like Montes Burwa has like a fucking gladius, and he's all like, and El Primo is like ready, and he's all like, and then the portcullis like opens up. There's like 10 pit bulls, and instead of 10, there's 7. because like the three smallest pit bulls, the other pit bulls were just like, and like the other pit bulls are just like, so they're blood drunk, and then they just rush blindly at El Primo and Montes Berwa. All right, that's what happens, and that's what I want to see on the pay-per-view. All right, that we can make happen. All right.
We can keep. Whisper. Thank you very much.
Whisper the Great, thank you for joining us to suffer, as you two join El Primo and Montes Berwa going toe-to-toe against fucking pit bulls, alright? Now herein lies the fucking,
No, Whisper ain't getting in there. It's a 2B dog. It's
Ooh, okay, Whisper, I have a question for you. You are in full tactical gear, and you are fighting...
There's Montes.
There you go, fucking Montes. All right, so listen, Montes, you and El Primo are fucking fighting pit bulls. All right,
Montes can choose someone else.
Oh shit! All right, who do you pick and why? This is all right. Listen,
Unless you're like, yeah, same team up.
You shut your whore mouth, Monoxus.
I'm just saying, you can
So
pick
listen.
someone else, bro.
So listen, you are in full tactical gear, and you get to pick someone else, and they're in full tactical gear. One of you has a gladius.
Come on, camera.
And you fight pit bulls.
Focus.
And then it's like one, and you go $100, and then two, like 200, 300, and then 3, 4, and you keep going, and then eventually
Haynes, what'd you do with the fucking camera?
you call it quits until I didn't do a goddamn thing to the camera, and now Monoxus in this fucking bathrobe of stench of women he's kicked out of his fucking apartment at random hours of the day because he's sick and tired of fucking running out of fire escapes. This fucking guy. Alright, is the fucking camera fine? Alright, are we good?
That keeps unfocusing whenever you slam.
Alright, we're gonna slam again. Alright. Come on and slam. And welcome to the jam. And then you go Japan. And then the slam.
You didn't have that planned out at all.
No.
Whisper, you got an answer too, though. I mean, or we can move on from Pitbull murder, which we've been talking about for hours.
Oh no, I want to know now. Whisper, Montes, you, full tactical gear. Someone you call in, full tactical gear. One of you has a gladius. Who are you going to fight pit bulls with? That's what I want to know.
Oh wait, Montes actually has Pitbulls?
Oh shit. No. Listen, you fucking cocky son of a bitch. One of you has a gladius. Both of you are in full tactical gear, and you're killing pit bulls for fucking money in Minecraft. Like, that's what I want to know.
Montes and Ty. And Whisper's calling on Michael Vick. Hello, bot.
Ah, thank you, Thupa. You son of a bitch.
Thupa calling in the bots. Like a piece of shit.
I can neither confirm nor deny these allegations.
What do you I fucking
Oh
camping,
shit, yo, John Woo. Alright, yo, John Woo. Yo, what's good, son? Listen, so you in full tactical gear, and someone you know in full tactical gear, and one of you has a gladius. Who do you go into the fucking pitbull killing business? And chances are John Woo's gonna be like Joshua Lindbergh, aka Esoteric World, aka the realest nigga in the history of anything
I don't
ever.
know if that man can swing a sword.
Yo, because John Woo could swing a sword, and then like Joshua Lindbergh is like uppercutting and fucking heel stomping.
All right, Whisper, hold
and
on.
downward elbowing and palm striking, and he's just fucking like.
You were wrong, sir.
All right, how am I wrong? Who
Because
said what?
He just said.
Oh shit. Oh
He
shit.
is dead.
Damn John Woo with the
Also,
realest fucking answer
Whisper,
ever.
I'm putting an asterisk. It has to be someone you actually fucking know, not fictitious characters, not people from
Right,
outside
it
of
has
your
to
realm.
be someone you know.
You're bringing your homie to the fight.
You and someone you know. Tactical gear. One of
sword.
you has a gladius.
The point is, there's a full set of tactical gear for both of you, and one sword. All right, that's the goal. And you gotta fucking know that. You have to be actually be like, yo, can you pull through?
Yo, John Woo remembers when the fucking NFL had an empire.
Alright. Oh, Whisper picks Kool-Aid and he gets the sword. Cool. Yeah, it makes sense. Whisper could fucking fight people.
Okay,
Or
so
dogs, rather.
so Whisper picks Kool-Aider, and who
And
gets a sword?
Kool-Aider is the bait man.
Oh shit! Because Kool-Aider is like 7 feet tall and 11 inches.
See, to be fair, I mean, no surprises here. I was like, I pick Haynes. Haynes is bait man. I get the sword.
Because I'm gonna be busy trying to jump kick and clothesline and run away and fucking sidestep and strafe
While I
and palm
try
strike
to
and kick.
dexterously slay dogs with the sword.
And if something jumps on him, I have to try my hardest to fucking dig my thumbs in its eyes so it just stops, like trying to dig whatever's in his tactical gear, jaw, monoxus, gladius.
Yeah.
Engine of suffering he's trying to inflict for that good, like, Smash TV money.
Yeah, exactly.
Listen, there is a video game called Smash TV, and it's basically people fighting other people violently for money, and we've gotten this close. And honestly, I would give anything. I would cut my left arm off and throw it in a fucking river if I could fucking compete in this fight. Listen, in a perfect world, I would cut my left arm and throw it in a fucking river so I could compete in the Kumite, where I end up like I have a gladius and I have one arm, and I just have like a professional like guy who does like cartwheels and fucking Krav Maga kicks, and it's gonna end up being Montes Burwa when he ends up marrying a Russian mail order bride and ends up becoming the happiest, most like so it's this like fucking like angry fucking cleric bard descendant of Commodore Barney, who ends up marrying this Russian broad, and then he divorces her, and then he ends up becoming like a working class Stephen King.
So, why it's so fucking cold tonight? What's going on?
I'm not in charge of what happens, all right?
You can't control the weather?
That's what harp is for.
Yeah, but you don't know anybody at Harp? Why is it so fucking cold?
That's that's your problem. You're the one with the fucking bathrobe.
I'm still fucking cold, bro.
Mm.
You're wearing shorts and a fucking like t-shirt, and you're not.
Well, I mean, I run hot all the time, no
Weird.
matter what.
It's freezing.
Listen. Ladies and gentlemen. Okay, John Woo.
Yo, I'm fully dressed and I have this robe on.
John Woo, I want to know
Bro,
who
I'm
your
wearing,
pick
like-
is.
I'm wearing shoes. My feet are cold.
See? John Woo, I want to know who your pick is. You?
He said his dad, dude.
Okay, fine. Everyone else in
His
chat.
bodybuilder dad.
Well,
John Woo's dad is a bodybuilder. I learned something today.
then who the fuck is holding the gladius?
Woo. Who's your pops? Your pops
Hey,
is a bodybuilder?
Woo.
Do I know him?
Woo, you need to give us fucking. There is no such thing as
What's
closure,
his
but there are
bodybuilder dad's
endings
name?
and there's resolve. So we need to know if you or Old Man Woo is holding the fucking
No, he
gladius.
says I'm the sword holder. Yeah, but is Papa Woo like a famous bodybuilder, or is he just jacked?
Or do you just want to see him get overwhelmed by fucking pit bulls so you could fucking like cash out? Like, I don't know. You have to tell me the story.
So what you're saying is every time Papa Woo looks at you, he's disappointed. Yeah, so he's sad that his son is not jacked,
Like him.
and instead wears a onesie and studies the blade.
So he has the gladius. Who the fuck has the gladius?
He does. The onesie wearing fat boy.
God damn it, John Woo. All right. So everyone in chat. Okay. So El Primo called in Montes Burwa. Montes Burwa, who do you call in to be like, first of all,
To be fair, John Woo, that does check out. You're too happy of a dude to have a pops who's not like just super happy with who you are.
Mm.
If your dad was the meanest man in the world, I'd be so disappointed.
listen, John Woo,
That'd be the weirdest shit ever.
his pink beanie gives him plus 15 to all stats.
I'm just saying, could you imagine if John Woo's dad was just like the illest piece of shit? It would just make no sense.
It would be like Yakuza 0.
I'm just saying, it just wouldn't make any sense. he's just like a mean piece of shit, and this dude's like chill. I guess I don't know. It would be like juxtaposition.
That would be really fucking inadvertently.
It'd be weird.
Okay, okay. So El Primo called in Montes Burrow. Hey, Montes. Hey, fucking Montes. I know you're right there. Answer. You and someone you know. Tactical gear. One of you has a Gladius. Who is it? Whisper the Great. You and someone you know.
I think they already
Tactical gear. Who the fuck is their answers?
We're not listening. They both said. Hold on. It was here.
I call nonsense. Look at
Whisper
this.
said Michael Vick. Don't count. But
Oh, that is just fucking shit posting. Come on.
Martha said right here. All right.
Both myself.
And Ty.
Oh shit. So it turns out
Yeah.
the Colt, Barney, and fucking El Primo connection is real. All right.
Yeah. That was mutual.
All right.
Whisper's the one that's digging around and not answering.
But it turns out Whisper is probably going to ask some like El Salvadorian immigrant.
Granddad, wake up.
Hey, listen, like fucking like Whisper the Great. Like, everyone's going to sleep on fucking Whisper the
Oh,
Great.
yeah, he did say Kool-Aid. There you go. He switched to Kool-Aid later on. He dicked around, but he did say Kool-Aid.
And then he's going to
I
have
still think Kool-Aid is a joke choice, but whatever.
And then he has some guy in a fucking like Home Depot parking lot, and he's like an El Salvadorian ex-government death squad
so,
guy.
There you go. They have their solutions.
All right.
They have their plans.
They have their dirty pitbull killing fortunes.
Yeah,
that
and
they wanna
thankfully
make.
in one here is going to be fucking killing pit bulls
Yeah, in
anytime soon.
Minecraft.
Actually, Muzai might be killing pit bulls in the near future.
Yeah.
If, Burwas get a little out of hand.
Well, I mean, like El Primo has to deal.
He may accidentally have to put
people
a dog
behind
down.
the wheel. Listen,
Listen, if that dog starts looking at you funny, bro,
no, you have to put a stake in its face.
no, you have to put a stake in its heart.
No, you just have to fucking power bomb it and stomp on it.
If that dog
And
even
dance on
like
it.
glares at you weird, you put that shit down.
Are you hungry?
I'm drinking a lot of whiskey. My stomach's kind of full.
Well, are you? I know you're hungry.
I could probably eat. I'm just not super hungry. Well, what are you trying to do? What are you trying to eat?
I'm going to give you cash money, and we could get something to eat.
But what do you want to eat? It's fucking brick. Like, who are we gonna have deliver right now?
Okay. I obviously imagine that Pizza Palace is closed. Mike's
man.
Diner is closed. Tasty's maybe open.
I don't know. I'll look. Let's see who's actually fucking close
So
right
we're gonna
now.
find this out, ladies and jerks.
What kind of food are you trying to have? Like, what are you going on here? Come on now. Don't spit
what-
up.
What is open?
No. You pick a fucking style of food.
Okay, fine.
What do you want?
If diner food is open, I'm getting a
Of course
fucking
there's
burger.
Fucking diner food. You want a burger? Is that what you're saying?
Well, okay, is pizza open?
Everything's open. Nothing's closed.
Let's get a pizza.
You want a pie?
That is what I like.
What kind of pizza do you want? Like a regular ass pizza?
No, wait. Hold on.
That's a new pizza place. What is this?
So, order us a pie for the love of God.
Like a regular pie, right?
Well, it's just or something. Come on, make it nice. Don't be a jerk.
Don't hand me $10 and say make it nice, alright?
It's $11.
I don't want to hear like make it nice, alright? Pizzas are like $25 now.
Hey, fine. I'll give you my fucking debit card. And give me back my $11. You see that? You see? Look at him, always criticizing like a jerk because he's gotten soft from the fucking accumulated liquidity pool that he's gotten from me having to fucking kick pit bulls in the face while he just fucking gladiuses them in the back of the head because eventually when like 7 of them are trying to get a piece of me, when I go on the back, like practicing BJJ and grappling allows me to just like kick and then like elbow and then like box turtle and then just uppercut and then palm strike and then knee strike and then shift to the left so that Monoxus is all like
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, dude.
In
How long
Minecraft.
is this gonna take? Because I'm not ordering from some shit that's gonna take fucking all night.
Look at him talking all this shit.
Bro, I'm not ordering from a pizzeria. It's gonna take an hour. That's wild.
Oh, that is true.
Fuck that.
Chat, lend us your power so we could find something.
No, we're good. I'm just gonna get from somewhere else. I don't know if it's like because of the weather or they're just like, yeah, you're too far away. We're clearly not. They're just a bunch of
So,
insert slur.
all right, now hang on.
But
Hey, Tampage. All right, you and someone else you know, both of you are in full tactical gear. One of you has a gladius. Who do you fight pit bulls with? Bill the Cat 666. You have to answer this too. All right, you and someone else you know. You both have tactical gear. One of you has a gladius. Who will you be fighting pit bulls with? I want to know this. All right.
oh, it sounds mad good.
What happened?
They've got like a lot of like weird pie combos at this spot.
People take all the weird combos, whether they like it or not. All right. We're gonna make them fight fucking pit bulls. All right.
Nah, we ain't doing weird combo bullshit.
No one saw that. All right.
Wow.
So, ladies and jerks, the mobile phone power hour thus concludes, and we want to know who you would gear up with in tactical, full on, complete with like cut off finger gloves, helmet, chest, back plate that fucking connects around the side, knee pads, boots, fatigues. So you and someone you know, both in the same tactical gear, one of you has a gladius. Who do you call for? Right? We'd like to know. So Bill the Cat goes, you never know what worse luck your bad luck has saved you from. Well, listen, I'm not trying to wax philosophical, but you're not wrong. Every once in a while, that does pan out to be true, as a matter of fact. So he goes, scars have the strange power to remind us that the past is real. That's right, because you know what? There is a very strange and bizarre conventional wisdom where they say that like time heals all wounds, and like that's bullshit. And in fact, as more time goes on, you get more wounds, and then yeah, I mean, why do we have to kid ourselves about this? So he goes, nobody wants to be here, nobody wants to leave. People were always getting ready for tomorrow. I didn't believe in that. Tomorrow wasn't getting ready for them. It didn't even know they were there. You're not wrong. And it seems to be not only a self-perpetuating cycle, but a self-fulfilling prophecy, and this thing that people lend themselves to, no matter if they try not to or not. And it's, you know, a multi-layered, faceted thing other people have described, and now you're here wondering how you and possibly a loved one or someone you know can deal with pit bulls if you had full tactical and one of you had a gladius. No, because seriously, look up gladius. I want people to know what they're dealing with. It is a gladius.
I don't have to look it up. They have to look it up.
All right, ladies and jerks, a gladius. All right.
You gain nothing from me looking it up. Why? It's like I'm not.
So Channel 5 Action News is all Jason Statham. So if Channel 5 Action News, okay, fine, Channel 5 Action News, who would have the gladius? You or Jason Statham? You fucking smarty pants.
Bro,
Thank you for jumping on
We're kind of screwed on pizza.
Oh, really?
All these spots are closing soon. Otherwise, they're all just like.
Damn.
Like I mean, there's like shitty pizzerias. What are like crazy delivery times?
Oh no.
What's your backup? You want a burger, right?
Sure. Let's get a burger. How about the no? Wait. Tex. Is there Tex-Mex?
I don't. Maybe. I don't know. Tex-Mex.
Is there nachos? Well, what would you rather have, a burger or nachos or Tex-Mex?
Oh, okay. Either of those work for me.
Oh, fine. Let's get the fucking burger. Fine. Fuck that.
All right. If you want a burger, let's go for burger. Yeah, those pizza spots suck.
Because he is trying to prevent us from eating subpar pizza. What makes the pizza subpar though?
Well, it's like some spots just have crazy delivery times, which I'm not dealing with,
Mm-hmm.
and the other ones are like just shitty pizzerias, and they're charging like $30 for a pie.
That's right. No.
Like, get the fuck out of here.
That's
Fuck you.
That's just awful.
No, it's bad. It's ridiculous. Mad fast food spots.
I am
Do you
not
have a burger spot that you like?
well. I am not even above McDonald's if it comes down to it.
I wasn't gonna say McDonald's.
Can we?
No,
No, I'm not even above it.
I'm not. We're not doing McDonald's.
Okay.
Don't you mind?
So you see the depths I'm willing to sink.
No.
All right.
No.
No McDonald's. All right. How come no McDonald's? I'm curious.
I'm not in the mood. I'm not eating fucking McDonald's right now.
Okay.
Wow, Mr. Beast Burger is on this. Around here, of all places.
Okay. What the fuck does he have?
It's not. No, he's got like a ghost kitchen. That's what it's called.
The fuck is that even?
So basically, like he's got like a menu, but any kitchen can make what he makes. So like they're just places that make that shit.
That is bullshit.
Here, take a burger.
Who does he think he is?
No, it's cool though. Like it does save on costs. So like the position of like a restaurant owner, you basically make a super simplified menu, and then any kitchen can make the thing that you sell. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And then marketing does all the heavy lifting.
And then marketing does all that.
The Mr. Beast Burger, except like any fucking deli counter can make it and then deliver it as the Mr. Beast Burger.
Holy shit.
It's genius.
Holy shit. All right. It is genius.
That's also not the spot that you're looking at right now, but just so we're clear. We're not getting Mr. Beast Burgers. They're not good.
Oh, you're breaking my heart here.
They're genius marketing. They're just okay burgers. I mean, better than most garbage fast food.
Well,
They're still fucking fast food, though.
well, I'm
Did you pick a burger yet?
Well, I'm trying. Give me a second.
I know, I gave you a menu that has more than burgers, and now you're confused.
No, because now they choose a signature side. No, I want French fries. Please give me the French fries.
The problem is I really hope that she doesn't show up cold. I'm gonna be so pissed.
Okay.
That's my biggest concern right
I
now.
wanted French fries. That's all I wanted.
Okay, you have fries. Your fries selected. You're good.
So
What drink do you want?
Oh God! Why did this have to come to this?
Take a fucking drink, dude.
All right.
Preferably don't pick one with caffeine. Otherwise, you want to be up all night. Brian, buy followers, bro.
You know what? We're going to choose classic Coca-Cola.
Get blocked. Goodbye, Russian bot.
We blame that on Thupathibida.
What? Oh, yeah, I figured you were gonna get that one. That shit's bad good.
Would you like my debit card? I have no problem buying it.
Oh no, we're good. Like again, the only reason those people, I was like, regular pie, yo, $24. I'm like, out of your fucking mind.
But why? Because they can and they will. Oh,
Yo, my go-to spots are not doing that shit right now. I don't know why that's happening.
and it's sad because you're witnessing this economy that
That shit's
grows
crazy.
and unfolds unto itself, even in a place like here in Queens. It's bizarre, actually. These things happened, and all I had wanted was a burger. And I'm willing to settle for less because there is no settling for, there is no settling down without settling for less.
Yeah, that shit's crazy.
And no one wants to admit that.
Which is fucking wild too, because like of all the things, like pizza ain't that expensive. You know what I'm saying?
So, listen, you forget what we remember, and remember, you forget, between the wish and the world lies waiting. And when he dies, the same as ever. Hey, listen, Bill the Cat, you're not chiming in what we wanted earlier. Listen, you and someone you know, and a loved one, either someone, a coworker, someone in your office, someone who lives in your building, you and someone you know, full tactical gear, them, full tactical gear. One of them gets a gladius, and you're going to be fighting pit bulls. Who do you pick? I'm curious. So Alagon goes, one pizza. No, he goes, pizza inflation. We are trying to purchase burgers, and unfortunately, the pizzaflation, which you're not wrong about, they're trying to gouge us, even in our own home turf, and it is fucked up and sad. All right, so when Alyssa goes, pizza $34 in the city now. What city are you in? Please let us know what kind of nonsense you're broadcasting over. Because, like, that is fucked the fuck up, and over here, it's kinda fucked up. So I'm curious where you're broadcasting from. So, uh, Bill the Cat 666, I'm just dumping Cormac McCarthy quotes. Well, god damn it, you are not helping because you and someone you know in full tactical gear taking care of pit bulls, and one of you has a gladius. If you had to deal with such a thing, who would they be? And that is what Monoxus and I would like to figure out and would like to learn and know. Alright? So, uh, Analyssa goes, Chicago for the good stuff. All right, well, listen. An illicit, you in full tactical gear, and someone you know in full tactical gear. One of you has a gladius. Now, the two of you are going to be fighting pit bulls. Who do you pick, and who is holding the gladius? That's what I want to know. Back to you in the newsroom.
Oh boy, my Discord popping off. Sorry, folks.
No, you're quite fine. So hopefully it was the positive, like-minded Michael Boyer Great Lawyer Power Hour that had graced us earlier before we started asking people what they do to fight pit bulls.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well,
Glad he also just chimed in, hung out for a little while.
it was nice.
And thanks to our YouTube folks, y'all. You know what? We haven't had an opportunity to stream much recently, and right before we had to take a little hiatus because I got busy as shit, we had just gotten the opportunity to stream on YouTube. So, if you're a YouTube viewer, thanks for coming on down. Appreciate it.
And don't forget to subscribe, all right, ladies and jerks?
Even yeah, whatever. The YouTube channel is YouTube's a fucking nightmare right now. So it's super hard to not get striked. Like almost everything we upload is strike content at this point. It sucks. It's bad. It's really bad.
Well, still.
I would love to upload a couple of different things, and I fucking can't because even when they're doing like the checks phase, it's like, yeah, don't do that. Like YouTube warns you now, being like, don't.
Well, I mean, I
But
think
thank you anyway, YouTube peoples.
up to a degree. I mean, I think I don't want to say safe, but I think we're okay.
We're now out of the woods in terms of strikes, but at any point anybody could flag us, and there's nothing we can do to defend against it. YouTube doesn't do like YouTube has no protections. It's bad.
Really?
It's really bad.
Oh.
Like YouTube will, a rando who made an account yesterday could flag 12 of our videos tomorrow for whatever the fuck they feel like it, and YouTube would take their word over ours.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Oh no.
It's bad.
Well, that's how they busted Charles Con Masked Bastard.
Yeah.
Even through a DMCA claim.
Well, not
from
you, dude. Like, we're not talking about people who are hanging out. We're talking about, like, if a rando just decided to be like, flag, like, that's it. Like, and I could try to fight them, and it could either just, like, and then whoever flagged it could try to fight me back. If it was a rando, I would fight back just because like I can check their account and see who they are. But like sometimes we get strikes and then I'm like, the person who striked us is like big money, and if I try to like counter strike or like be like, no, we're good, they could be like, lawsuit.
It is not until you get a cease and desist letter that it
I
counts.
don't want to turn one strike into 2 strikes in a lawsuit. You know what I'm saying? Because don't poke them. Also, we've uploaded some fucked up shit in the past. Our first like actual strike was that bum fight shit, which was
Right.
dumb. Like that shouldn't have been striked.
Which is great. I'm still a little salty about that, actually.
I'm mad that like that of all things, like I can find the clip on YouTube. That's where I found it, and our version of it got us a strike.
Even though Bum Fights Volume 1 in its entirety is
It's
still
on YouTube and not flagged, but our version of it with music on top of it got flagged. Shit, the video of the little kid getting a fucking electrocuted to death didn't get us a strike.
No.
But some hood rats punching each other did because racism.
God damn it.
That's what it was. A white lady like electrocuting a kid to death didn't get us a strike.
No.
A white lady killing a little white kid didn't get us a strike on YouTube. 2 black dudes punching each other to some like video game music, making it seem like it was a fun time, got us a strike. Think about that.
It almost feels like, all right, so key lime pie is illegal, and then you upload something that is like 3 key lime rinds and like cream and pie crust and 4 lime. It's bizarre because
I'm telling you, it was just because of the context of what we uploaded. Like if we uploaded multiple clips of dudes and they were from different backgrounds with that track behind it, no problem. We specifically uploaded 2 colored dudes wailing on each other to a dope soundtrack to make it seem more upbeat than it was.
right.
And YouTube was like, don't incentivize violence. And it's like, if it was 2 white dudes beating each other up to the soundtrack,
Oh,
you
it
wouldn't
be
have
no
batted an eye. But it was 2 black dudes. So it's
no, 2 people of color. Excuse me.
so it's incentivizing violence. But if I uploaded like 2 Irish dudes just slugging it out to that track, nothing.
Oh no one.
Nothing at all. Again, we had a video where a lady kills a kid on camera on our channel. And they were just like, please take that down. No strike, no nothing. Just like, hey, can we get that off? And it's like, yeah. A black dude punched another black dude. You get a strike!
How dare you?
How dare you show black people hitting each other?
Yo, what is your problem in particular?
That shit is wild. YouTube is so biased. It's unreal. Child murder was less threatening to them than black people fighting. Damn. And this is like, you want to talk about anecdotal like evidence? You want to talk about like real life how this shit works? Yeah. There were 2 videos. Black people fighting and a child being murdered. YouTube cared more about the 2 black people fighting than the kid being murdered. On our channel.
It's funny because it's true.
So, what's up, YouTube? Have fun fucking auto-botting this, because I guarantee you this might get us a strike.
And even
Calling
if
them out on their bullshit.
And even if it does get us a strike, we wanted to know who you and someone you know in tactical gear. One of you has a gladius. Who are you killing pit bulls with? That's what I want to know. All right.
You're obsessed.
I really want to know.
You're obsessed.
Some people have a good. Listen, Matty Furious. I know you're not even in fucking chat right now because like you're deep in REM sleep over in the bits. All right.
Probably. Or like drawing.
Or he's probably crafting NFTs
Yeah,
that he's gonna
making some
fucking
shit.
like pass off in the back of a fucking like truck that fell off the side of the
What the
country
fuck
road.
else got us a strike? It was the bum fights, and then it was the anti-Semitic shit.
Yes.
Yeah. Which was up for like 8 months.
And it wasn't until someone like listen.
Someone manually flagged it.
We had a video where it was just like you know how like Captain America has someone
Hail
captured
Hydra,
and he
yeah.
goes Hail Hydra. It was a parody of that
Yeah.
over and over.
And it had a lot of fucked up shit in it.
Yeah, if you want to say that.
Yeah, it did.
No, it didn't.
Yeah, it did.
No.
It did. It had a lot. It wasn't just one thing. It had multiple offensive topics, like, sprinkled throughout it.
Not really.
In the grand scheme of it, yeah. Like, multiple different things that different groups of people could be very upset about. And the one that got us was anti-Semitism.
Really?
Because something Jews.
Okay.
I don't know. There was a thing in there where it was like, I don't know what it was. It was very like, it was like the Jew, like, it said something, I don't know, hail shekels or some shit.
Okay, now question.
And that got us flagged.
No.
But it took 8 months.
No, for anyone who's watching.
And again, that was a manual flag, which means it wasn't auto flagged. Someone went and watched that and went, this is offensive. And specifically went, this is offensive because Jewish.
No.
None of the other shit offended them. Because that shit had a couple of things, like.
Ladies and jerks, if you're watching.
But yeah.
If you haven't followed, click follow. And if you haven't clicked subscribe, please.
On both
click
YouTube
subscribe.
and here. Gives money.
So.
Gives money.
Here
or
we
just
are.
go subscribe on YouTube.
Here we are at 718 TV
Or follow.
Studios. All right.
Or go
So
on
our
to
broadcasting-
Twitter. Follow there.
We are broadcasting at
Follow
Twitch.
him more on Twitter than me because I don't post shit on Twitter. I'm too busy.
We are broadcasting at twitch.tv/Monoxus.
And
all right?
youtube.com/718TV.
We're live there too, right now, as you watch this and speak, by the way. All right? So. Anyone else jump in? Listen, hey, no, hey, Tampage. Hey, Tampage, I know you're there. You don't get to fucking ease out easily, you fucking jerk. Hey,
Why are you
Tampage.
calling him out?
Hey, Tampage, you have tactical gear. Someone you know, tactical gear.
All right, chat.
One of you has a
No.
gladius.
Hey,
Who are you
we're done.
fighting
Nope.
pit
Chat,
bulls with?
we're done. I'm tired of hearing about pit bulls. It's been a lovely night, but you're gonna keep harassing these people. We're done, everybody. We're done. No
Yeah.
more. You can bring this up next week.
Fine.
Hopefully not.
Tampage, chime in.
Don't do it. Don't give him the satisfaction. Everybody, thank you for coming on down. We appreciate it. Thanks for all the follows and the subs. And YouTube viewers, thank you for
And thank
chiming
you for
in.
coming on by. For real. And thank you, Michael Boyer, for chiming in. From Cutlass Legal and Pattis Law. All right. Thank you for chiming on in.
And next time this man brings up pit bulls, call him out, all right? Tell him he's got a bias.
Ooh. Okay. Deal.
Because you hate pit bulls.
Who do you think he is?